Who's ready to get contested?
Yeah, fashionably late as always, Levin.
I can't do anything right with you.
Let's get this party started. This is you.
Welcome to Red Bull Contested!
We are at the iconic McEwen Hall in Edinburgh, Scotland, for the very first ever major Fortnite LAN in the UK.
100 of the world's best Fortnite players have been invited here to compete, and they're going to be competing in solos. No more duos, no more friends.
We have got 8 epic rounds of Fortnite coming your way, and it's going to be super unpredictable for lots of different reasons. The main one being that we had a brand new season of Fortnite drop just yesterday, and these players are getting to grips with it.
I think I could sum it up in just one word, Ian.
Go on then.
It's going to be wild.
It is going to be wild. Are we ready? Will you jump on my back like a raptor?
Only if you do the tiny arms.
Let's
Ian.
go, let's go, let's go.
Let's check out what happened at last night's welcome party.
I'm so hyped, like it's crazy. It's my first time in my invitational tournament, like I'm so hyped.
They're gonna see some aggressive gameplay, but I'm still gonna play passive sometimes, but just know I'll be everywhere. You never know with Fortnite, it's a surprising game, but like that adds to the excitement. I'm sure the viewers are gonna enjoy it.
We're just gonna figure out the meta tomorrow, see what I can do best.
We got a season changeover, which nobody can ever predict what's going to happen with that.
I want to be riding dinosaurs. I want to be flying in the air.
We've got a crazy format right in the last 4 games, the way the elimination points change. I think it's just going to be absolute madness.
What a way to kick off what has been an epic week. And we are here now, live in the McEwen Hall, the iconic McEwen Hall in Edinburgh. There's so much history. It is amazing to be here alongside 2 amazing analysts. To kick things off, it's Reese and Taco. Taco, I'm going to come to you in a minute. But Reese, this must be extra special for you because you're a Scottish lad.
As a Scotsman myself, I've got to say this is like the proudest moment ever to be in Edinburgh, in my own town that I used to live in for 8 years. I will say I'm a little bit disappointed I didn't get to drop into this seat like all those players.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah, I know. I just get to kind of turn up and just sit and talk. I kind of want to fly from the ceiling myself, but regardless, unbelievable to be here.
I think that Scottish accent could be a bit thicker, seeing as
you're going to ask me to do a thicker Scottish accent.
Just for a minute.
I'm not going to do it.
Okay,
right? I'm not going to embarrass myself in this situation. We're just going to stick with the awkwardness that we got going on in this current one.
Okay, fine.
Saying it won't get worse than that.
Okay.
It will.
I've heard some of your impressions. It can get much worse.
Taco, you flew in from across the pond. You flew thousands of miles to be here because you know that this is going to be a special event.
Of course. I mean, we're looking at some of the top-tier competitors, and it's a solos event here for Fortnite. This has been a long time coming as well. So many of these players have really been looking forward to it. And the crowd as well. I mean, this is just an awesome sight to see. Didn't want to miss it for the world.
Absolutely. This event has been more than 2 years in the making. And you could say, I would say we're lucky enough to have had that brand new season drop just yesterday because it is going to make for an absolute spectacle over these next 8 rounds. To find out first impressions from players and content creators of what they think of this brand new season, it's over to my amazing colleague, Frankie, on the floor.
You're a spectacle, Ian Chambers. Right, I'm going to twist this little noble chair around. What am I saying? It's absolutely massive. Hello, Tayson. I didn't recognise you without moustache. Can I ask what your first impressions are of Fortnite Chapter 4 Season 3?
It's looking better than last season, at least. But I'm not really a fan of the new ranked. I just want the tournaments to start.
The thing is, you did really well in Season 1 and Season 2 this year. So even if you're not necessarily a fan, you're still going to do great, right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully, I'm going to swivel your chair back around. This man needs to get some practice in. He's going to fall in love with this game, I tell you. All right, then. Archie, they call you the milkman. I've got to know why. There's a lot of love for you here in McEwen Hall. What's going on?
Yeah, all good, mate. So glad to be here. I'm very lucky, considering everyone else is obviously great at the game. But yeah, they chose me.
Yeah, when I told people that Archie was going to be one of the 100, they gave me a funny look. Do you think they're all scared of you?
Yeah, there's an aura about me, so for sure, mate, when you're fighting me in game. Yeah, there's probably going to be a lot of people who are nervous to come across me today.
Yeah, you're going to be hiding in the bushes, right?
Yeah, well, in a bush, in every nook and cranny, mate, just check, because I could be hiding there, all right?
Here's Archie. We're going to go over to, here's Pink. Pink. The hair. It's the new look. I was expecting the buzz cut, the fluorescent, but you've decided to go quite classic for us here in Edinburgh. How are you finding the changes? Is there a particular weapon you're a fan of?
I like the changes. I really like playing no mobility matters, so the fact that it's more or less no mobility, I'm happy.
What happens, though, if the final zone falls around the new wild central area of the map? Because there's a lot of mobility there.
It's just who adapted the most, I guess.
Yeah, but you're not a mud fan. We're not going to see this guy sliding around if he can help it. Finally, we're coming to Seti. You're definitely one of the players to be feared. I mean, you are a reigning FNCS Invitational champion. Can I hear it, please, for Seti, everyone? However, I have to say, Seti, you're known as being very cerebral rather than aggressive. How do you think you're going to fare in this new meta?
I think I'm good at adapting, so I'm going to do good.
Even solos?
Yeah, even solos.
Have you got a message for all your rivals out there?
Just good luck.
And have you got a message for my friend Ian Chambers?
Huh?
No, he doesn't. Let's go back to you guys on the desk.
I was about to say, Frankie, Seti doesn't even know who I am. Welcome back to the analyst desk. We've got some brief, we could probably say thoughts there on the new season, and I'm going to be getting both of your thoughts momentarily. But first, let's talk about this tournament right here and its amazing format. As I said, we started out with 100 players, supposedly 100 players. We are now down to 99. One of our players cannot make it here today because he's feeling under the weather, so get well soon. But for now, let's take a look at what our 99 have to play. First, 4 games, 4 points per elimination. But Taco, that second half, you've got to make sure you're sticking around because it gets really spicy. Double points for elims.
The second half is the one to really look out for as well, because anything can happen. Realistically, it could be anybody's game to take, because when you have 8 points per elimination, you don't necessarily need placement points. You can just make up for it with the elims.
And I think also when we look at solo tournaments, most of the time, these are going to be like 6 games that you've got spread across one single day. Of course, here we've got that first 4 games, then there's a little break that we've got in between those, and another 4 after that. As we mentioned, the crazy double points games that we've got going on there, which are going to be incredible to watch. But at the same time, a lot of these players are going to have to keep their cool, right? A lot of them, in solos gameplay, things don't go so well. We know very fair that they get a little bit tilted, the mentality goes downhill. So whoever's going to win is probably going to be the player who manages to keep it together long enough across the entire day.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, though, there is an argument for an underdog story here,
Definitely.
in theory, because look, we saw when the players entered earlier on, just before we went live, the fans are recording them all because, like we said, we've got some of the best players that Fortnite has to offer in our arena here today. However, the underdogs, especially when you get into that second half, if you could start racking up some points, you could make a shock win here, right?
For sure, and I think it also kind of levels the playing field as well when you consider the fact that everybody has had the exact same 24 hours to try and study, try and grasp as much of this competitive meta as they possibly can, because when it comes to solos, you can really only depend on yourself.
Yeah, and I think one of the things you've got to look at with those kind of 40-minute break in between in that same point is some people figure out that meta as well, right? The first 4 games might not necessarily go that well for them. They've had 24 hours to figure it all out up until this point, and that next 40 minutes in the first 4 games is really going to be what sets the meta for these players, because, you know, we had a couple practice games yesterday that we were fantastically able to watch, right? Sorry for everyone at home, you didn't get to see them.
It was good though, right?
And it was just W key games. Everyone was really aggressive and they were hiding their strategies that they were looking for. But we kind of got a little taste of what that's going to be. But today, like, realistically, the players are actually going to find out what they're going to do.
Absolutely. Look, we've got duos split apart here, left, right, and center. We're going to have some very friendly and some unfriendly rivalries going on. I know that Frankie is down on the floor right now with Queasy and Vino. How are you doing, guys?
Well, I don't know how they're doing, but I feel quite awkward right now. I feel guilty because I'm splitting up the dream team. Venno, I'll start with you first. You're known as the world's best fragger in Fortnite. Do you feel like there's any competition in the house today?
I like to be humble. I don't know. I'll see after the first 4 games how I'm doing, especially when it turns to 8 points per kill. Honestly, I don't know who's going to be competition. It's anyone's game.
I thought you were going to say Queasy.
Of course not.
Ooh, Queasy, you're the brains of this operation. Do you think that's going to stand you well as you head into relatively unknown territory of Season 3?
I hope so. I didn't prepare much, but I think my brain will carry me, so we'll see.
Will it carry you over this guy?
Maybe not as hard, but it will carry me enough.
Is it weird for you, though, having to play solos against each other after being a duo for so long?
Not really.
I'll ask the same to you, Vino.
What was the question?
Does it feel weird to be solos rather than a duo for this one?
Nah, we played solos during the season. Normally I'm playing solos and duos as well.
And normally who wins?
Me.
Oh, I thought you said you were humble, Vino. Right, shake hands, because I want a fair fight today from everyone in this building. And I'm sure we're going to get some fair words from the guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm sure that some of these friendly rivalries will go right out the window when we drop into the map here, Reese and Taco. There's lots of different players that we need to be keeping an eye on here. There are too many to count, but we're going to do our best to showcase some of them for you at home on who you should be really looking out for. I want to start with number 89, fellow Scotsman in the house. It is Tiggles.
I'm going to shout this man out right here. The only Scotsman playing out of everyone. Scottishmen, unfortunately, don't have the best history when it comes to competitive Fortnite, but we've managed to muster one who's made it here today. So I am biased, right? There's nothing in my contract that says I cannot root for one man and one man only, and this is the one I'm going for.
Tiggles, can we get a wave to the camera, please? Yeah! he gave us a wee wave there, didn't he? He gave us a wee wave.
Love it.
All right, now let's move on to number 81. Now this is Muzz, and many call him the nicest man in Fortnite from down under, but you got to take him seriously.
Oh yeah, it's not just Muzz's persona that is a nice, it's his gameplay as well. He's got 3 FNCS titles sitting pretty behind him. 2 of them coming from Oceania, but the fact that he was able to be a cross-region champion for FNCS, that is a fantastic display of skill. And I think particularly his solo gameplay, he's definitely a standout.
Yeah, and if you've watched any of the solo cash cups, he's at the top every single time in the NA region. However, after speaking to him, he kind of said, you know what, I'm not really that good when it comes to stacked solos. And if you've looked at the lobby right now, this is just about as stacked as solos ever gets. So for me, I've got a big question mark here. I'm like, can he live up to that legacy? He's played well in every other game mode outside of stacked duo so far.
As I was walking past him on the way up to this seat, I said to him, apparently you're one of the nicest guys in Fortnite. He went, we'll see about that, we're on the map. I was like, okay, fair. All right.
Fair answer.
Yeah, it was a fair answer. Let's move on to Blake now, number 84, 13-time grand finalist. He's known to contest in every event, right? And there was rumors going around, rumblings that he was going to go into this one uncontested. That's not the case.
And that's the worst part about it too for Blake, because he was so excited about the fact that he would finally have an opportunity to look at Fridgeburg uncontested. But now with some of those map changes taking effect, Leo has opted to actually move over from that new POI Rumble Ruins to not contesting Blake at Fridgeburg. But the interesting part about it is that Leo has some experience. I mean, he's qualified for a grand finals before in FNCS, but at the same time, Blake, he has familiarity with that drop.
Absolutely. You know, we were speaking to him earlier. I saw him at breakfast this morning, and this is where he told me, I'm contested off spawn. And I laughed. He had fighting words, and I tell you fighting words. I'm not going to repeat them because I want to have an opportunity for him to say them later. Potentially, he's cracking up. He knows what he said. We'll keep it a secret for now.
He's got to build it up.
What did he have for breakfast? That's the real question.
So I could tell what I had, but he is empty-handed at the moment. So I think he was just wandering around chatting. I think he was just trash-talking everyone for breakfast. I think he was just trying to set the scene.
He was eating his opponents for breakfast.
Yeah.
Is that what he was doing? All right, let's move on to number 59, Vico. FNCS, easy for me to say, finals in May 2022. He's been in Cash Cups. He's another formidable player, and we need to be looking out for him.
And see, what's interesting is that he looks so cool, calm, collected in this player cam, right? But this guy has energy for days. And I think in particular, when it comes to his gameplay performances, this is a player that could really make a standout performance as far as eliminations are concerned.
Absolutely, and off spawn, off the rip, seems like he's going to be fighting Acorn, and those 2 practice games we saw yesterday, 2-0 to him, so that's an EU2 NA 0 on top of that. He's smiling, he's hearing it as well.
Can we get that camera any closer?
Please,
We're getting super close.
You can see the grin already from his face, but the one thing you will say about Vico, he's energetic, but if things start to go downhill, his mentality can be tilted, and then it ends up going a little bit more wrong for him. So if he starts losing some of those off spawn, it could go a little bit more downhill for him.
He's got the vibes up today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I could feel it in the energy here.
You know what? I think we should focus in now on a headshot machine. A man with huge aim. You know, he's arguably one of the best players in the world, but he labeled himself when we spoke to him prior to this event as forever #2 in FNCS. Of course, I'm talking about Thomas HD.
Absolutely. One of the most renowned players to have never won a major tournament like this. He's undoubtedly one of the best players of all time. If you have a list, your GOAT list on there, he's going to be up there. The best players right now, he's also going to be up there, but still just missing that final big win in a tournament.
He's definitely #1 in the mindset. And the fact that the heavy sniper is allowed for this competition is definitely an exciting aspect as well, because if there's anyone I would not want to picture with that heavy sniper in hand, it is Thomas HD.
Yeah, there's a lot of players landing around him, contesting at the same time. We saw some of those battles yesterday, Agers and Canada as well. Some harsh words being spread throughout the practice day yesterday.
Versus NA.
EU versus NA banter going off as well, so I'm sure this is going to be a lively one to watch.
Thomas, can we get a thumbs up? Yeah! Good luck, Thomas. All right, we're going to rattle through some more players here on the analyst desk very shortly. But for now, let's cross over to my amazing, illustrious colleague, Frankie, who's on the balcony with another player.
You're being so nice to me, Ian. I'm quite suspicious right now. I think he might have put something bad on my back. Has he, Mr. Savage? Are we good? We're clear?
I think you're good, yeah.
Okay, right, then there's something else going on. I'll investigate later. But right now, Mr. Savage, I've got to talk to you because when I think about the history of Fortnite competitive, you were there at the start. So what's it like now to be back on LAN at a solos tournament?
Well, I mean, it's always fun, and I'm used to the experience by now. So, yeah, I'm pretty calm, and I'm ready for the tournament.
Can you remember what it was like to win back in 2020 at DreamHack Anaheim?
Yeah, that was a great feeling because I remember, like, I wasn't placing that well, and people were really doubting me. And then I go to Anaheim, travel across half the world, and then I get to win. So, yeah, it's a great feeling.
Do you feel like anyone doubts you today?
If I have a chance to win today?
Yeah, do you feel like those doubts are still around? Do you think anyone underestimates you?
There's definitely some doubts, but I'm here.
I believe in you.
So, you know, yeah.
You are a Red Bull athlete. I want to ask you about what it was like to get your cap, because this is the thing with Red Bull athletes. Red Bull like to be very sneaky and very creative in the way that they present these items, and these are so sought after. So tell me your story.
So I was just streaming one day, and I already signed to Red Bull, but I thought I was going to be doing like a filming in Austria. And then all of a sudden, midstream, Amar comes running into my room, and they flew him out from Germany to Norway, and he gave me the hat and like, welcome to Red Bull, and I was like, what? Like that's, I got so surprised. So yeah, shout out to Amar, yeah.
Did you tell me yesterday there was a watermelon involved or something, or am I just imagining things here?
Yeah, he came with a watermelon as well, because we have like a joke, like he's teaching me Wassermelone, like German. Yeah, so he just gave me a watermelon, and I was like, bro, what are you doing in Norway with a watermelon? So, yeah, it's funny.
I feel like I'm going to need to run around Edinburgh now and find you some exotic fruit, especially as you're probably going to need some pick-me-ups as we go through the event today. But of course, you got your Red Bull. He's sorted. He doesn't need me. So let's head back to the desk.
Cheers, Frankie, and congratulations again, Mr. Savage, for the Red Bull cap. You have to be an incredible superstar to get a cap, and it's always delivered, like we said, as a surprise. And Reese, I can confirm that, of course, you haven't got one. That'd be
do you know what's really
a
funny?
waste of a cap, wouldn't it?
As I looked at that cap on his head, I was like, I'm going to make a great joke about why my head only has hair on it right now. Luckily, it's still there. and as you reached under, I thought, oh my God, is this my time?
Keep dreaming, Reese. Could it be, for the Red Bull contest, could it be Guild Gang's time? Let's take a look at some of the Guild players from Guild Esports. I know these guys very well. It's an org I'm a big part of as well. From 19 to 21, it is Hen and Nas. Henry, you're looking at Henry right now, part of the Guild Academy. He's made his way here through a real grassroots method, and it's exciting to see what he can do here.
Yeah, going to be H30J representing in-game, and being on that north side of the map as well, I think that he has a great potential to kind of use that natural elevation to maybe get some nice heights, looking for that Storm Surge tag early on, so he doesn't have to worry about his damage on rotations, but definitely somebody that can just surprise the competition.
We also have another player in here, Cheesy, who we no-scoped yesterday, and I just want to make sure that's highlighted right now.
Speaking of highlighting, let's highlight this man, one of my favorite men in the Fortnite scene. It is, of course, Anas, the Mr. Beast $1 million, euro, pound winner.
Dollar.
$1 million.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still a lot of money, right?
It's $1 million regardless.
He won $1 million as part of a Mr. Beast competition. And you know what? He is so humble. He's so modest. I know that his dad is here in the building as well. Talented, mechanical, plays smart. I'm excited to see what he gets done here. Let's move on now to another one of my favorites in the scene. It is Hen. I was expecting him to be wearing his shades. Hen, you all right? Where are they? Get them on, son. Get those shades on. No, he hasn't got them with him. Three-time FNCS winner, ice cold and full of confidence.
Yeah, he wants the full vision, though, as far as today is concerned. One of my favorite parts is actually as we were walking up today, getting ready for the show, one of the first things Hen says, I'm feeling good. And if there's anybody that can be a phenomenal performance here, it's going to be Hen, because you have to remember, this is somebody who already has 2 top 10 finishes as far as solo invitational events are concerned.
And he also has like massive duo performances as a solo. He's won in Chapter 3 Season 1, he won that final game as a solo, clutched up and won the entire championship. That was obviously a duo event, but Queasy was down at that point as a duo. So he's already done everything you really need to outside of just win the major solo event itself.
I just love how many players there are here, Taco, with pop-off potential. You can look at this list of players, and I'm going to ask you maybe later on to pick a couple of favorites, but it's pretty much impossible, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing, is that it's such a stacked lobby. I mean, we've heard some of the concerns, or not necessarily concerns, but it's just excitement, really, from a lot of the players, because it's a great opportunity for them to essentially dictate not only the title, but it's kind of just pride at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I've spoken to a lot of like the players who come from smaller regions. Like there's one Middle East player, Spy, that we have right now, and he's a little bit nervous because he's the only Middle East player here, and they've not hit like a big performance from that region in an international event yet. So again, I'm rooting for them.
Me too. Put them on the map. Let's move on to a woman who has been playing Fortnite since Chapter 1, Season 4. She is a Romanian content creator. It's Reddish.
I spoke to Reddish yesterday. I'm not going to leak the strats that we went through, right? But again, I said, I can be biased, and I will again. So we're sitting talking. So basically what I'm going to say is, if she does really good, I'm claiming all of that. Yeah, it was me. Me and Minnie went through it. And if she doesn't, well, maybe she didn't listen to me. That was fine.
The main part about it, though, is that Reddish, she's just such a fierce competitor. And I love the fact that she's been talking recently about how she's been playing. She hosted her own event.
Yeah, awesome.
Rumble, came second in that as well with Malabuka. And speaking of Malabuka, Reddish has talked about the fact that getting a chance to play with him, learning from the pros, it's all just helping kind of build on her own gameplay performance. And so I'm really excited to see what happens here today. You can see that excitement building for her as well. And she's definitely holding it down for the women in Fortnite.
What a positive person for the Fortnite competitive landscape.
We love Reddish, right?
There you go.
I think Reddish is... Reddish, are you going to win? Thumbs up if you're going to win.
Who's winning?
Yeah, we'll take that as a yeah. Are you going to win? You're going to win, right? Yeah, okay.
He's winning, he's winning.
Thanks, Red. Oh, no, I think she's pointing at somebody else who might win, but we're going to see. We're going to find out. I'd be pointing at myself.
Yeah.
All right, we are going to be talking about in a little while together the brand new season that we are seeing come into effect in Fortnite. There is so much to get stuck into. And to start us off, it has to be the man who you saw run into this building, clutching onto that trophy, my main man, Levin, and Mini Man. Guys, how are you doing over there?
We are doing amazing, Ian. It is a very, very exciting time. And not just because of this fantastic event with all these amazing people, the amazing players, but we have a whole new season that we haven't really had much of a time to explore.
A whole new season, a whole new dynamic for these players and for us to watch. It's going to be an absolute spectacle. Let's have a look at some of those changes that has come into the game. Of course, starting off with some of the new items that have come into Fortnite Chapter 4 Season 3. We're going to be seeing these in action today. Of course, we have the Flapjack Rifle, which has just come into the game as well. So much action.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of players saying that actually that looks like it could be a very formidable weapon, right? Queasy said he was a big fan of it. He said he's going to be spraying people from height with that in hand. Obviously, we have a bunch of new different ones. I think certain people will be more excited about others than, I'm thinking about the cannon here.
The cannon, that's the one.
Yeah. But of course, you have the DMR, right? That's a thermal weapon as well you can use.
Yeah, nice thermal DMR. Maybe some of our players won't be leaning towards this weapon, but it could come in clutch in a few moments for them. But of course, we can't forget to mention the Cybertron cannon. This thing damages.
It's a big boy weapon.
It is.
It's a big boy weapon. You got to really you know, put your hands on this and get to work. I'm expecting people to be using this one. Of course, we've got the boomerangs, right? You know, we're going to see people using them at times. One thing that's cool, we still have the Rift Island. We still have people who can claim this and capture this flag, but it won't give you the pulse rifles anymore. It'll give you a mythic drum gun.
The drum gun, unvaulted, and of course, no mobility items in the game at the moment, but of course we have that map mobility with these vines, these grind vines, that you can go all the way around that new area of the map. And of course, we do have other ways of getting around the map, but not an item at the moment.
Yeah, look, like you said, right, of course, this is part of the only real mobility we have. It is a no mobility meta. Some players will love that, some won't. I think you start to leave a lot of your chances down to the luck of the zones, but who doesn't like to roll the dice a bit? Yeah, very, very exciting new areas in the map to explore as well. I think we'll see a bunch of players landing at these spots today.
And these are new vaults as well. You can actually deposit an item in there to actually get yourself some items inside. That beautiful vault that you can see on your screen right now. You just have to open it up, deposit one of your items in, and get some excellent loot. So that just adds a whole new dynamic, a whole new loot path for some of the players that opt to do it too.
Yeah, I don't know if that's for me, man. I want to keep my loot. I don't want to have to give it away. But when you do have the chance to get even better loot, I guess it could be worth it for some of these players. We'll be sure to keep track of all these guys who are using these different items throughout the day.
All of that taking place in this new area of the map as well. And I want to learn more about this new map. So who better than Ian and the guys?
Hey guys, thank you so much. That is just a portion of insight, but delivered to perfection. Thank you very much. I know so much more about it just from sitting through that. Reese, there's one thing we have to talk about. The center of that map. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I love to play in the jungle. No?
I'm not going to take it. Okay. Sorry, I didn't want to make it draw for you, but of course that main part of the map that's changed is the center there, and as kind of Liv and Minnie pointed it out to there, there's a huge amount of different layers, right? And once we get little clips on, you'll see exactly. There's a lot of like ridges around the outside that you can actually set up onto, and here we go down. You'll notice it's like a divot down inside of the map. So what I'm predicting here is there's going to be a ton of players sitting all the way around the outside of this, and there's so many areas inside here that you're going to be able to be sneaking around and sitting in bushes, hiding around and damaging a bunch of other players.
Yeah, and it's not just the new building features either inside of this jungle biome that's going to be so beneficial for the players, but again, some of that natural mobility being introduced with the mud, that mud even being able to help provide a sense of escape. And I think in general, as far as min-map is concerned, it could be dangerous territory because you're just in such a central location. It's so easy for other players to try and focus in on you.
Reese, aesthetically, it just looks pretty, doesn't it? When no one's scrapping there, it looks like an ideal holiday location. This doesn't, however, because as you can see, this is our area of the map. This is our drop map from KXR on Twitter. Give him a massive shout out, at KXRR0. If you want to follow him for all your insight into all things Fortnite, especially the map stuff. But this is where players are going to be dropping. The red spots are the contested areas where you are going to get into a scrap straight away. The black areas are where you'll drop on your own and potentially start your looting journey, right?
Absolutely, and you can see obviously up to the northwest, we've got there a bunch of just black squares, right? A bunch of players who are uncontested, no one to fight them off spawn. Same kind of similar in that bottom right. Very bottom right, you see Vino and Queasy, uncontested, no one to fight off spawn outside of themselves.
But I am excited for a lot of those players that are choosing to stay inside of that new map locations because you've got to consider the 3 new POIs that are involved as well. I think that Creaky Compounds, Shady Stilts, and Rumble Ruins are all going to be exciting elements to kind of bring into the game.
Definitely, and there's like, in one of them in particular, in Creaky, there's a ton of new metal, and as we know, this map, missing a ton of metal on it. It's one of the most important things you can get in a solo gameplay because there's minimal other parts you can get it outside of the place that you drop. So for the players landing there, which right now, looking at Think, seems to be Aqua by himself. We'll see once game one actually ends up starting if that's going to be the case or not. He could be off to a great start already.
Well, let's move on. We saw her a little bit earlier on getting ready to get into game one. It is now time for our player interview brought to you by EE, and it is rapid fire with Reddish.
I'm GXR Reddish and I'm 27 years old.
First skin in Fortnite?
And first skin that comes to my mind is Fable, because it's a redhead. And that was like my first battle pass.
Early bird or night owl?
I don't know, I think early bird. I prefer waking up early.
Most memorable Fortnite moment?
Seeing my locker bundle in the game.
Happy or grumpy?
Happy always.
Most embarrassing way you've lost a match?
Fall damage. I was carrying a jetpack and then it ran out. Yeah, fall damage.
Funniest moment you've had in a game?
I streamed over 7,000 hours in Fortnite. I have so many.
Nerd or cool kid?
Nerd.
Do you dream about Fortnite?
Yes. Who doesn't? We all do, no? No?
I think a lot of people watching this are going to want Reddish to win this.
I want them. I want Reddish to win this, right? Well, I said that to her yesterday. I asked her, like, what's the goals? She was like, not last. So I want her to win, but that was the confidence we had coming out.
And she's winning in our hearts, at least.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Look, we've been talking about the fact that the center of this map has been converted into a wonderful green jungle. But we actually asked a lot of our players, how would they survive if they were dropped in the jungle in real life?
If I was trapped in a jungle in real life, I would probably
definitely try and be hunting.
I mean, I would need food, right?
I don't even know what animals live in the jungle. Chickens, I don't know if chickens live in the jungle. Shout out Bear Grylls.
I try and go to the trees, you know, be like a monkey.
And start swinging like Tarzan.
Drop down, punch a tree, get some wood.
Make a house.
First, I'll find someone to make a shelter.
So I would probably have to find some tools.
Spear or something.
To eliminate animals.
Then just start stabbing everything I see.
The thing is, right, everything's trying to kill you out there.
Maybe make friends with a bear, you know what I'm saying? He can maybe catch some fish for me.
So that's day 1 done. Just sleep on the floor or something.
Trying to find some water or like food or something.
Make sure I have a water source. The next thing would probably be storing up my pee. I'm getting away to boil it.
Then just keep going and upgrading your loot.
And then just pray I survive.
That's the first time I've seen that, right?
Same.
It was storing up, did he say?
I will make sure I translate that properly to I was storing up my pee and finding a way to boil it. I mean, thing is though, look, this guy's been watching Bear Grylls. He knows that that's legit.
Trying to figure out a way to boil my pee in the jungle. But I was more of a fan of Hen making friends with a bear, personally. But Taka, you look like you could be real, like a little unit in the jungle.
I think I might be decent.
I think you'd survive.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah.
How long?
Because you're always in the gym.
Yeah, but the thing is, that just makes me more hungry.
Just eating fruit in the jungle, that's all you can do. What about you? You think you can survive?
No.
No?
There's not a chance. I think I'd make 6 to 7 minutes, and then I'd be out. That's me done.
What would you be doing in those 6 to 7 minutes?
I mean, definitely not what Vino was doing. I can tell you that much. I'm not going to do what Hen's doing. I'm not going to make him friends with I'll probably try to make friends with the bear like Hen would, and that's why I'm only there for 6 to 7 minutes.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd just be riding a raptor around everywhere, because apparently there's dinosaurs in the jungle now, which I'm here for, by the way. I cannot wait to see those guys in action. Time now for some more Frankie. This time she's standing by with the sports director of this event. Is Renna.
Thank you very much, Ian. He's not just the sports director, he's also trying to bring the floss back. We've been practicing on the balcony, but I don't think we've behaved well enough to see it. McEwen Holt, do you want to see the floss? That's a very fast floss. I felt the breeze flowing through my shorts. Reno, though, you have had a very serious job here. You've had to get 100 players to McEwen Hall. What kind of task has that been?
Unbelievable. First, thanks to everybody who are here, and sorry to everybody who didn't get here. I wanted to invite all of you, but it's room for 100 players, probably like 200 people who deserve to be here, plus. So just thanks to everybody who came out. Amazing to have you here. Can't wait for the event.
So what was the reaction from the competitive community when Red Bull Contested was announced?
It was unbelievable. Like from the first DMs, it was like, yeah, we're in, we want to come, we want to join. It was just massive feedback, and I'm happy we're here finally.
So tell me about the atmosphere, because you know the players so well. Do you think they're a little bit nervous having to play solo?
No, I don't think so. I think these boys are used to it, and they're going to just, go along with it like they normally do. Obviously, it's a bit different than duos, but I think they're going to crush it, and it's going to be an amazing tournament. It's the first solo LAN like this since the World Cup, right? So I look forward to it. It's going to be amazing.
There are a few players out there who came through the Open qualifiers in May, and they've never been to a LAN before. What advice would you give them?
Just keep calm. You got this.
Amazing advice. Thank you ever so much, Reno. This man is a legend, and so are the guys on the desk.
Thank you, Frankie. Thank you, Reno. I will say, there is one thing I would suggest. If we do this again next year, which I'm hoping we do, keep practicing that floss, brother, all right? I think you can do better than that.
I mean, he can definitely do better than that. 100%.
But like we said, this is a fantastic event, and he said about staying calm. This is incredible because, as I alluded to at the very beginning, the very first ever Fortnite major LAN event here in the UK. It is a lot for a lot of these players to take on board when you're trying to compete at the highest level, right?
yeah, being comfortable and in your own element, I think, is one of the hardest things that you can try to accomplish on LAN as a player. But again, these guys, they had an opportunity to kind of warm up to the venue, warm up a little bit, or at least as much as possible for the game itself. But I think it really does add another component of adrenaline when you factor in that there is an audience watching your every move.
Absolutely, and this also is like the best of the best are almost buffed in this environment because they've won so much money, won so many tournaments, been to so many LANs already, but they're just calm. You know, obviously there's a little bit of nerves going through. I've spoken to some of the top as well, but again, that's another buff them. But on top of that, I've spoken to some of the people who are just gone through that qualifier, and they're more confident than half of the people I've spoken to are the best pros. So we'll have to see how that actually plays out when it comes to game.
They had to slug it out to get here.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
I think the key word for this entire event is going to be unpredictable as we roll through here. We're about to, as you can see on screen, we're 41 seconds away from getting in to game 1 of a total of game 8. Right? Don't forget, right? By half time, it all pops off when we get into double elims. But I just need to take a quick second to ask the crowd here who've traveled from all over to come to Edinburgh. Edinburgh, are we ready for game 1? Taka, are you ready for game 1?
Born ready, especially after hearing that.
Which way do you think it's going to go? In regards to aggressive or passive playstyle?
It's a bit of both. It's a game of Fortnite. You're ready to watch every single part of that from each end of the spectrum, I'm telling you.
All right, let's get into it. I want a 10-second countdown on the board. Countdown with us, Edinburgh, in 6, 5,
4, 3,
yep.
2, 1.
Over now to 11, a mini manor.
Let's get right into game number 1. This is the moment everybody has been waiting for. The players have been patiently waiting. A lot of them are eager to just jump right in, Mini.
I couldn't be more excited. This is it. Game number 1 of Red Bull contested live here in Edinburgh. I mean, the crowd are feeling it. We're feeling it. The players, I hope they're ready.
It's been a long time coming, right? This is an event that is, 2+ years in the making almost, right? It's been in the works, and I think everybody all around the world is very excited to see what exactly goes down. Top-level solo competition in Fortnite is a very rare thing that we get sort of on LAN, right? And so to see all of the best players in the world sort of here, scrapping it amongst each other, it's almost unpredictable who's going to do well.
It definitely is, particularly the fact that we're on a brand new season as well. What, less than 24 hours these guys have had to prepare for it? I mean, we haven't seen enough of it either, so it's almost a lesson for us. How are these games going to go down? This is the highest level of solos competition, and this is the best proving grounds for the new season.
Oh yeah, 100%. I haven't actually even jumped in. I've literally not had the chance to jump into the game myself and play around with it, so I've just been going off of what I've been able to see online. Is there anything in particular you've got your eyes on in terms of just maybe player dynamics, off-spawn battles, things around the map you're looking forward to?
I mean, game 1, you never know exactly where players are going to land, right? We've seen the drop map, the guys broke it down so well earlier on, but it's never guaranteed. Players can say they're going there and they go completely somewhere else, so it's that game 1, settling the nerves, making sure you are or aren't contested. I think that's going to be absolutely vital. I'm excited to see that.
Well, look, the analysts took a look at the map. We saw there were a bunch of players who are going to be contested, and the name of this event is Red Bull Contested, right? Like, we are looking at these guys who are contested, people who are fighting, people who are trying to get contested, right? Being aggressive, going after everything in this game. We'll keep our eyes on all that action, but game 1 is ready. The battle bus is loaded. The players cannot wait to get around the map.
As can't I. This is absolutely exciting stuff. Game number 1 of Red Bull contested right now, and we're going to get to see some off-spawn battles already, I'm sure, just to see who comes out on top. And how important is that, making sure you can get out of the gates in a good state.
You don't want to be sitting there just waiting for half an hour for the next games. Like, if you go down on spawn, that is what will happen. And a player who we saw in some of the practice games fighting off spawn ages, typically likes to land at the racetrack, has decided he does not want smoke with Thomas HD, and I cannot blame him.
I can't blame him either. Thomas HD was, for lack of a better word, absolutely rolled him yesterday in those practice games. So Thomas HD looking forward to using that stuff and having a little bit more of a calm drop right now, and he'll be happy about that. Of course, it lacks in the Storm Surge department, but it's a little bit more guaranteed, especially in game 1.
100%. So Thomas won't have to worry about a 50-50 drop here at the racetrack. What he will have to worry about is that green arrow in the bottom right on the other side. That is Kanada. Kanada obviously is the teammate of Ages when they play duos. Kanada's claiming that right to the racetrack, and he will be battling out at some point potentially against Thomas here.
Someone we're no stranger to, Tayson here. That is natural habitat of Slappy Shores, just alongside his duo partner Merstash right now, just farming up, making the most of this main build. You can get some really quick wood and of course some quick metal there as well. And Merstash just showing how well he knows the game as well, using that infancy.
Yeah, and I think it's good to remind people, look, this isn't duos. right?
This is not duo.
They are not playing with each other, but what you often find is that players don't want to leave the spots they're familiar with. If you're Mustache or Tayson, you've been landing at, slightly all season long, all chapter long, you don't want to leave.
This is it though. Flois was going to be landing up at this north side of the map, and he thought he was going to be contested, then he was uncontested. Now Nyrox has come in and spoiled the party as he's now taken over.
Oh my goodness, Flois goes down, and look at Nyrox flexing. Look, he is a former champion, right? He won the World Cup way back then, and he's flexing his stuff right now. That is not a good look for Flois, right? Again, an example of a player who's just going to have to sit there and wait now.
We never know. We never know what's going to happen. I like that from Nyrox. I think he has that bound to his most used emote, because he's just flexing, I am the World Cup champion. He's making sure everyone knows that, of course. H30J right now, farming just towards the northern side of the map as well. I think this is one of those players that was originally going to be landing on Flois. Decided to switch up the strategy, just swimming towards this island, northeast side of the map. Pretty strong as well in terms of the loot, but there's not a huge amount there, and we hop on board with Canada and see what he can do.
Well, yeah, the first game a lot of the time is just about being able to feel out your opponents, feel out the lobby, see what is actually cracking, right? Because, the practice games, as much as off-spawn they provided some insight, for the most part, the mid games and end games weren't too great, right? No. Players weren't playing too seriously, and so this is going to be, a real sort of taste for them to figure out what it is they have to be worried about as they progress through these next 8 games.
This is what I'm excited to see, Thomas HD using the vehicles. We talked about no mobility items. Those vehicles will be absolutely vital, and we can hear a little bit of crowd reaction here. It's Archie on screen. And he's alive and well.
A fan favorite, the milkman himself. Hopefully no milking this weekend. Only top play is what we hope to see. The big thing with Archie is that he was actually having a bit of beef with Bad Sniper. They were contesting each other. Well, Archie started getting contested by Bad Sniper. We weren't too sure how that was going to go. Right now, though, it looks like Archie's been able to get out alive to start game 1. So hopefully the sign of good things to come from the big Archie.
Exactly there in the feed, taking out Bizzle, one of our players from Asia, going up against our NA talent. Of course, another NA talent. It's Threats on the back foot right now. Chexy trying to make his presence known on this wall, and he's got the health advantage now. Can he close it out? He has seemingly got some pretty good loot, but he's deciding to rotate on out. It's pretty smart, the 11, I think, just getting that damage, not trying to take too many risks.
Yeah, creating some distance, right? You don't really want to be in a fight against Threats. That is a very scary player to be going up against. Threats, I'm sure, is probably not the biggest fan of solos himself, right? I think his attitude is he'd much rather be playing duos or trios or something else, but in the lobby, when it comes to it, he is going to make it count. He has top aim. He will punish you if you give him the chance.
Seti on the screen right now, of course, as Frankie mentioned earlier, our FNCS Invitational Champion. His next door neighbor is his teammate, Cammy. Now Leo inside of a battle right now as well, just outside of one of the new locations, Creaky Compound. This is really a difficult fight to take, of course, against the likes of Zagu, who we know how aggressive he is. He proved it at the Invitational when we saw another opportunity for players to go up against other regions. And this is really what this event is all about, Levin. It's all about different regions going up against each other, seeing how they fare. And this is really where it all goes down.
Yeah, the dynamics are interesting, right? Because you almost sort of don't get the same respect you maybe would on your region, right? Whereas some players, it's like everybody knows in their region, look, you don't mess with me here, I'm going to deal with you. Here at Red Bull Contested, nah. You ain't getting nothing for free. We are going to do our best to stop you. And that can sometimes be hard for players to deal with, right? They're not used to it on their regions. They come here and things are a lot more difficult.
Yeah, definitely. I think once you have your drop spot on your current region, you own it. You want to feel like you own it. But there's another region with someone else thinking the exact same thing. So when they clash heads, it does turn into action. And I'm sure we'll be not lacking that today. Of course, game number 1 already showing us what we've got to look forward to. Another one of our top tier players, Reason on the screen. Fantastic player. One of those players that we could expect to do well here today, Len.
Yeah, I would love to see Reason do well, right? I think the big thing here that we're seeing all across the map is 8-9 players still up.
Yeah.
People aren't really fighting. Like, people are keeping their distance. Nobody's really taking each other down just yet. We're seeing fights, but they're very slow paced. Nobody wants to overstep their boundaries. You want to only take a fight where you know you have some form of advantage, but nobody giving anybody that sort of opportunity.
You sort of find that in game 1 as well. Quite often it's sort of a little bit more calm. People aren't taking those risky fights because they don't need to. They want to try and get as many points as possible off the bat. Unless you're contested, you're not going to be trying to take those early risks. For Novus right now, he's just feeling that, just sat inside of this little hut, refarming it to make sure he's got enough materials. And look at that loot already, Levin. He's got that gold drum shotgun. He's going to be very aggressive with that. My only concern is that Red Eye doesn't quite match that close range ability, but Jerdy is outside of a bush, joined with the sights.
Patiently waiting. Patiently waiting. He's going to wait for someone to sort of walk right past him, see if he can pick any free damage up, because you're probably going to have to worry about Storm Surge at some point, right? You know, you can't just camp in a bush all game, and he knows that, and he's aware that there is a player somewhere nearby. This is one of the few fights that did happen, and it was Kami who took down Pebble. So Kami victorious up against one of our Asian players there.
It's where the drum shotgun really comes into play. It's that close quarters engagement, getting that damage done. The aim is not quite as important for Kami. He also has here, he has 2 shotguns left.
2 shotguns, interesting. Not something you see very often. I wonder if he'll actually stick with that.
Yeah.
Seems like it, potentially. Of course, right, the loopholes are very much the same as what you'd get in all game modes right now, and so we're seeing a lot of items that people probably aren't familiar with seeing being in comp, right? Especially when it comes to some of these exotic items. It's like, yeah, these aren't in comp, but they are right now. And I think all the players are just going to take advantage of whatever it is that can give them some sort of a lead against their opponents.
Hellfire there, just, I believe that's new bees or new wasps who were trying to attack him, but he managed to evade their attention. Nova's right now, he's sat on top of one of these crates that, of course, you can get some good loot, but he's not looking like that is something that he's looking at. Heals right now not looking too strong, so he can't really take those extra Storm Surge tags or take too many risks when peeking. Hasn't got that shield to heal his way back up, so he's going to have to play this very, very carefully. And as you mentioned, Storm Surge should be a factor here.
And he has to start thinking about where he's going to get some materials from, right? Yeah. Just 7 builds, even if somebody was to push him right now, which you wouldn't want, he wouldn't have much to defend himself with. Trippin, much better in the material department. 124 builds, he's looking good positioned here on this hill. We'll have great line of sight to different players rotating around him.
And he knows this area really well. Trippin and Scram landed here. They call it the tram split. Which, did people adopt that? I don't know. Maybe.
Just them.
Just them.
Just them.
They're the only ones that called it that, and it has remained that way. But you can tell he knows the position. He knows where to get those Storm Surge attacks. He knows the best position that gives him maximum visibility to get as much damage as he possibly can. And it's Flixie now in front.
Yeah, you can see here, as players are being sort of forced towards each other, territory is not easy to come by. You've got to start fighting for your position if you want it. And right now, Vidil just sort of trying to push Flixie away from where he was and using some grenades in now to even force the issue a bit more as well. Flixie's created enough space to where that would be an immediate problem. But he does have to keep his eye open. Vidil is very much one of the hungrier players for action, and he will look to try and fight people where necessary.
Absolutely, and Flixie just managed to get away. Enjoy the heals that he can have as Podosai takes out Nebs in the feed. Flixie just gets to heal his way back up. Speaking of one of the tram, it's Scram himself. Just picked up an elimination as well. You can see he just bolsters his loot. And I'm interested to see his loadout here as well. He actually is carrying that new Flapjack rifle in that first slot, as well as a Red Eye. So he's just trying to take advantage of the long-range distance of the Red Eye, as well as just that sheer firepower of the Flapjack.
Yeah, you're seeing players falling in the feed there. I think I saw Tiggles going down, so I'm sure Reese is somewhere crying, the only Scottish player in the lobby being taken out. Unfortunate scenes. Ooh, what do we have here in the feed? Vidil went down to Mr. Savage. It looks like some teammate on teammate action going on right now. And it's Mr. Savage, the Red Bull man himself, that comes out on top. Interesting stuff.
Interesting indeed, and this is Acorn. Chapter 4, Season 1 FNCS champion over on NA East. This is really where the most important aspect of the game, you could argue, is these combat caches, because they just give you so much loot, and particularly when you have a nice car there, you're just in such a good position, as is Venno here.
Venno, the man on our screens, a lot of people will see him as the man to beat, considered probably the best player in the world. I always say he's the best player in the world. That's just how I see it. And it's not as simple, right? It's just he's the best player in the world, so he should win this event, right? There's always a bunch of factors that go into it, but definitely one of the big favorites. He's shown he can do well in top solo competitions before. It's all about making these games count. The big thing about Venno, right, is that he said to me, he has a problem, right, with getting to endgame sometimes as a solo player. He's like, if you can get me to endgame, I'm going to cook in the endgame, right? It's about getting him there. And so hopefully he has a good strategy to be able to get there consistently, because if he can, he will be a problem for everyone in this lobby.
We saw how good he was last season when the player sat opposite him Queasy was able to get him towards that end game, and was it 6 victory royales they had out of the 12 games? Will that be able to transfer into solos? One of the many questions that we have to answer today. I'm sure he'll find himself in a good position.
This was one of the interesting things I was going to sort of mention, right, when it comes to, obviously, we know players will be set up in positions for surge, right? People are familiar with where they need to be, but with the vehicles in the game, it's a lot harder for you to get your tags, right? We saw Trippin missing some shots, right? He was hitting the car earlier. We're seeing it there where Gripey's sort of driving through and players are trying to hit him, but they're hitting the vehicle instead. It's hard to get your tags.
Changes the dynamic as well as to where and when you rotate, because if you know that there's so many players that are going to be rotating a little bit earlier with those vehicles, you have to rotate in as well, otherwise you'll get caught on the edge of zone. And Esports right now looking for that combat cache as well. Queasy deep in the storm, getting as much of that natural shield as possible. Those slurp trucks, of course the slurp barrels that you can collect, of course looking really strong on every department. No eliminations so far, but I'm sure knowing Queasy, he's got his Storm Surge figured out.
Yeah, and I think the big thing with Queasy is that he's very comfortable playing like this in solos, right? He likes to play in the zone this way and pick his spots in the zone. He's willing to commit that time there to do so. Someone who I think is probably gone a bit underrated in the sense I don't see enough people talking about him, but Janice, this guy is one of historically the best solo players we have in all of Fortnite. One of the few players that's actually won a solo Fortnite LAN, right? Like, to be able to say you've done that is very, very rare. This guy has always done well in very difficult solo lobbies, and I don't see why he wouldn't do well in this one.
He's a fantastic IGL. He knows the game very well. Those mid-game rotations are solid from him. And to match it, he of course has that mechanical ability. That's exactly why he do so well.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time, a lot of IGLs sort of get put in this bracket where it's like people don't see them as like typically being like good solo players, right? It's like you look at the Fragger and you're like, yeah, the Fragger is probably the better solo player. But in the case of Janice and almost all of his duos, it's always him that is like just the best solo player, right? The only person he's played with where you'd probably say they're better is Tayson. So, this guy is a real serious player and someone that you need to watch out for in these games. Not necessarily going to be someone who's super aggressive and taking a bunch of fights, but someone who typically can consistently get to end games.
This is one of these new areas of the map, the new sort of vaults area. If you do pick up one of these little shrines, you could call them, you can actually get rifted, and that's using that very well. He has to be very, very careful. Rifting in the center of the map like this, Levin, could pose some problems.
It can be difficult. It can be difficult. You see him spamming the glider there, right? Just to try and dodge some shots. You'll probably start seeing him wiggle at a certain point, right? Just to really make it difficult for him to be hit. Yeah, that's one of those things. Is that always like, do you always get a rift then? I myself, I've not even been in there. Is it always a rift when you activate that?
So as far as I'm aware, there are a couple of different options you can actually select to open up that vault, but it's random. Every single game, you don't know which one is going to open the vault or which one's going to send you miles up in the air. So you're either getting loot or you're getting sent.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. It's a learning experience.
That's what we're here for.
That's what we're here for. I'm sure everyone's at home who has had the chance to play is like, how did Levin not know that?
Look at these noobs. They know nothing.
Eclipse will be very happy with the loot he has here, right? Picking up some slurps, but needs to deal with Swilliam in the meantime.
I like this aggression, though, from Eclipse, going for that island. We talked about it at the beginning of the show. Getting that mythic drum shotgun, that's going to prove so vital here. Swilliam tries to have it as well. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy to take it off him because I'm sure Eclipse will want to keep that for himself. But Swilliam, lots of reasons to get aggressive here, and Eclipse both in that situation, but of course Swilliam was below Surge.
Yeah, I did wonder, right, whether the removal of the pulse rifles from the Rift Island flag point would mean that less people are very, eager for it and enthusiastic, but clearly not, right? These guys clearly want to be fighting for that. That drum shotgun can be devastating when you're in box with people, and I think that's exactly what Eclipse wants to do right now. He wants to get in, but it might just cost him, punished for his over-aggression, and that will be the end of his run in this game.
It was 200 above Surge there, 11. Do you think it was a bit of proactivity, making sure he was above? Or do you think it was just like a little moment of madness? He thought, I've got the best shotgun in the game, can I just hop in?
Whatever it was, he will be regretting it because he was swiftly put down. And that drum shotgun will be handed over to Marco.
Cease of our NA players. A lot of people regard him as one of the smartest players, particularly since he's been around the scene for so long, creating some YouTube content. Cease's Thesis, which I like the name, very smart. some educational content that he can produce, and hopefully he'll be watching his own videos to make sure he knows everything going into this event. Vortex is one of our British players playing today. Excited to see how he does. I feel like, again, it's one of those players that we don't talk too much about, but has a lot of potential.
Yeah, quite a reserved character, right? You know, not the most talkative, but definitely someone who has a lot of skill to be unleashed on people. I think the main concern for him right now, right, he's trying to make sure his bricks up to scratch, refarming this building, and just being 58 above on Surge isn't the most comfortable spot, so he's eagerly looking for opportunities there. And where he's positioned, there will be players that are behind him sort of as they rotate into zone, so opportunities to get some shots off for sure. Mappy though, he's one of those players that is behind and very much needs to get ahead as quickly as possible. You see him running in here just towards a lot of players just to his left that you could potentially see and pick up, but he's not worried about maybe getting damage off. It's more so just getting to the zone right now.
You see so many of the players are using those vehicles, using those mobility in the middle of the map just to get ahead, so the players that are rotating a little bit later does make things a little bit more difficult. So Mappy there picking up elimination, I think that was. Not quite, actually. It was a little few shots. 3 slurp juices, maybe get some.
And even more.
More as well. He's sitting in a sea of slurp juices right now. It's Andretta that he took out right there. Deep in storm level.
Look at all these slurps. Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
And slurps are so much better this season, right? With the removal of chugs and the shield kegs. Like, slurps are even more valuable than they already were.
Absolutely, I like this. Using the kinetic rocks to make his way in and actually pulls towards him. The next zone actually does pull towards him, so maybe he'll be able to use those slurp juices to get himself a little bit of extra time inside of that storm. It's Hellfire right now, sat inside of his box too. Vico doing the same. Just on the edge of zone, so Vico's going to be quite happy with this.
Look at the materials.
Archie picking up elimination defeat as well. I heard a woo from the crowd, which is always a good sign, and I hope to see him.
He's gone down.
Oh, he's gone down. The woo quickly faded.
The woo quickly turned into a wah 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 because he's gone down. What's Vico going to do here? Just the one build.
Just the one build. Zone does pull pretty close, and that was Benno.
Took down
Taking out Queasy. Yeah. Wow.
More duo on duo action. That's what you want to see. Hopefully it doesn't turn into, you know, any fight or anything. They're sitting quite close to each other, aren't they? Right. Bad sniper up in this game. I'm sure he'll be happy to see Archie went down. And he's sitting in a much stronger position than Archie was, right? The weaponry looking a lot better. Of course, he's got that chug cannon. He's got the mythic pistol. He's looking good. Cammy using this car has gotten him very, very far into this game. And it's all about making it count now in these final sort of zones. Ooh. He's just dodging and weaving through all this chaos.
It's like an action movie, dodging between all these explosions, going crazy, getting onto that less congested side of the zone. You can see the zone pulling just outside right now. This is eye drop right now, just deep into the storm as well. This is a rough situation for him, but will he make it in? It's going to be close.
Yeah, eye drop coming off of a surprisingly very good season from him, right? Of course, securing a spot at Globals, will be very, very happy. It's time for him to show what he can do in solos. It's been a while since we've seen him at top performance in these kind of competitions. But so far in game 1, he's outlasted a lot of the lobby. He needs this med mist to come through to allow him to outlast more.
Really nice zone pull for him as well. It actually pulls back to him, so that med mist won't need to be used for too much longer as he has just about made his way in. Reason we were talking about him earlier. Actually carrying the heavy sniper as well. This is just some of the questions we had going into today. What loot are the players going to be carrying? What's the meta going to be? What are players going to prioritize in that slot that used to be a mobility item?
Yeah, you're going to see it, right? As the games go on, we have 8 of them. These players will start to solidify their loadouts. And of course, he actually still has a vehicle here. And so he knows exactly what he wants to do. He's boxed it up. He's going to use it to get to that next zone. Thomas doing a very, very similar thing. It's probably still the vehicle he got at racetrack to start the game.
Oh!
He's kept it alive, but there's a player right in his face.
It's Merstash. Thomas HD, the taxi driver. Unfortunately for him, his passengers got aggressive, and it's not looking good, but I think he's just evaded Merstash right now. I think it's better for both of them that they don't engage there, because that car could blow at any minute.
Yeah, that is not an ideal situation to be in. Like you said, you're always worried when your car's sort of cramped in with you like that. Bad sniper. He was in a nice spot, but was forced to sort of move in. He's timed it really well, though, right? There's nobody really looking at him. And so he can just sort of run in here with wood, saving a bunch of materials. A really nice rotation from him. And if he can do that a couple more times, he'll be in a prime position to take him a bunch of placement.
You sort of see him there getting that elevation as well, getting on top of as much as he could. Veno, 3 eliminations for him. Looking very strong, of course, as well. It's that breacher-heavy shotgun that just breaks builds, any build, even a fully built metal, in one single shot. So it'll be interesting to see whether our players will be using that as their main shotgun, maybe something on the side as well.
And look, Veno's got into the end game. That's always a stipulation. If you can get him to end game, he's gonna cook. So we will see what he can do, especially with that exotic weapon in hand. Thomas HD will be very much hoping somebody can just give him a freebie, right? Someone just walks right down his path, because given the opportunity, will hit that shot. Snazy popping a slurp before looking to figure out where exactly it is he's going to go. Needed the buff and the shields. Now going to look to time his way in, just going in and around, dodging and weaving through all these builds, all these layers, before picking his spot.
I think he's using wood here as well, saving those harder materials to the very end. But of course, you have to get there. To do that, he has to make the most perfect rotation, as he is doing right now, blocking off, I believe that was Seti down below. Another couple of players on his layers who decides to get up, get out, get safe.
Yeah, and he was very lucky, right? There's nobody on height there for the rotation, so he could just sort of run in, right, and not have to worry about anyone taking shots at him from above. And now as he sits here, it's going to be time to look for something, some sort of fight, some sort of battle. That's what Yomzo's doing. He gets taken out though. No siphon, so he had to pop the slurp. And unfortunately for him, it meant that he went down.
The party was over pretty quickly for Yomzo. One of NA's best talents, of course, in the fighting department as well. This is an interesting dynamic we're seeing right now. There's nobody particularly on height, no already dropping down layers. Canada seems to be the one primed for it right now, as we know he's so good at that. Thomas HD taking out Veno right there on the screen. What a huge elimination.
That is massive. Thomas in the back of the zone, and he's starting to heat up. Canada heating up himself, but unfortunately he gets taken out. Thomas, he's aware of that player, doesn't want to take the immediate fight, wants to get to the front of the zone. He's in 100 shots on the way there as well. This guy's insane. He's jumping into boxes. He's picking up more players. That's the second of the game for Thomas. He takes down Anas, his former duo. He doesn't care about that though. He teamed with him before, doesn't care right now. It's all about the solos. What can he do?
The hype is real and deserved for Thomas HD right now. He is in a good position into taking game number 1. 9 players remain. Marco all the way up on high ground, trying to spray down as much as possible. 31 builds to his name. All the slurps in the world that he could possibly want. Of course, he is now on that backside. This is an interesting position for him. If anyone looks up, he could be in trouble.
Rabid all the way down though. He's going to definitely hope nobody looks up, because right now he just needs his player down on low to give him an inch of room to work with. Rabid, how he managed that? Taking down 2 before falling. And it's Thomas now on low ground, looking to try connect no materials, and he gets punished for it.
Marco still up on the high ground, 14 builds for him. He has to drop down at some point. You have to think it's a 1v1 situation. Cammy down on the low ground. We saw him rotating with that vehicle late earlier on. Can Marco close out the fight? He can. And I think it was the Storm that ended up taking out Cammy, and Marco is our game 1 winner.
Marco takes game 1 of Red Bull contested, and doing it with ease, chilling up on height. We saw just how difficult it was for everybody beneath him to really stay alive there. Number 24, brilliantly done for Marco. The big thing there, Mini, in that game, I think it's very clear for everybody to see just how much more difficult these games are when you don't have a Siphon there.
Siphon, that's one of the many things. I mean, even no mobility as well. We saw nobody looking up, because there's no way of cranking all the way up there with the materials that late on. And we saw so many moments where, as you mentioned, Siphon wasn't there.
He's shaking, he's trembling, but he is the winner of that game. Brilliantly done from him. And what a way to start in terms of, if you were feeling a bit nervous, you were not feeling confident, to go in and win that first game, it's going to catapult you forwards throughout the rest of them.
Absolutely ideal. This is a perfect start for, of course, a LAN environment. You might have the jitters, but this is really where things get exciting. And to break it all down, we're going to throw it over to Ian and the analysts.
Mini, Levin, thank you very much. Wow, I've been waiting for this event for so long, and now it's finally here, and we're 1 game in, and you see big names stepping up, some of them dropping very late on, some of them dropping early doors. Marco, a name that arguably many people watching this might not be specifically familiar with. You could see what it meant to him, trembling in the dying moments there, but he got the first win on the board.
And it doesn't matter how it happens, as long as you're the last man standing, that's what really counts at the end of the day here. And this is a perfect opportunity as well for a player like Marco to really make his name kind of be remembered as well.
And one of the things you pointed out to me right at the end, Mythic Drum Shotgun and Inventory, new weapon that he has as a man on the sticks and a controller player, being able to jump straight into someone's box with a weapon, that high firepower rate, that close distance. I mean, I'm not going to say it was the secret to his success, but I mean, it did seem like it right towards the end.
It was fascinating because we've been seeing all these changes come into effect overnight, and now we're seeing them in action for the very first time. And we can look back at some of the highlights there from game one. We saw so many different attributes and tactics coming into effect here. Some big performances from Thomas. Took out Venom, I'm sure we'll see that in a moment. Took out Anas. Rabid was cooking as well. Some phenomenal performances all round.
Absolutely. There's so many different instances of nice little plays that we've seen there. Of course, if you look really close into Inventory, that last play Mappy we just had, he ended up with 6, and I mean 6 slurp juices in his inventory. Now, usually you can only get 2 from each individual little slot that you can get them from a mid-game section. Yeah, he somehow ended up with 6.
Yeah, usually going to be, I think, a result because with that mythic flapjack rifle that he also had in hand, I have to imagine that he was able to actually claim that Rift Island. So you got 2 there, and then an additional 2, I'd assume, from Legendary Combat Cache. But the final 2, we saw that he did have an elim at that point where he was slotted with the 6 slurp juices. So have to picture that maybe an additional 2 were picked up there, but really impressed by the capabilities that a lot of these players display because it's just the patience. You have to take the perfect moment to choose your fight, but not only that, you have to commit to the play.
Absolutely, and I think this is something the casters pointed out massively too. There was now the change this season with the removal of Siphon. You no longer gain HP when you're picking up eliminations. Right there, Rabid would have had 100 more and be able to continue on, but unfortunately, you just got to keep going forward.
Game changed, literally. Now, Marco is top of the board there with 76 total points. He's got a long way to go if he wants to maintain that prime position at the very top of the leaderboard there. Thomas HD, another big name up the top, somewhere in the mix there in 6th. He's in a good position now to capitalize on that. Got some elims on the board as well. There is a lot still to play for. It is early doors, but we have Frankie stood by. Let's see if Marco's stopped shaking yet and has enough of composure to pull together an interview with Frankie.
Thank you very much, Ian, but that was lies and slanders. This man is finished. He's as cold as ice, not a tremble in sight. Marco, what's it like to win the first game here at Red Bull Contested?
It's good, confident boost, and I'm ready to go next games, win.
What was it like in that 1v1 situation versus Cami, who won the last FNCS Invitational with SETI?
I heard he got cracked. I was like, yeah, it's my time to go box and win the game.
So what strats did you employ in that? Because obviously it was utter chaos in those last few zones, so it was hard to keep up with everything that was going on. But what was going on for you?
It was so laggy, you can't move, so I'm controller, I just take advantage, jump box, yeah.
And how are you finding this new season of Fortnite? Why do you think you were able to get the victory in the first game?
It's good for me because like I'm good at rotating with no rotation and people can't get away.
Are you going to change your drop spot? Or are you very confident that it's all yours now?
No, I'm keeping the same drop spot.
So now there is a target on your back. Everyone's going to want to eliminate you because you're the #1 in the game right now. Have you got a message for anyone who tries to come to your turf?
No, but like if they want to grief me, just welcome, jump in.
Jump in on this man and you'll find out what happens. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Marco. Let's head back to the desk.
Cheers, Frankie. Cheers, Marco. Can I just say, I stand corrected. That man was cold as ice, cool as a cucumber. I was completely wrong. He's looking very confident, and so he should be after taking down some big names there to take home our first win. Now, as this is the first ever major UK Fortnite LAN, it would be rude not to show our crowd cam brought to you by Aegon by AOC. Let's take a look at some of the shots of our crowd from the first game there. Look at, see, the thing is, this isn't just great for the players.
Oh my God,
but for the fans, this is such a spectacle, right?
Phenomenal. Recognize a couple of Zenko, my guy. I've not met him yet. He's been around all day and I need to, but phenomenal celebration.
It's always exciting when you get a chance to kind of see the real-time reactions from not just the players, but also the fans themselves. You can kind of tell who's rooting for who as well.
That was the crowd cam brought to you by Aegon by AOC. And let's not forget, that's who supplied all these monitors that these players are rocking right now, 360 Hz. That is why they are here to perform at the highest level on the best tech going. Let's talk about some more of the changes. Let's talk about the southwest area of the map because there's a lot to discuss. It was a chaotic first game, right? But ultimately, that new area well, not the new area, there's some hidden mobility that was tucked away in there that we saw displayed.
Absolutely. If you were keeping a close eye there when Anas was rotating roughly through the mid-game, that entire zone was down in the southwest corner of the map that we've got. And if you start to look around, he was flying to the sky because in this new area, there's a bunch of other rifts that you can get a hold of. You know, we saw at the top of the show, Minnie kind of highlighted it a little bit there, that there's a ton of these like hidden little bits of loot that you can grab. You can drop a little item in there, and if you get it wrong, you're going to grab yourself a rift, and you're going to end up flying straight through the sky. So he did a nice little strategy where he delayed his timing a little bit, and he waited until there was a bunch of players ahead of him. He was back into the storm, hit it, flew through the sky, and just flew over everyone. You know, Marco said everyone was having some problems. Yep. He was up in the sky. He didn't even bother about it at the time.
Yeah, it really seemed as though Anas kind of planned that from the get-go. He has a pretty good understanding, I would imagine, from the players having that opportunity last night to kind of study up on the game. But the introduction of those 3 new temples as well, I think that they basically function as vaults themselves. They're not necessarily the same because they do have different ways to unlock them. But again, like you mentioned, Reese, it's like a 50-50. You either open the vault or the temple vault and are able to acquire some sick loot, or you just get the rift out. And it is dangerous, though, from that position, because when you're taking it from mid-map rift, again, kind of bird in the sky to be shot down.
And I think this is one of the interesting streaks that we'll kind of see a couple times, right? Players deciding to say, will we just play it slower? Will we stay into the zone in these earlier games? Because with a couple of the changes last season, a lot of the zone damage has been nerfed heavily. And we saw FNCS last season, winners, Queasy, taking a bunch of like tags in Storm, playing for forever, and then coming out later. And so far, some of the players we've seen do well in Game 1 are already employing a very similar strategy.
Player to watch, who are we saying?
Ooh, to watch or that we just did watch, though?
Player to watch that we just watched, brought to you by EE.
Okay, I'm going Rabid. I'm going Rabid because he popped off right in the end game straight away. Well, I think he ended up with 5 elims there as well. I think another one would be Noah as well because he ended up with 6, so already getting aggressive.
Yeah, both of them definitely going pretty crazy there with those elim points. But Thomas HD as well, when he doesn't have to deal with that direct contest at Drift Ridge and he's just given his own space to work with, we saw how far he made it into that game and just took an unfortunate shot from behind, but that's solos.
Yeah, that's it. Right, we've got time for another player interview brought to you by EE. It's Freds.
Hi, I'm Man City Threats and I'm 18.
What vaulted item would you add back to the game?
Bouncers.
Favorite sports team?
Man City.
Favorite Fortnite character?
The new Star Wars Padme skin.
Celeb that you would like to see in Fortnite?
Jenna Ortega.
Most embarrassing way you've lost a match?
Missing every shot.
Strategy when you get caught in the storm?
Run as fast as I can.
Do you dream about Fortnite?
Sometimes I'll dream about like free building and then I do it when I wake up.
Percent chance of winning Red Bull contested?
78%. I did the calculations.
Plenty more player interviews coming your way from our premium partner, EE. Look, we're heading into Game 2. It's just on the horizon here. And what I love about it is, Reese, you would have been at home right now, probably making YouTube content left, right, and center to tuck into everything that's happened with this season change. Instead, you're here, and there is no better place to learn more about this map, about the changes, about the new meta, than watching players, the best in the world, map by map, figure out themselves.
Absolutely. Like, usually I have to try and figure it out, right? I jump into like a custom game by myself, and I'm trying to figure out, is this good? Is this bad? How much damage does this do? How can I rotate? And it's all theory crafting at that point at the start of the season. But we have actual tangible data from the best players in the world showcasing this right now. So if you're like one of the biggest players in the world and you're not doing this, you should be watching in, taking notes on what these guys are doing and how you can implement that through the rest of your season.
Yeah, we all know you're trying to give the other content creators a chance.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Just give them a break. I've seen some of the videos already, and
not enough numbers for either of us to be fair.
I was going to say that break was needed for them, yeah.
Reese, I did ask you about the rift in the southwest area of the map.
Yes.
And I want you to do like a live YouTube video for us right now.
All right.
We're going to bring in some footage of exactly what you were describing before, but seeing it with our own very eyes.
We have it. Fantastic. And of course, this is the new part of the map that we mentioned earlier in the center. And because he's in zone, he can take that white damage and use the med mist to heal up all the way. And now he's intentionally using a wrong pillar here. If you use the right one, you'll get into loot. If you you use the wrong one, it'll rift you straight up into the sky. And as you notice, if you look in the map below, a bunch of players are just already on the edge of the map with the congested, but he's way up in the sky. And he doesn't have to worry one single bit about any of those tags, any of the damage, and he can fly straight overhead. The worry here is that, you know, of course, those players down below do just look up and absolutely rinse him out. But they're not used to this, right? This is the start of a new season, a new meta. Players aren't used to just looking straight up in the sky and expecting a player to fly over their head. So that works game number 1, but for game 2, 3, and all the way on, we'll see if that strategy still plays out.
Well, you say that, you know, players aren't used to looking up at the sky, but you have to remember we saw players like Bad Sniper, for example, just posted up in large towers, and he chilled there for as long as possible, up until that zone was fully closing in on him and forcing him to kind of leave that ideal positioning. And I think that a lot of these players still understand that height is great to establish, but at the same time, not going to be, I think, as feasible to control in a solo environment, especially one with such limited mobility.
Absolutely, and for Bad Sniper, he basically sat there, as you said, right? That was his drop spot. That all started because he was meant to be fighting with Archie off spawn. We watched Archie just dip, he disengaged, he got immediately right out of there, and that allowed Bad Sniper just to basically stay in the same position throughout the entire game, perched all the way up on that high ground layer.
Well, I did ask you a little bit earlier on who you thought our EE player of the game would be, but I can now reveal right now. Let's bring it up on screen. Our EE player of the game is, drumroll please,
Thomas HD, phenomenal, yes, of course. And the reason is purely just for the aggression that he ended up playing through. If you noticed in that endgame, he had I was going to say two at this point, he jumped straight into the box with one of the mythics that we have, not the mythics, the exotic shotguns. And this actually, as soon as you start shooting, the fire rate will increase the longer you hold it down. Same with the breacher shotgun he's got right now, which just fires straight through the walls. So an incredible level of aggression coming out from him straight into the endgame.
It's a different kind of surprise as well, because you can see players trying to take that moment to pause, trying to take that moment to make a tactical decision of where they want to actually move next from their box. But as long as players have those breacher shotguns, it's going to be difficult to maneuver.
And that's one of the things we saw through a lot, and we'll get some more of that later. We'll get some good clips of that gun later on, absolutely, right? But one of the things you'll see with it is every single bullet you shoot destroys a single ball, right? Doesn't matter what it is, every single time. So we're seeing a lot of players start to prioritize that early on, and I absolutely 100% predict we're going to see something ridiculous, insane happen throughout the next 7 games on top of that as well with that gun.
Well, Thomas HD was our EE player of the game. Now, who do you want to see more from going into the second game? Because we've got some big players, some big names that need to step up to the plate. Otherwise, you can leave this with your tail between your legs.
I think Cormier is definitely someone, because when I factor back even to the most recent FNCS performance that he had, a 4th place, and it seems as though he's kind of on the rise. It seems as though he's really starting to develop as a player in his own right, and I think he's definitely got more in store for us.
I think so as well. He's absolutely cracking. He's been on top of the leaderboards as of late, absolutely. I think I'm going with Canada, though. I'm going with Canada purely because
I want to
see the interviews. I want to see the smack talk, you know?
A bit behind the scenes here, right? We had like a test match, a couple of test games here yesterday, and Canada won one of them. And we had a bit of an interview with him, a bit of back and forth. And that man talks a lot of smack, right? And you know what I'm saying? He says, you know what I'm saying a lot. But I am desperate to see that man on camera for a post-game interview, because one thing that we're guaranteed, you know, if you're new to watching competitive Fortnite, we see a lot of back and forth between these players, right, Taco?
Of course, but I mean, that's all part of the game as well. You'll see players at each other's throats one day, and then a week later, they're back to hitting the same custom. So at the end of the day, I think that everybody kind of has a good understanding of the fact that when it comes to competition, especially solo competition, you kind of just have to go for yourself, but you never know.
I also think like one of the secrets to Canada's success that we saw yesterday was the fact that he actually just fell asleep for 2 hours before the first game. He was out cold, saw the picture, and he actually got woken up to warm up and play it. So that first game, like we watched in the end game, right? We're looking, where is he? Nowhere to be found. He's probably been awake, right? And I spoke to him this morning. He said, like, he's come from the US. It's a long travel, of course. His sleep schedule is all kinds of messed up right now.
Taco knows all about that.
Taco knows all about that. Yeah, exactly.
My man woke up on the battle bus yesterday. I can't believe it.
I'm a little bit jealous, honestly.
Absolutely. Let's cross over now once again to Frankie to get amongst the crowd and the people down at the bottom.
Thank you very much. Actually, we're at the top of McEwen Hall, and I have been scouring the audience for those Red Bull athlete caps, and I found one that belongs to none other than Juki's. This is a man I go back with, because we met on a show called Red Bull Duos. How did you do in that show? It was a competitive vibe.
It was a competitive one with AJ. I can't even remember how I done, you know.
I don't think you won. No, you had to share a controller with AJ and take on a very tough challenge. But you know what? We had fun along the way, didn't we?
We did. That was the first time, like, I was under the camera, like, properly recording. And I was quite nervous, but I feel like I've got a bit better now under the mic, on top of the mic, sorry.
Well, you were a natural. If you want to check that out, it's on the Red Bull YouTube. Episode 1, this guy kicked it all off. And we've got to talk about how your career kicked off. You just qualified for the World Series of Warzone, but actually your love for Battle Royale began in Fortnite.
The first BR I ever played was Fortnite, to be honest. But and then people started building houses and stuff, and then that's when I just lost it completely. I couldn't keep up then.
Did you feel a little bit too old for Fortnite? Is that you just reflexes weren't there?
I don't know, I'd just be like running through the map and then literally people would build castles around me. And I'd just be like, no, I can't keep up with this. So I had to like slow it down and move to Call of Duty.
Well, you are going to be going to COD LAN soon, but tell me how you're finding the vibes here at Fortnite LAN.
I think it's sick here, to be honest. I think it's the first LAN event I've been to. I love the setup, by the way. I think it's sick the way, like when you die, they have like the red box on the front of it. Like I said, it's a good vibe though. Everyone looks like they're enjoying themselves.
They really are, but you don't die in Fortnite, you're eliminated, Jukies. Now, let's talk about you as well, because we got to work together, and then I saw on Twitter that you died.
Yeah.
And you came back to us, thank goodness. That sounds like such a flippant way to put this. We were terrified for this man, but he's an absolute truth when he came through. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, I just had an asthma attack, and I just didn't really wake up. And then I went into a coma, and induced coma, and then, I don't know, I just woke up out of it, and I'm just happy to be here today, to be honest.
Yeah. You're fighting absolutely fit now.
I'm fully fit, yeah. They cleaned my lungs out. You know, my asthma was pretty bad, but I've got the right treatment for it now, so like, I feel good.
Yeah, and you got the support of Red Bull as well.
Oh yeah, of course. Red Bull always support me through everything. You know, that's my proudest achievement, being with Red Bull, to be honest. Especially wearing this cap, you know.
I might try and steal that off you later, but I've been told I'm not allowed. We're going to head back to the desk right now, because I think we might be nearly ready to get into game number 2.
Thank you, Frankie, and thank you, Jukies. We're very happy you're here as well, and we are very happy to be here in this incredible building, McEwen Hall in the heart of Edinburgh. Italian Renaissance architectural style. This was completed all the way back in 1897, and now it is the home to some epic Fortnite. What a juxtaposition, but it's beautiful, isn't it?
It's absolutely gorgeous. I just keep kind of sitting here and looking around like, so I maybe should be paying more attention to the game, but I can just keep being distracted by how gorgeous that ceiling is.
It's the ceiling.
I know,
like,
man.
Even, you know, divinity, history, it goes all the way around. It's just absolutely beautiful architecture.
If you guys are making any points later on and I'm just staring at the ceiling and I'm not listening, I apologize.
You're saying if.
Can't blame
That's
you.
what you've been doing all game 1. Like.
All right, let's take another look at the leaderboard to recap where we're at after our first game of 8. We kicked off with a bit of a shock surprise win from Marco, but a very well-deserved one. That kid was on fire, Taco, and he looked a little bit nervous at the end, but in our post-match interview, he was cool as a cucumber.
But again, this is what we talked about at the start of the show. It's that all of these players have an opportunity here to make these kinds of repeat performances. And I say repeat performances, but ideally, I think a lot of these players, since it's an 8-game format, they're just going to be looking for 2, 3 really high-performance instances, because that's what's going to set them up for the duration of the day.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things pointed out on that top page, 2 international players, Muzz and Zagu, 1 OCE, 1 Asia, also performing in the top 10, massive. Looking on to the second page, of course, we've got some of the other big names. Obviously, we mentioned Canada, Tripper, Mustache. There's some of the biggest players, Anas up there in 14th as well. All to highlight, they're already starting to creep their way up. But of course, it's game 1. You know, the leaderboards mean something, but they don't mean that much. In particular, when you got to remember game 5 through to 8 have that double elimination points as well.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you're putting in the groundwork early doors here, Taco, to make sure you're in a good position coming into the latter stages of this tournament. Because where do we really want to be sitting? If you're one of these players, right, and you're coming into, obviously, top...
Is that a real question?
I wonder.
I think I want to be number 1, mate.
You want to be at least at the halfway point of the leaderboard if you want to really climb and capitalize at the very end game.
Of course. I think, I mean, obviously, I'm going to say I want to be number 1 the whole way through.
Absolutely.
If I were competing against these guys, though, not a chance. But I think ultimately, these guys have a really good understanding that it's not really about how you start. It's always about how you finish, and that's such a reoccurring theme, especially when it comes to esport potential inside of tournaments, because you can have a hot start, but if you're not able to maintain that momentum throughout the course of the day, it's easy to cool off, and we already saw the pacing in game 1 relatively slow.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point when you look at some players like Cammy, for example, who's in second. He's a player who's very neutral. If you see him win a game, he's just That's it. It's over, right? And obviously he's placed second. He's in the leaderboard already. And that's the kind of player, that's what you need. You need that game to add up to the second game, to third and fourth, over and over and over again. And he's that kind of player that will hold that composure already across the entire tournament.
I know that you watching at home are itching to get into our second game. But before we do, it's another interview, another player interview brought to you by EE. It's Cece.
Hi, my name is Cease, and I'm 22.
Most memorable Fortnite moment?
Third place World Cup.
Nerd or cool kid?
Cool kid.
Longest ever Fortnite session?
15 hours.
Last TV show you watched?
Alice in Borderland.
First skin in Fortnite?
Right bomber.
Early bird or night owl?
Night owl.
Biggest rival in the Fortnite community?
Probably Blake.
Favorite type of music?
Country.
Funniest moment you've had in a game?
Probably killing the guys that contest me.
Favorite sports team?
Tennessee Titans.
Most embarrassing way you've lost a match?
Tanking an RPG hit and just die in a storm.
Favorite Fortnite character?
Brawler.
Happy or grumpy?
Happy.
Percent chance of winning Red Bull contested?
100%.
You seem surprised that Cease has been listening to country music.
I'm going to be honest, I hate country music. There's like a personal bias against me. I know there's going to be a lot of people who hear that and very much so disagree, but when I heard it, it kind of took me from surprise a little bit.
Well, Cease might definitely be in a very select minority as far as his favorite selection of music is concerned, but you like what you like.
Another player that we should definitely be looking out for as well. Just a couple of technical issues that we're working through before we get into game 2, so please be patient with us. But luckily, I've got 2 analysts who can continue to talk about this wonderful game that we love to fill some time. Look, as we get into this second game, we started off slow when we dropped into the map first time round. But one thing that we can't expect is a consistent style of play. It's going to adapt, it's going to change, and we're going to see different methods and stats put in place by every single player in this map.
Absolutely. I think number one that we saw people adapting to straight away was the new, I would say new, but the addition of cars back into this kind of mode as well. Throughout every single mid-game, even throughout the end game, that majority of the players were just rotating using vehicles all the way through. And I think obviously if you've played competitive across the last few seasons, that was completely gone. You had mobility items in your inventory, but now you have a car that you're able to drive through, which has to completely change things up. And if you're a player who played all the way back in seasons, well, in the earlier chapters when these were actually in, you already have a little bit of experience on how to play them.
We even saw some of the players with a couple of homemade garages with their builds and having those vehicles inside so that way they can make those quick rotations if necessary. And I think that they like the idea that they don't have to burn through their own HP necessarily, correct? Because you get to hold on to your sustain, your healing items, your builds, which resource is definitely always going to be super important as you approach those late game zones.
And there's 2 main kind of strategies that you really want to use when you're using a car. Number 1, don't get out. If you look out of the window, because if you're in a passenger seat and you peek out, you actually break that window. And if a player shoots that window, well, that's 1 bullet absorbed, so you miss out on potentially losing HP that way. And the second one is, if you see a car and you don't have one and someone's in it, get in. We saw Merstash and Tayson do that in that first moving zone going into that game there. And he just hitched a free ride all the way through that rotation.
And Merstash nearly got Thomas in the process.
Almost. It was so close. Yeah.
Let's talk about some of the weapons, because at the very beginning of this show, I wanted to pick your brains even further on some of the new additions. Let's start with the flapjack rifle.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that this could become the new #1 utilized weapon?
It's so hard to argue against this. That red dot feature on the red eye assault rifle it's always going to make it a very optimal rifle in terms of being able to establish that damage from a distance. But the fire rate on the flapjack rifle, definitely something to be considered.
Something I'm always scared about when it comes to those is that when it comes to like medium ammo, you have to conserve it so much every single time. And if you just, every single bullet you spray through, even though it's got like 45 bullets, and it's so good for just fragging out if you're being aggressive and W-keying, I'd be taking the flapjack straight away. But when it comes to like a stacked game like this, you'll see a lot of the best players were just carrying a red eye because it's so consistent on the damage that you can hit every single bullet with 1 bullet, another one straight after that, without wasting a bunch in between.
I will say the one benefit for the flapjack, or even medium ammo in general, is that with the addition of some of the new augments here in Season 3, you have to remember that when you have an empty mag, you can get an even faster reload
100%.
for those assault rifles. So I think the flapjack rifle might be getting a little bit of a rivalry going with the red eye.
You also have to remember though, you don't have to take an SMG if you've got the flapjack rifle. So you've already got something in your inventory that you can switch to if you hit your pump shot and don't manage to wipe them out in one go. So
you can get like a secret mythic version of it in one of the keycard vaults, right? As well. So, well, in all of them.
Yeah, there's 6 of them now. So last season there was 3 vaults that we had. We've added an additional 3. If you look at the map, there's a little like triangle of where they would all spawn last season, and now there's 3 in between that as well. So evenly distributed around the map, you can get mythic weapons, and that's probably where a lot more of the slurp juices came from earlier on.
And what's also interesting about the addition of some of the new vaults, or at least the traditional speaking ones, is that they're not necessarily at POIs. We saw a couple, 2 of the bigger ones that I take note of is at Meadow Mansion and Mixon. You have to remember he's the one that's dropping there, so potential buff in his favor. But Yamzo as well over at Secluded Spire, which is a little bit more towards the east side of the map in comparison towards that southwest where Mixon is at. But it's just ideal when you can factor in that there is that additional loot, and it's coming right at the perfect time for these players.
Yeah, and exactly. Like, what's also interesting is a lot of the additional heals have been removed from the game too. So I think chug cannons, or the chug cannons are still in it, sorry. So you've got chug splashes are out, right? And that was a massive heal that people had in their inventory almost every single competitive game. They're gone. So that means that now all of these slurp juices are even more important to have in the inventory, which
so
means...
OP though, right?
Is it? Exactly.
Yeah, they're strong. Am I right? Did you say that with like, it heals 250?
Yes.
Yes.
And it heals 3 HP and shield at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's just an instant pop like that. So they're really worth fighting over, whether you're in the mid game and early game, whatever it is.
Get that slap quick. The drum shotgun is back, of course, as well. You've got to get right up in there. You've got to jump in the face if you want to really use it to its full effect. Is it worth it? Is it something that you should be rocking?
I mean, if you're asking if it's worth it, just think about our Game 1 winner, Marco. That was the mythic drum shotgun that was able to bring that one home for him. And it seems as though that weapon in particular has a lot of potential when you think about jumping into a box in general, because you just let loose.
Especially in an environment like this where there's the best players, some are a bit nervous. If you just jump through their box, their hands are shaking already. They're going to be missing their bullets. And if you're confident and you've got that straight in there, you're going to do really, really well. We've been kind of debating over the last, well, I was going to say days. It's been 1 day since the season came out yesterday. How is it going to go? What's the main form of shotgun? Are you going to use the Havoc? Are they going to end up using the drum shotgun that's in? And it does seem to be that the majority of people are going to be using the Havoc. It's just such a powerful one-pump hit. But, you know, our winner, obviously, he may be ahead of the curve here.
The proof's in the pudding, right?
The proof is in the pudding.
I like how the Auto Maven is just crying somewhere in the distance. Like, it's just not even part of the conversation.
Don't even talk about it, no.
The one thing that during in our rehearsals yesterday, Miniman, my boy Miniman, who I know is looking over right now, he called something, I can't even remember the actual name of this amazing
the
weapon.
Cybertron cannon.
The Cybertron cannon.
Yeah, but he called the Cybertron cannon the big boy cannon.
The big boy cannon.
The big boy cannon.
The big boy, I mean, that's
Could
what
you
it is,
imagine me
though.
holding one in real life, though? You saw how big it was in game.
Absolutely. I can't ever imagine holding a big boy cannon. But what
I bet you can.
Exactly.
Jesus.
But how much do we want to see that blasted?
Whoa, hold on. What have we got here?
Okay, I'll tell you what, on that note, let's move on. Frankie, how are you doing?
I'm doing really well. I found myself a stallion. Move aside, Raptor Ian Chambers. Tell me why you decided to start content creating in Fortnite, because it's been a 5 long years. It's been a long time, 5 years. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's been a 5-year love affair.
Yeah, so I've been on Fortnite. It's basically when it started, falling in love and then out of love, then back in love with it. And then obviously they dropped 0 builds, the new seasons are out. So, I mean, how can you not love Fortnite right now, right? So.
Exactly. It's been so exciting to see some of the world's best players tackle the new season. But you haven't actually had a go yet, have you?
No, so we've been watching, obviously, from behind the scenes, everything that's going on, all the content that's going out on YouTube and Twitch, and I've just been watching and thinking, this season looks so good, I just can't wait to get into it and see what's going on.
So when you do get into it, where are you dropping?
My favorite spot was Steamy. They took out Anvil now. It's going to have to be one of these new spots. Do you see all those like vines going around the top of the trees and stuff? It's probably going to have to be somewhere around there. So.
It's been a really interesting time in Chapter 4 so far, because in Season 1 we had the hammer. Season 2 we've got the kinetic blade. What's happening in Season 3? We've got some vines. How are you going to be moving around the map now?
They just want us to get our step count in, I guess. You know, there's all that promotion about fitness and stuff now. Do you know what? I actually prefer it, especially in ranked, because like the katanas were like get out of jail free card. If you're getting popped at, you had a way to get out. Now, if you've got bad position, you get punished for it. So I probably one of those weird people who actually prefer it right now, but generally for pubs, I think the movement is a lot better. So.
How would you rate yourself? What rank do you think you're going to get to in this season?
Oh, so I managed to get Unreal just before the season ended, in 0 build, of course, because that's what I prefer to do. I think I'm going to get Unreal again. I'll back myself, 100%, yeah.
What do you think of the Raptors. Is it really worth the risk of trying to jump on one? Because in the playtest yesterday, I saw some players practically mauled until elimination.
I can see the YouTube video now, winning a game only using the Raptors in Fortnite, and that's just going to bang. So if no one else is doing that, I'm just saying you should do that. So.
I know, that's great advice. I know that you're an FNCS fan.
Yes.
So now you're getting to see a lot of the big FNCS names playing in the flesh. Who are you backing? Who are you most excited for?
Oh, where do I even start? I mean, I've been watching Mr. Savage since he was making 1v4 montages years ago. Obviously, you got players like Venno and all the, the guys that have dominated the FNCS. So just being here and getting to watch it in person, I back them all. Oh, also, the last guy who won was called Marco. My name's Marco. Just throwing it out there. Just saying.
Are you saying that's your victory, technically?
I'm just saying Marco's like my spirit animal, so yeah.
Apparently, Marco from Finland
there we go.
is a spirit animal. What's going to be your biggest takeaway from this event, though?
Oh, just the whole experience, really. Just getting to see, even where Fortnite's come as a sport, esport, as a game, like where it's going. The fact that obviously Red Bull are doing stuff now and how they're like backing everything that's going on. So the whole experience, just getting to be here is just a pleasure, honestly. So.
And where can we catch up with you online, Stallion?
Wherever, really. So on Twitch, it's Stallion. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's Stallion Streams. I'll be posting a lot of stuff about Fortnite and the new season that's coming up. So.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for talking to me today. From one Stallion to an old mare on the desk, it's Ian Chambers.
I thought you were going to say from one Stallion to another. You put me on blast.
So
That's out of order.
This is how it starts.
It's
how it starts, but I'm just getting warmed up. You wait till she's sitting here and I'm throwing back to her.
It's a friendly rivalry to start things off with, and it's already gone downhill.
Absolutely.
Break the truce at this point. Is that the broken truce?
That is the now I'm going all in. I'm putting the chips down. Stallion did say that, it's so nice to see how far Fortnite has come. And to be sitting every so often, you just got to take a deep breath and look around and be like, hold on, this is the first ever major Fortnite UK LAN. We've got a live audience who are all having a great time in this amazing venue. This game, Taco, just keeps going from strength to strength.
And that's part of the anticipation, I think, from season to season, is just what's going to be the next big new thing. Because when it comes to the competitive elements, especially when you're looking into the minds of a lot of these players, these guys are going to figure out what works best, and they're going to do it fast. And you kind of have to if you want to keep up with this level of competition.
Absolutely. Just to think about how far the game's come is insane. Like I remember being in my bedroom looking at a camera with a light blaring on my face, with my face shining everywhere all over the place, talking about Fortnite. And now we get to sit here in one of the most best buildings in the world to talk about it. Like that's incredible. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, look, when I was younger, a game would be released and then it would just come to an end organically after like a year or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you'd move on to the next one. Whereas Fortnite never fails to continue to evolve and adapt and change and figure out new ways to become interesting and dynamic, and this new update is a prime example of that. I want to talk about temples and temple vaults, because I know that's something you're quite excited about, Taco.
And for sure, especially with the introduction of this jungle biome, because again, last night we saw the introduction of Season 3, and with that, these vaults are a little bit more specific in the sense that there's 3 different types. One of them, Minnie kind of touched on in the pre-show as well, with those smoke door vaults, where essentially they'll have either blue, purple, or orange smoke, and that essentially means that you have to sacrifice an item of that rarity or higher in order to actually gain access to the vault. Here you can see an example of that, and I think that it's a little bit of a risk versus reward circumstance.
And it's one's interesting, because one of the things I was thinking about when I saw this originally is, can you build in these areas? And if you can, how can you get out? Because obviously we saw Nas earlier ended up rifting out, right? He used it intentionally, he was delayed in one of these areas.
Yeah.
However, if you get stuck deep in here looting and a player's crouching around outside, you've just opened the one path, and you have to follow straight back out of that. So similar to the vaults that are all spread across the other sides of the map, are we going to say players just sitting here, camping, waiting, and then grabbing that loot for themselves off of a body on the floor?
Well, one thing that you touched on earlier as well was like mobility on the map. In the past, we had the hammer, then we had the kinetic blade, like as Frankie was talking to Stallion about. And now it's all about vines. It's all about being George of the jungle, but I quite like that style.
I think what's interesting about the vines is that they can sometimes take you to those higher levels of elevation as well with the canopies. And from the canopies, one interesting factor is that you actually can't build on those.
Yeah.
And so with that being, I wouldn't call it a detrimental for players, but it's not necessarily as much of a safety net, because oftentimes you would see players looking to take height and they would be able to actually utilize it a bit. But now those canopies, at least they have some loot. on times.
Absolutely, and what's interesting about that whole area of the map is obviously a lot of those kind of vines that we have there as well that we've got obviously that you can rotate on top. This is really only in this one area of the map around the central. So not only do you have to kind of figure out how you're rotating if you spawn outside of here, if that's where your drop is, but you got to figure out how am I going to rotate when I get through this area, because do you want to avoid this area? Do you want to go through it? Is this going to be a quicker way to do it? You've got the bouncy shrooms that you've seen there. They can
I love those as well.
Fire up. Exactly. You'll reduce all of your fall damage, so you can end up rotating a little bit faster through. But this is just in this one area in the central. So again, if you're going corner to corner of the map, now with the new season you have to plan, is this actually the fastest way to go through here? Because typically when you've got things like this, like vines, rails that you end up rotating on, players just camp the end of it, and it's free damage for them. So it's difficult. It's a risk to reward. You get speed out of this to rotate. However, you're at a huge risk because you're out in the open.
It's risk versus reward, isn't it, Taka? If you're going to do it, you've got to be expecting maybe a snake at the end of that tree.
Hopefully not. I would hope not. But I think, if anything, the players might be looking to prioritize maybe some of those vines that lead to those muddy areas of that jungle biome, because if they're able to actually camouflage themselves from thermal, because we have that introduction of the thermal DMR, and so that could be a problematic weapon. Haven't really seen too much of it here today, but I could also imagine it, since it's a legendary, just being opted for a trade-in at one of those temple vaults.
Well, you mentioned the mudslides there as well. That's another really nice feature that could lead to some spectacular moments too.
Absolutely, of course, you get a little bit of an increased movement speed when you're sliding down through that, which I think if you're rotating through, you know, I'm trying to figure out and plan ahead, which way do I rotate? Do I go up on the vines above? Do I slide down below when it comes through into the mud? It's difficult to figure out, and obviously we've seen a couple of the players doing each of everything so far, but what will actually become the meta across the tournament is yet to be decided.
Are we ready for game 2?
Yes.
Are you excited?
Absolutely.
Edinburgh, we ready for game 2? Just what I thought. Let's start the countdown in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Levin and Minimana!
They are ready, and as are we. Game number 2 is upon us, Levin, and if there's anything to go by, game number 1 didn't disappoint.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of craziness in that endgame. I think we saw the effects of the new season very much coming into the play, and I think I saw a lot of players who seemed a bit frustrated at how their first games went, right? So hopefully they can use that fire, that desire to just hop right into this next game and really start to deliver.
There's still 7 games to go. We have a long day ahead of us here. And of course, those final 4 games, double elimination points as well. So it's not all over if you haven't had the best start to the tournament today. But of course, this is Red Bull contested. This is a LAN. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I think I'm sort of keeping my eye out for those players who are starting to heat up a bit, right? Because those are the players that are really going to be rewarded when it comes time for the double elimination points. I think the big thing is, right, we saw in endgames that, like, even if you are going crazy, clutching up, like, you're not going to get the siphon, right? So you always have to make sure you're sort of in a good position where you have some sort of mats. Like, if you're scuffed in the back of the zone trying to clutch up, like, there's a good chance you will still be punished no matter how good your aim is.
And so many of these players, I think, have been caught out by that. Of course, the no siphon definitely has an impact on the way you play, and some of the players maybe haven't adjusted to that quite yet. Of course, we saw Rabbit taking out 2. I mean, yeah, it's very difficult indeed. But of course, Rabbit getting 2 eliminations right there at the back of the zone, couldn't quite get into the zone because, of course, no siphon to keep his health going. And that's really the difference. Of course, we're talking about the new season, but it's the siphon change that have really had a big impact here.
Yeah, for sure. I think that will be one of the big things for all of these players. I think if you are one of these players, right, who didn't quite have the best first game, I think Reese was sort of emphasizing it. You know, you can't allow the fact that the first game didn't go well to sort of derail your tournament.
Yeah.
Because ultimately what we see on the standings right now will probably look completely different, not even by like the end of the day, I'm talking by like game 4. Like, it will just look completely different. So all you have to do is make sure you start to find some rhythm if you didn't quite get it done in game 1.
Game 1 over, game 2 now. And now is the time to pop off. If you are a little bit lower down on the leaderboard, this is a perfect opportunity to mount an attack on the rest of the lobby.
I do assure you, Chexy isn't the only player gliding in.
There's more.
There's many, many more, and we will start to see these off-spawn battles. Is Thomas going to be contested this time round? Of course, we saw he got it uncon. It was just Canada landing on the other side, and it does seem like it will be somewhat similar. The big difference this time is that Thomas is a bit more aggressive to start the game.
Thomas will have to be happy with this. This is good. Of course, we saw Aegis landing towards that north side of the map, or the south side of the map, I believe it was. This is really where Thomas can just thrive. He can get the loot. He knows how to play those Storm Surge damage. And of course, we saw what he could do later on in the game, so if he can make it there again, he will be a force to be reckoned with, as always.
Yeah, no, we're talking about Thomas HD here. We're not talking about no scrub. This guy is one of the GOATs in this game, so you'll be more than familiar with what it is he needs to do. This is something that's interesting to me, right? Xweez has decided he will be landing at Slappy Shores, and of course, Tayson is obviously landing here. You know, Tayson and Xweez have a bit of a history in terms of contesting each other in the past, so we'll see whether this fight breaks out into anything meaningful throughout the day, but I'm sure when Tayson found out Xweez was landing here, he was a bit like, you again.
I think it's difficult though, when you're fighting at Slappy Shores, there is of course those players that are lurking nearby, Noah Rayleigh, Kylie down to the south, and it is quite easy to get to the south or the north side of the POI with those grind rails that are there, so they have to take the fights at the right time. One of the best snipers in the region misses this first shot at Canada in Thomas HD right now, and he just decides, you know what, that'll do, one shot and I'm out.
I wish he would have hit it, because if he hit it, this whole situation would look a lot different, you'd think. Either way, it'll give Canada time to back off and figure out his loot and get a bit of an upgrade on that. Doesn't have a shotgun yet, and probably will want one in this kind of lobby. Thomas on the other side, looking to farm up as well, get some metal. Don't want to ever underestimate the materials you have. You've got to put them to good use, even with the vehicles allowing you to save so many.
Absolutely, all the way up at the top of the Breakwater Bay. Not quite you would have dreamed of. You know.
Yeah.
He's still got time.
He still does have time, and shout out to Nebs. Hopefully he can start to pick things up. He's actually sitting like right below us, so you know, in between the game, we saw him. He was sitting there, he was looking a bit bored. He was like, I just want to get back in and go again, right? Because he didn't have the best start.
I should mention on the screen right now, it says Refsguard, but an interesting story, Refsguard and Reddish actually switched names.
Okay.
So whenever we see the name Refsguard on the screen, it's not actually Refsguard and it's Reddish. And whenever we see Reddish on the screen, it's not actually Reddish, it's Refsguard. So just to confuse things.
Thank you very much, Refsguard and Reddish, for making our lives easier. That will be a very confusing one to deal with. Okay, we'll handle that. We'll handle that, that's fine. Now we know.
Now we know. Reddish had a good game. Game number one. Made it late on. Couldn't quite make the rotation happen later on in the game, but really solid performance.
Yeah, she's top class. She definitely got a chance in this competition. She's actually also a professional table tennis player. Do you know that?
Is she really?
Yeah, we played some ping pong and she absolutely demolished me.
Well, that's not hard. You know, it's true, but it's not. You know.
Okay. No,
she is really good. I watched. Not taking anything away from her. It's just.
Okay, no.
Okay,
I see how it is. I see how it is.
Beat you. You might have a good chance.
Fair play. All right, keep talking to me, man. Keep talking. We'll see where that leads you. Flois, all the way up here on the north side of the map, is going to be fine. Getting some love there from the crowd as well. I think the big thing here is he hasn't really got to worry about too much as he loots up here. Nyrox is boxed up there, and of course we saw them fight last game. It was Nyrox that came out on top, and he even celebrated. And as soon as I say he doesn't have too much to worry about, he gets tagged up.
He has everything to worry about, yeah.
Nyrox is going to start to force the issue a bit, but it's actually another player there just in the distance really causing an issue for both of these guys.
Really difficult situation for both of them. What do you do in this situation? Do you keep engaging? In Nyrox's case, he might just have to back off because there is that player all the way up in the skies on top of the massive mountain that just engulfs this drop spot down below. Just gives them that extra bit of visibility. So for Nyrox and Flois, you can see them actually going inside the building here to block that line of sight from the player that's looking down. I think this is going to be a little bit more peaceful between them. No anger, no retaliation from Flois after game one, and it looks as though he's just going back into the storm to make himself safe. And now Arch sat inside of his base. There's another player above, it was Lushi. He's staying alive, he's still in the game. Another woo for the big Arch.
Of all these pro players here, Archie might be like the most popular. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, no one's just as loved as Archie, clearly. And understandably, what a character he is. The big thing for him is that it's already a tough competition because, you know, if we're being very frank, as much as I love Archie, if we're looking at the skill level of these players, you wouldn't put him in, you know, the top 5 or the top 10 or the top 20 or the top 30 or the top... You see where I'm getting at?
I can see where you're going, yep.
And on top of that, he's having to sort of dip out of his drop spot a bit earlier, right? Having to deal with bad sniper, you know, contesting him. So it just makes it a bit more awkward for him. He's not really having much loot to work with. You see here right now, he's very wary of Lucia's position, and he doesn't want to try and get in the way of anybody. He wants to try and avoid people as best as possible. But it's going to be a really tough tournament for Archie.
It really is. And you mentioned he's not top 10, not top 20. He won the Performance Evaluation Cup with Venom. That is something.
You know what? Fair play. Fair play to him.
You can't forget that.
I do give Venom a little credit for that one, but you know, Archie was there. Archie was there for sure.
He was there.
You're seeing here just how hard it is. Deep in the storm, he doesn't really have much by way of shields to work with. Just gonna keep on chewing down on some meat right now. And these slap juices will help him. They'll definitely get the shield up a bit. But again, this is going to be a long game for Archie.
Saw Marco in the feed getting elimination. Let's see how that went down. Of course, our game number 1 winner is able to get off to a good start in game 2. And of course, he is taking out Hellfire right there. He had the advantage. He had that combat SMG that has been unbolted, and he's looking good.
Yeah, if you are Marco, you are going to be on top of the world. The confidence is going to be there. He probably went through that game, and I feel like we will see him try and replicate that success, right? He's probably going to be looking to play for height. I think getting that win will also allow him to be more confident and more liberated in these sections of the game, right? You're seeing he's not afraid to take shots at people and look to find better positions. Like, he's feeling it right now.
He is, and that's so important when you're in this LAN environment. A lot of people talk about the fact that the aim, the jitters come in when you're trying to hit your shots, and just getting that good start right out the gate is so important. It's how the rest of your day goes, not even just from a gameplay perspective, but just a mental perspective. Just proving to yourself, I can do this. I am in the lobby of some of the best players in the world. I come out with a win, so let's see if he can keep on that development. It's Mr. Savage right now on the back foot, and unfortunately heads his way back to the lobby. It's Marine that takes him out and can profit from all that loot.
Wow, that is not too bad from Marine. You see him nodding his head there after the elim. Very, very proud of himself. Of course, these guys are 2 of the earliest solo LAN winners, right? Marine won DreamHack Winter all the way back in like 2019, right, the end of that year. And obviously going into 2020, the next one was Anaheim, which Mr. Savage won. So both players familiar with the winning experience on LAN, and both players clashing heads there as well. But it was Marine that came out on top, and I think Marine's a player who, you know, we all know has the talent, has the skill level. We want to start seeing him put that to work, and a great way to do it here in game 2.
Also a really nice guy. Just a lovely, friendly, very chill guy as well. Nothing there's ever any problem for, and he's showing that calmness after that elimination onto Mr. Savage. Got Acorn right now, sat inside of a bush, eyeing up Trippin, just inside of his area. 10. One of these places, the what do you even call these? Little buildings? Dojos?
The dojos?
Dojos.
Yeah, I guess it's a dojo. Yeah. Someone will tell us.
Someone will have us, yeah.
There's always that one.
You said it wrong. It's a dojo. We've named it. Pink picking up an elimination. Look at that.
That's nice. Pink didn't have the best game 1, so that's really nice for him to pick one up. Who was that? Bo the G. Unfortunate for Bo the G. Bo the G, I think Reese spoke to Bo the G earlier, and he sort of said to Reese, look, I'm going to try and exceed my expectations, which should be easy because nobody expects anything from me.
I love that.
Hopefully he can start to find some rhythm though. It was Pink that takes him out. Mustache feeling it right now. Okay, Mustache. Some nice little control there. Takes the wall, takes the edit, and then collects the elim as well.
Cheesy. Got taken out by Mustache right there. She got no scope in the practice games, I believe. I've heard. He got no scope, yeah. I think it was H30J Henry. Hit with a little no scope, made his presence known, and of course, I'm sure he won't forget that at all. Stenado, player that we can't forget. Pretty strong right now. Two slurp juices. Some very solid loot. Could be a little bit better right now at this stage of the game, but if you can pick up a refresh here on Kami, could be all to play for.
Yo, we saw Kami last game. Was definitely confident when taking fights, taking battles. So I think As long as he's not forced into anything, he's not rushed, he's definitely going to be someone who is formidable in fights like these. And you can see him just sort of looking around these edits. He's aware of what's going on. He's trying to get a peek through. Steno also having to worry about Swilliam just based up there, so a bit of a three-way battle, and Steno with some return fire. You noticed Kami knocking on the door, and he said, hey, hold on a minute. You can't come in here. Forces him all the way back.
I love that Steno. He doesn't actually aggress that. He gets the big shot, thinks, you know what, I'm not going to go straight in.
Because he's worried, right? He's worried about the potential for Swilliam to jump in on him if he does commit to a fight. And so you saw that he got the shot, Itzy turns around and focuses back on Swilliam. And now there's even more players here that he has to worry about. You see all those arrows in the bottom right. So many different players eager to get involved in all this action. They hear those shots being let off and they want to know what's happening. Where can they slot into the puzzle?
A slightly different note, just outside of Snappy Shores. Decky right now looking pretty strong. They've decked out some pretty solid loot. He has a little neighbor. Jeez, look at this. So calm from both these players. I think they're quite happy with the loot they have. Do they need to fight? Maybe for Storm Surge.
Maybe. I'm not sure if Deciptos will want to, though. At least he's trying to wait for the angle. Yeah, you saw him just waiting on that right-hand peek. And he knows that the opportunity will come. He will be patient in looking for it. Very, very patient in looking for it. And when the opportunity comes, he just takes the shots through the wall.
All about trying to hold those right-hand peaks. We can see that coming through. Even both of them, it's almost a stalemate at times, these sort of fights. You're both trying to hold the same angle, waiting for the first person to make that move. It's a big elimination feed there. Veno taking out Canada. Unfortunately, his day continues to be not quite as good as he would have hoped. When he's on that contested drop spot, you could say.
And the war of attrition between these two continues. Both players just looking for some sense of control, right? Trying to take another player's wall, claim the stair, edit it. Deciptos coming from the top side, that catches him out. And that's really nicely done, just to change the pace up a bit as he moves on upwards, potentially onwards. What do we have here? Wox in the midst of a fight. That's against Bad Sniper.
Wox is crazy, isn't he? I feel like he's one of those players that is just not talked enough about. His fighting ability is second to none. Swedish player just, he knows how to get those frags.
Yeah, the thing that's always impressive about Wox is just his ability to just hit crazy shots. We're seeing Bad Sniper though getting out there very fast, using that newly added mud to the game and slipping and sliding his way out of danger.
He does actually have an elimination, so let's see actually how he went about that. It was Snazy on the other side of that wall, and there was the elimination coming through. There's that drum shotgun getting right into the face of Snazy, and unfortunately Snazy will be watching the rest of this game.
The drum shotgun's just like a battering ram. You just sort of like force your way in and never look back. Seti, oh dearie me, a last chunk of shields been taken, and that's going to be the trigger for Rizandi to start to move his way on in, and it actually costs him. There's no way he should lose that fight, but Seti manages to do it.
You saw right there, Ziandi actually ran out of ammo with that drum shotgun. He used so much of it to get inside of the box. By the time he got in there, he had nothing left.
And that is so unfortunate for Ziandi, but Seti did not lose composure, and he hit the shots in the box when needed. And that's going to be a lifeline for Seti to stay in this one.
Big reaction from the crowd there as well. We have a lot of Seti fans here, which is good to see. Another lovely guy in the Fortnite scene. Can't talk enough about his skill as well. Paired up with Cami, duos, as well as solid trio player as well. Back in the day, won FNCS, of course. Chapter 2, Season 8. It was a while ago. Still important. Oh, what a shot!
Nyrox connecting with that sniper rifle. And that's nice. He doesn't need to commit to the fight. He needs the priority over the positioning just to be able to run into zone. Spot some loot there, and that flopper could come in handy. Yeah, you'll see him look towards this 2 floppers as well, so worth carrying. Even though he's hitting shots with that sniper rifle, he'll drop it for those floppers, and the right decision made.
That was a huge shot as well, because he was a little bit troublesome on the Storm Surge right there, and that snipe is huge, and he just drops it. You know, I've had my go with it, I'm dropping it. That's X-Force. Picks up an elimination here on this Sivdos, who actually just gets in all kinds of trouble. There's a vehicle there, there's some bees, some wasps that are going on, and there's the play with the heavy sniper straight into the box.
And that's always what you expect to see when the heavy sniper is in the game, people using it to break their way into boxes. In the case of Thomas, he has the heavy sniper and he has that exotic shotgun that allows him to, you know, sort of doubly look to do that, right?
Yeah.
You break his wall once and somebody replaces it, he breaks it again instantly with the other weapon, so a nice combination for him.
I don't even think he's using the sniper as a way to get into people's boxes. He's using the breacher shotgun for that. Yeah. He's just such a good sniper that one shot against another player and they're out. And of course, you've got to back him in those situations. Cease right now, using one of these new Cybertron cannons. Got it on his back if you're interested to know what that massive back bling is. It isn't actually a back bling, it's just part of the item he's storing on his back, but now he's not worrying anything about that. He's using the new Flapjack rifle to apply some pressure.
Yeah, the Flapjack rifle sounds so intimidating when you're just beating down on someone's wall with it. So much pressure being applied, but ultimately he's going to fall back. I think the big thing with that cannon is it's very strong, and it can be used to a great deal of support, but the hardest thing with it is that I think in duos it'll probably be a bit easier to use, where you can sort of combine with someone's taking shots with it, the other person's looking to hold and replace. It can be hard as a solo to use it. It'll still be very effective though at times. I'm sure we'll see Cease put it to good use.
We saw Archie go down the feed right there. I think it was fall damage. He had his head in his hands. So he's not too funny right now. It's not the ideal way to go down in game number 2, but Venno not at all looking like he's in any sort of trouble. Got a penthouse view of the fights down below and can just take advantage with that red-eye assault rifle, getting as much damage as he can. Doing a great job of it.
Yeah, and things are looking good with Venno. He's above on Surge, his materials are very, very strong. He has a lot of shield to play around with. If anything goes wrong like this, could be a very good game for him. Kylie just going to drive across the river there.
Unharmed.
Unharmed, and we saw a lot of players taking their vehicles quite deep into these games. It's clearly something that's viable and something that will save those materials, especially since they can be hard to come by. Mappy, he ain't got to worry about materials being hard to come by. He's got plenty of materials to work with here.
He's got to make a decision here. Almost so many loot, or so much loot I should say. It's almost difficult to choose which ones to take. Of course, let's have a little look at how he managed to get those eliminations. It was Steno just caught inside of a bad situation for him. Mappy takes advantage, and that's why we saw him with all of that loot.
Yeah, that's rough there, right? He didn't have a clue anybody was coming in from behind, and so Mappy's able to capitalize. And of course, this shotgun in the Mythic variant is even scarier. We saw what it could do in game 1, and he's looking to show us what it does here in game 2, and he's looking to just get in. He just wants to fight everybody.
Just wants to fight. We saw it in the last game. Eclipse got a little bit over-aggressive when he had that Mythic drum shotgun, and it didn't work out for him. So maybe Mappy will learn his lesson from that. Maybe he didn't even see it, and he might make the same mistake. We'll have to wait and see, but another vehicle rotated. Queasy turning the vehicle into this sort of less congested side of zone. He's got a noisy neighbor as well. It just keeps knocking on his door, but he's safe for now. He's quite enjoying this position down on the low ground. He has, of course, got that vehicle to make a rotate, and oh boy, a rotate he has to make.
Yeah, that is quite the distance to go. If you have a vehicle, you can put that to use, but you're going to probably have to swim in a little bit as well. Seti, though, will be ready. You can see him just sort of scouting out his path, figuring out where he can move through. He might try to rotate along that ridge, just to try and limit the angles people can see him from. Does have to be wary of Queasy on his back, though. Vortex is already starting to make his way in. Players are starting to go in. Marco, I saw, just sort of bobbing around in the Water looking to make his way, and he's trying to do the back-to-back.
I like how all the players right now, they're not building bases, they're building garages.
Right.
Where can I store my car to make this next rotation? As Trippin, who's also got a passenger in the back, has to make this rotation himself. Hydra just in front of him. I think that's Tayson inside of the box as well. Cammy decides to join in on the action and turn in on the junction. Trippin goes in unharmed for now.
Strategic play there from Braxel, right? Just to hop in the vehicle, because Trippin's not going to get out to deal with him. Trippin's just more focused on getting in his position.
Yeah.
And as long as Braxel doesn't try any funny business, Trippin's happy to just let him catch a free ride. Why not just stay in the vehicle? I'm worried that if someone jumps out and tries to deal with him, but he's just going to stay in, try to find a place to, like you said, park your vehicle, build his own garage, maybe a 2x2 would provide for a lot more space to store that vehicle. Marco still in this game, of course, that player who won the last game, and looking to try and make it happen again here.
Got all the tools for the job as well. He's got that slurp juice, of course. Interested to see if this Cybertron cannon can have an impact in the late game. We saw him taking that high ground. Maybe he'll go to front side, look back, shoot up, and take advantage. We'll have to wait and see. Another play we haven't really talked too much about, haven't seen too much yet. It is cool. He's looking to make something happen right now.
That's the time as well. You see him blocking players off as they look to open up their edits, and he just ran instantly. And it might just be the right timing for him. Nobody's really shot at him. As soon as shots do come through, he'll be ready to build. And he's able to save quite a bit of material there.
He really is. That was a really nice rotation. Very smart player in his own right as well. Very, very talented player as well. Another one on our screen, PKR, who's decided to turn his vehicle, his car, into a boat. Making this rotation, as well as Cammy just flashing into him as well. And now there's four in a car. Can they get in? Who's going to get out? Who's going to go down? I don't even know.
4 players in that vehicle. And everybody just quickly getting out thinking, hold on a minute, there's too many of us in there now. I don't feel comfortable. Bevy's one of the players who is currently residing down below most of the rest of the lobby. And he's looking for opportunities to chop people out, looking for maybe opportunities on his layer for players he can take down. And they will certainly be there. Players are starting to run low on materials.
They are, and that's why Bevy's here is just trying to look at this backside of zone. He actually popped one of those slurp juices to try and find some sort of a refresh to keep himself going in this game. Gets inside the box. Is that a one pump from the behind? That's such a difficult situation for him, and he goes back down to the lobby. Again, nobody establishing height too early. The Deal's trying to fight for it, not finding any success.
So dangerous in these games. We saw how powerful height can be. Mappy wants to take advantage, and he will. Takes the Deal down, looks to ramp up, but he sees somebody above, and just has to focus on staying alive in this game. His HP is so low.
No mats either. This is a difficult situation for him, and that is what is his demise. He falls down right at the worst moment.
And look who's there, ready to destroy the lobby. It's Vino above. Has to worry though, because players are still fighting for it.
They are. This is all about height. This is all about positional situations for these teams. Vico all the way down on the low ground, no materials to his name. He has to try and make something magical happen. If I have my money on anyone, it would indeed be Vico. And Veno, of course, we know all about him.
Veno does not have enough white HP to be able to play with the zone, has to stay in it, but unfortunately no materials. And so this means he needs a player to walk right into his sights, and that will happen. Vico was ready. He is no slouch. He takes down Veno, and he's now on the move. He has a couple more builds to work with, but it is just all going to be about getting another elimination for Vico.
An absolute nightmare situation for Vico has just turned into an absolute dream. Picking up another huge refresh for him. Aqua now down on the second high ground. We're usually seeing Aqua a little bit higher up. He has got the materials to take it, but I think he's just going to offer consistency here.
What is Aqua cooking? You can see him lurking, and it's Vico that walks into his sights. He can't quite connect to the shot. Not many times that's going to happen for Aqua. He needs to start connecting. If he wants any chance of getting a higher placement, it's a top 3 situation, but he wants more than that. Needs to start to deliver because Vico is ready and waiting.
Vico is waiting, and he's going to use the Cybertron cannon. We asked about it, but not quite finding the time to charge it up. As Aqua hits a huge shot. Now, can Kylie make it to take advantage of that? This is an important situation for him. He's set up for the heal off. Does he even need it, though? As he's trying to aggress the box. Does he need it? Of course he doesn't. And it's Kylie who takes game number 2.
Kylie picks up the win. as he defeats Aqua in those closing moments, and you can see what it means to him, the satisfaction there to pick up the victory. A nicely done win as well. We saw him just chilling above, waiting for those two to fight, and once they did, he dropped down, and he didn't actually have to do damage to Aqua in the end there. He just held him into the zone, and eventually his HP ticked away. Really nice win for Kylie.
Even throughout that whole game, the mid game, we saw him using those vehicles to rotate in, got himself to a really, really good position, and he picked up refreshes. He got those the sort of white heals as well. He didn't even have to use them there at the end, but maybe that gave him a little bit of flexibility towards that late game to find himself in a good position.
And that was not an easy game to win at all. We saw all the different battles for height, low, mid, everywhere. The rotations were so tough. It was a brilliant game. We're going to send it to Ian to break it all down with the analysts.
Levin, thank you very much. I would pay £60,000 to have a voice like yours, but it's just never going to happen for me. I am back on the analyst desk with Reese and Taka, and we are 2 games down, 6 to go, and you could argue, well, maybe not you, because you sort of predicted this, that was another shock win for Game 2.
I bet, yeah, and I think actually if you start to look down through the game and you start to see through the meta, you could see why it happened, right? We saw the cars prevalent everywhere. Every single player that was successful there pretty much jumped in a car at some point throughout the early and mid game. Yeah. And then that kind of 7th or 8th zone, we saw Kylie jump in, fire that car straight through to the dead side where there's no players at all, and he already set himself up in like the best position possible. Clearly he's been studying and is ahead of the meta.
Definitely a smart decision, but also have to point out the fact that Kylie at one point doing with Vico, I think it's interesting that they both ended up having top 3 performances or top 3 placements here for this game, but Vico as well with those 5 elims, definitely got to give a huge shout out to that because definitely had some pop-off moments, but Kylie especially getting that Victory Royale, it's got to be, we saw already from Marco, the kind of confidence boost we talked about. I can imagine it's more or less the same thing here for Kylie.
Yeah, let's take a look back at some of the highlights from Game 2. Now, the difficult thing that Marco has to deal with, and now Kylie too, is somehow maintaining that momentum and carrying it forward throughout, because this process is a long one. But talk us through some of the highlights here.
Of course, right. You know, you've got Marine and Savage picking up early. Marine, one of the best solo players in the lobby, and I wasn't actually expecting him to get into such engagement so early. Similar to Pink, right? There's so many early things that we just were not actually set up to expect here.
Of course, and I think with the utilization of a lot of these vehicles, we're seeing so many players. I mean, again, Kylie, you pointed out, Reese, utilizing that truck to actually make it towards that dead side of zone. And you have to remember, for some of these players that aren't necessarily dropping at like the most ideal spots, because Kylie as well, he's someone that, he's over at Beach Bit, which is like far east on the map, a little bit below Slappy Shores area. But I think that you don't need to have all the elims in the world as long as you're able to have a lot of discipline with when you choose to actually make those rotations.
Yeah, but I want to see people fight.
We all do.
I mean, you've just been watching it, right? All these fights are going on. They have one trend in them, though, and that seems to be the drum shotgun. We pointed that out after that first game, of course, like, who is going to be the dominant like meta in it? Is it going to be the Havoc? Is it going to be the drum shotgun? The majority of the players that are deep into the game and winning, like Vico, Havoc. However, the players who are just aggressive, W key early and mid game, drum.
And it's going to be, I think, a little bit of a back and forth here because a lot of it does come down to personal preference when you have 2 weapons that definitely have pros and cons behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, a fantastic result for Kylie, and there he is as he celebrates it. You can see what it means, but you can see in his eyes as well that he knows that he's got a long way to go. But that alone, a victory in Game 2, is something, regardless, you can take that home with you. Let's take a look now at the leaderboard after Game 2. So these are the results for that particular game. Aqua, who came in second, another impressive performance, but not too many big names at the top here.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I just want to focus on Aqua, right? Like, yeah. we do. We got Mustache. We got Vino down there as well, and Zagu yet another one, right? And we mentioned he was already 5th in the leaderboard coming into this. Our Asia player, another consistent game, another car player, by the way. I want to add in there, but I just want to point out Aqua, right?
Yeah.
2nd place. This man retires I want to say every week, and then he's back the next season with a dominant performance. Already starting off a solo LAN, super strong.
And I think part of that, too, for Aqua is a little bit of that rest and relaxation aspect for pros can go a long way, especially when it comes to like the mental aspects in the game. And for solos, especially, you have to keep your head in the game at all times. You can't afford to let your emotions kind of take over, even if instances don't necessarily go your way, because you still have that next match to look forward to.
Some incredible players that we're already seeing on display here. Kylie is one of them who got the second game victory, and he's standing by. I want to insult her because she keeps coming at me, but I love her too much. It's Frankie.
Oh, Ian, maybe I love you too, but I've got to talk to Kylie right now. And this crowd, I'm sure, love it. McEwen Hall, can you give it up, please, for your Game 2 winner, Kylie? Thank you very much. I know a few of them are just catching some rays before we head into game number 3, but let's talk about what happened in game number 2, Kylie, because you were in a 1v1v1, and one of those players was Vico. Was it quite nervous to go up against your former duo partner?
I didn't know it was Vico, but like, it's good to know that I killed him, so I can like humble him a little.
Does he need humbling?
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe Vico will get to stand here and talk to me later, and he can tell me about you. What was it like when you were in that final zone? Were there some shakes, some nerves?
Normally I'm not nervous, but like at the end, I was like, okay, he has a bandage gun, I need to do power play. So I went down and like pumped it for like 120, and then I finished it.
And I don't think that you were necessarily one of the players to watch when we came into this LAN. Have you exceeded your own expectations here in Edinburgh?
Excuse me? I don't know.
So have you, I guess, gone above your expectations? Were you thinking you were going to get a victory royale when you came to LAN today?
Yeah, I didn't even expect to get invited. I got like invited 2 days before like Thursday. So I packed my stuff and I came over. Thank you, Reno. And yeah, I can participate. Thank you very much. And yeah.
Not bad at all. But normally, if you don't...
And on top of that, however, you know, once you get into this meta and figuring out, it's all about the big brains and who can figure it out fastest.
And sometimes, you know, if you're coming into an event like this with not too much expectation on yourself and preparation, that can give you a bit of an advantage because it gives you a spontaneous play style, and it means there's not as much pressure on yourself.
Absolutely, but now after he's won a game,
now the pressure's on.
Maybe the pressure's on now because
maybe
now
we'll see the sweat on the brow. You know?
A little bit, right? Well, keep an eye on that player cam in the corner to see what ends up happening. Am I going to see it actually come down and shine or not? We'll have to see. But again, it is that kind of moment where you've got to sit, you've got to say, okay, I've won a game. Maybe I wasn't expecting to. Am I flying up the leaderboard? Now is the pressure on. The money really starts to roll in, of course, the higher you get up.
But also for Kylie, you can also keep in mind the fact that it kind of showcases the level of competition that we're actually dealing with because, again, comes in as a last-minute filler and is still able to have this kind of performance.
Let's take a look at our EE player of the game. EE, of course, our headline partner, made for gamers, experience unbeatable connectivity and incredible kit from the biggest names in gaming. And this man is our player of the game.
I had to give this one to Seti. It occurred rather early on, but that 180 turn and burn that he had onto Z Andy, it's just devastating if you're Andy because you're pushing in this circumstance. You look as though you have the greatest advantage possible. Box getting broken through, but instantaneously, that combat SMG and the legendary status of it as well, I think was ultimately the main reason why Seti was able to come out on top.
And I think that's like got plays to this difficult side when you're using the drum shotgun, of course. Like, you jump into a box like that, if you miss your bullets, it's over for you because you're already in a difficult position. You don't have an angle you can peek behind, you don't have a wall, you don't have builds. He's just straight inside Seti's box, and of course, Seti out-aims.
Yeah, and Seti, of course, part of the Tundra tribe who is not just competing with everybody here, but some of his fellow teammates alongside him as well. So there's a bit of, I guess, Tundra pride on the line too. So it's nice to see Seti enjoying himself. Now, let's reflect back on game 2. And I want to talk about the big boy cannon.
Oh, the big boy cannon.
As Minnie calls it, the big boy cannon, because we saw it in effect, right?
We saw it in effect a lot throughout, of course, like the early to mid-game sections. And we almost saw it right at the end with Vico's play as well. You know, and I was really interested in this weapon of how, I want to say this for real, how busted it would be coming into a competitive meta. And we've seen, obviously, 110 damage, I've seen the connection onto threats there. And I want to see how players are utilizing this a little bit more. The AoE damage, as you've noticed, is around 2 tiles there. So it's basically wiped out a huge amount of Journey's builds. And for that moment, sure, you might not be able to hit damage through the builds, but that's what? Let me do the mental arithmetic. 63 builds a box, maybe 100 that he's wasted immediately from threats there.
And it's a rather accurate cannon fire as well. I mean, the thing about the Cybertron cannon, and I love the utilization here from Vico, just using it to force players to bring themselves down to that low ground layer that he's actually functioning through, because as somebody who is known for being a really strong fragger, the low ground is exactly where Vico wants to be.
And I think when you're in an endgame situation, it's really a battle of who has the most materials. If you've managed to continually keep the most mats over all of the other players that are there, you'll be able to win, right? And at that moment, if you could shoot someone down using that cannon, well, they've just wasted how many builds, right? They're no longer safe, no longer in that position. So keeping it in your mid to the end game is something I think we'll see. Well, I mean, we're going to see it through the next 6 games, let's be real.
Yeah, and what I'm loving about this, I'm loving everything about it. Red Bull Contested, thank you so much for joining us, is that I know that you watching at home are probably picking apart some of the things we're seeing some of the best players in the world do here, thinking, maybe I need to implement this in my play style. Maybe I need to start using the big boy cannon when I get on the server later on tonight. But over with the big boy cannon right now, I think we got Frankie. Frankie, how are you doing?
He's not the big boy cannon, he's the big boy comedian, so take notes, Ian Chambers, because I've got Bash the Entertainer with me. He's come all the way from Glasgow to enjoy some Fortnite this Saturday. How are you finding the LAN so far?
Oh my God, I'm actually really loving it. It's really interesting to watch. So it's very intense. I love it though, still.
Is this your first esports event?
It's my first ever one, yeah. I play a lot of Fortnite, but it's the first time I've seen this competition. So I'm enjoying it though.
What's your kind of style when it comes to Fortnite?
Savage. No mercy. I'm just on. I don't like builds, but I'm zero build. I love that better.
Listen, the mature Fortnite players are all about the zero builds, and there's no shame in that. I'm one of those players myself. So, map-wise, where are we dropping? What loot are we going for?
Do you know what? New season, so I've not really checked out the map as much, but oh my God. I'm an SMG guy, so if I find that, then I'm good.
The combat SMG is back in game.
Sorry?
The combat SMG is back in game. Do you think you'll be finding that?
It is what it is. Whatever I find, then it's savage, isn't it?
Ooh, I mean, we've got Mr. Savage down there, but I think we've got Savage in spirit right here. Tell me, though, you're going to be looking at streaming more often, more regularly. We're going to see you playing some Fortnite online?
Yeah, I just got a new flat, so I'm trying to get my whole gaming set up. So my boy Marco was telling me what monitor to buy and if I should play in PlayStation or PC. So I might jump to PC. I've not really tried it, but PC is.
Keyboard and mouse is where it's at, I'm not going to lie. So maybe we're going to see you do duos with Stallion sometime soon.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Well, I'm still controller. I want to stay with a controller. Keyboard, maybe, but controller all day.
You can plug a controller into a PC. I'll give you some tips on keyboard and mouse, all right, Bash the Entertainer. Thank you so much for talking to me.
Anytime.
We're going to get into game number 3 really soon, so let's head to the desk.
Thank you, Frankie. Thank you, Bash the Entertainer. I'm hoping that we can maybe have the Red Bull after party at your new flat in Glasgow. Is that too far? I'm not quite sure.
Definitely.
Definitely too far.
Yeah.
I don't know, Scotland's smaller than me. We've now got a new member of our analyst desk. Taka is looking a little bit taller right now. Levin, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
It's a pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be here. You know, obviously casting the games is fun, but there was so much action. I just thought, let me take a breather for a couple of games. You know,
put your feet up, man.
bearings.
Yeah. Get you a drink and you just chill for a little bit.
Yeah, man. You gotta relax a bit.
You know what, Levin? We worked together for the first time a couple of years back, and it's been really cool to see how you've just grown and evolved within the Fortnite scene. Yeah, he was 6'5", now he's 6'8". Same height as LeBron James, isn't that right?
Yep, unfortunately, I'm not guarding Bronda. I'm here watching Fortnite instead, you know. Could be worse.
But you've become such an instrumental part of like the Fortnite scene. You know all the players. You're always in the mix doing all your research. You're part of the FNCS broadcast talent team. And now you're here at Red Bull Contested. I need to ask you, because you've seen this game grow, right? And we are sitting in the iconic McEwen Hall in the heart of Edinburgh. I've honestly never been part of a more exquisite venue. And I have you here with us. What do you make of it?
It is, honestly, it's jaw-dropping. You know, the players, everybody is very sort of impressed with how things look and appear, and it's a beautiful location. You know, all the things are just nice in terms of just little graphics, and everything's just nice and clean, which I think definitely helps. And I mean, to be here, right, who would have thought when we were working together all them years ago, we'd be here in Scotland doing this? Come on.
I'm here for it.
I'm also here, guys.
Reece, are you still here?
Yeah, you get some love as well, Reece.
It's okay.
You get yourself on one of these vans and start. No, I'm kidding. All right, it's time for another player interview brought to you by EE, and it's with my man Hen.
My name is Henrik Brian McLean. My name is Hen. I'm 17 years old.
What vaulted item would you add back to the game?
It has to be the pump shotgun.
Early bird or night owl?
Night owl for sure.
Favorite landing spot?
Has to be Stark.
Happy or grumpy?
Has to be grumpy.
Most embarrassing way you've lost a match.
I'm in a 1 versus 1. This guy, I made him 1 HP. I was so cocky. I was telling people I'm just gonna start winning this game. And then kind of choked and lost, so that's unfortunate.
Celeb that you would like to see in Fortnite.
Kevin Hart.
Funniest moment you've had in a game.
I have so many, there's just not one to choose from. Because I'm just that funny guy, you know.
He is a funny guy, and he's modest as well, of course. But I agree. Hey, Hen, how are you doing? You all right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, Hen, your dad's in the audience. I was chatting with him earlier. He's really excited to watch you in action as well, so. Yeah.
That's a funny guy.
He is a funny guy, he's right. And I would love to see Kevin Hart as well in Fortnite. I've already got The Rock. I got The Rock skin, so it'd be like Jumanji. In the jungle.
The whole collaboration.
They've done a couple
We've got
things.
Jack Black in there, yeah.
They've done a couple things together, right? The Rock and Kevin Hart.
Yeah, they have.
Don't give them the idea. You've already got the jungle in, so.
That's what I'm saying. We could have Jumanji 3.
Are you leaking something?
Maybe. Am I going to get in trouble? Am I going to get fired?
He's not going to be here in the next game, just in case you're wondering.
Reese, should we take a look at the leaderboard after game 2?
Please, we should.
Because it's all starting to stack up. We've got a couple of pages to rattle through. Very different results in game 1 and 2, but this is how things are stacking up at the top end. Marco sitting pretty on 98 points. Momentum on his side.
I absolutely love that. And you know, we sat here and we discussed. I was like, I'm not sure if Marco's going to be capable of continuing that. He didn't have a massive game by any means, but that points added up repeatedly. Zagu is another player who's had top 10 in both games. And another big representation from Asia. And I said coming into the show, I want to see it. I want to see the Zagu. I want to see the Asia players pop off.
Yeah, Zagu's a fan favorite in his own right? Obviously, we might not see it here in Edinburgh, but in Asia, he is huge, a big deal. I'm sure in like the chat, so we opened up like the stream, right? And in the chat, it was all like his fans spamming Zagu. So they'll be happy to see him all the way up there.
Yeah, and you can see it all on Twitter, the support worldwide for a lot of these players that maybe some of you watching aren't that familiar with, like Levin just said there, but here you can see on page 2 some big names there too.
Absolutely, Thomas HD, obviously a player who wants to end up winning the overall tournament, still in a good position, but let's be real, it's also a position that primes him not to win another major tournament, which we do not want to see here.
I think it's still very early doors, right?
Absolutely.
You look at the players here in these sort of positions, 11 to 20, like you are still well within reach, especially with, you know, the point format changing in the back 4 games. It's like you're not really out of it. Once you start getting below 20th, I start going, okay, you need to pick it up a bit, right?
Yeah.
But I think these guys here have shown at least some form of consistency and ability to do well in these games.
Well, let's take a look at our man, Marco, leading the charge.
You were looking to see if he was sweating or not.
It doesn't look like he is.
Nah, he's chilling right now. He's absolutely okay.
You know what? In the first game, I couldn't work out if he was nervous or not, but I think he's taking this in his stride.
Well, his hands were shaking. He was showing the people next to him, like, my hands are shaking, but he seemed to have gathered his bearings pretty quickly, and he's in his element right now. Like, I really did see in that second game that you can tell he's clearly just a lot more confident in this lobby, and that just, you know, we can talk about statistics and, you know, we can analyze this, that, and the other, but sometimes, like, a player's mentality can just carry them through.
Everything.
Absolutely, and oftentimes, like, let's be real, we've not seen such a big solo event in so long, so we're not sure who those players are, right? Who are the players who are going to crack and crumble under the pressure when it's just all onto them, and so far, Marco seems to be going strong.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that, right? Every big solo competition we have, it's like there's always a player who's, like, done really well, but because it's been so long, we just see them as established players that are, like, really, really good, but a lot of new names are definitely going to show up here.
You guys ready for game 3? We're rattling through these now. We've still got, remember, there are 8 games in total, and we are now rocking into the 3rd. Edinburgh, are you ready? I think so. I think that was a yes. Let's get the countdown going. Count with me, guys.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mini Manor and Taco, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ian. We are here, and of course, a switch up on the desk means a switch up on the cast. And I'm joined by a slightly shorter caster. It's the best thing.
5'11".
5'11"?
Yeah.
What does that make me? Does that make me 6 foot?
Easily. I mean, everybody looks like they're 5'1" when compared to Levin.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's looking like they're having fun today as well. This is Red Bull Contested, and we are here. My mic keeps falling. This is not ideal. But we are here, and it is time for game number 3. I couldn't be more excited.
That's the thing, Minnie, is that we've already seen 2 games pulled through of the competition, and our winners so far between Marco and Kylie. I mean, you want to imagine a little bit of a target on your back at the same time, because when it comes to solos, all of these guys can look to kind of throw punches each other's way.
Yeah, I mean, for Marco, he's had such a great start. Hopefully he can continue that momentum going through. It's going to be tough for him, though. Of course, he is contested, so it is a little bit more difficult.
And again, it's one of those examples, I think, of where Marco just kind of doing his best to kind of utilize some of those new features as well from that mid-map position. I'm loving the introduction so far of the jungle biome, and all of these players, I think, just ultimately trying to make the adaptations necessary. We are seeing a little bit of shifts, I think, in gameplay as well throughout the course of each of these games.
Yeah, we are, and this is really where things get a little bit interesting, because we're getting closer to that halfway point, and of course, if you've just joined us, the second half of the tournament gains you double elimination points. We can't keep talking about that enough because it has such a big impact.
And again, with the way that a lot of these items are kind of shaping up to be, I think that for these players, their solo eliminations can kind of dictate where they want to actually position themselves, because you don't necessarily have to go as aggressive. But again, we're here at Red Bull Contested, so we want to see the aggression as much as possible.
I want to see the aggression as well. We've had such great games so far, and I'm hoping that game number 3 will be no different. This is really where it all starts to kick off, and we're going to get right into game number 3 right now. Which sort of surprises will we be seeing? Will we be seeing switch up of strategy? Will we be seeing switch up drop spots? Who knows?
Well, we saw a couple of switch ups in the drop spots at least earlier on at the start of the day, but whether or not those develop into some more drop spot transitions throughout today, I wouldn't catch me off guard in the slides. Maybe some of the players in game, but I think Venno's a great example. He's traditionally, or he was going to be uncontested, and then he's been having to deal with some last minute contest at his drop spot. But right here, right now, Flois kind of kicking things off on the north side of the map.
Speaking of surprise contestant, I'm sure Flois has been through all the emotions throughout the course of this event. As soon as he heard about the event and he was invited, he was actually landing here and he thought, you know what, this is brilliant. Uncontested drop spot. Then, out of nowhere, 2 players decided to land on him, and he was a bit more concerned. Going into this, again, thought he was uncontested. Nyrox says, hello, mate. I'm here to spoil your pie.
And Nyrox, I mean, he did get to play spoiler in game number 1. Game number 2, slightly different story here, but at the end of the day, Minnie, these players, if you're going to spend time taking those direct 50-50 challenges, you have to imagine they have to be precise, they have to be concise as well, because you don't want to spend all of your time in this first zone just trying to find that first elimination, because you're expending time that could be spent on rotations, time that could be spent just looting up builds for resources in general. And for Flois, seems like his mentality is definitely leaning a little bit more towards trying to eliminate his direct opposition.
Absolutely. As we have a little look at a replay here, we've seen this as a little bit more calm in the first 2 games, but it's all popping off here at Slappy Shores. Merstash, of course, hitting a big damage shot and then following it up with the second X-Squeeze. See you later. That's a crazy elimination. It's all just boiled over at Slappy Shores. Thomas HD having a much more peaceful time sat inside of the bush.
Yeah, here at the Drift Ridge, you would imagine that with Kanata lurking nearby, things are bound to get a little bit more dicey there if Thomas isn't careful. But again, when you're a competitor like Thomas, or even one like Kanata, you have to imagine that these guys, they have enough experience to understand that, hey, if we're going to duke it out here and now, one of us is not going to leave the vicinity.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. Just the longer this fight, the longer this standoff goes on, it becomes even more disadvantageous or disvantageous for the team or the players that are nearby. This is really where it gets a little bit difficult. What do you do? Do you push your way in? Do you decide to take that fight? What do you think? I'm just going to keep what I have and rotate on in. Kanada, so I'm being very aggressive in the practice games yesterday. So far today hasn't quite had a successful time. I think it's these Storm Surge tags that he's not quite able to get.
But he's still taking his time, and well, looking to prove you wrong, if anything, Vinny. A nice connection there for Kanata. That's the beauty of the Red Eye Assault Rifle. It gives you that long shot advantage. A bit of a scope in. Seti slightly under pressure here, and it's a lot of pressure actually coming out of Cammy with that flapjack rifle. Devastating damage as well, but for the time being, Cammy's not going to look to immediately push in, seems to be rather content with that acquired surge damage.
Duo on duo violence right here. Of course, Cammy and Seti played together for such a long time. And now they're, especially in Seti's case, feeling the full wrath of Cammy's incredible aim using that new flapjack rifle. It's a fantastic name for the weapon, by the way. Lots of different items in Fortnite, but it might just be my favorite.
Be a lot of favorites here, but for Vidil, his least favorite thing has got to be getting stuck inside of this box right now. Will go down up against Marine. A clean closeout here. And for Marine, definitely feeling pretty good, getting a chance to pick up some of these big putts.
I want to see how that went down. Marine just let him inside of the box. Vidil getting all the more aggressive as that fight went on. He ran out of patience. He ran out of time in this lobby. Of course, Marine able to capitalize. Now we get to see the off-spawn strategies of Canada. We haven't really seen this so far today. We've sort of been more focused on Thomas HD in this sort of area, but Canada able to loot his way up. Seems as though he has a good off-spawn strategy, rotating towards these hollow chests. Doesn't quite have any means to open them as of right now, though. Just able to farm up as many of these materials as possible, as you saw Wox popping off earlier. This is actually Reddish. He's sneaking up on
Reddish in disguise.
Reddish in disguise as Refscard. And Wox could be making his presence known here. If he can connect with some shots, he needs to be patient, though, and he's doing so very well.
Sneaky as ever, but it's going to be Refscar that's caught off guard for the time being. Wox, though, trying to get the height advantage here now onto Reddish, but again, you have to go through all of these box layers that are being put on display, and Reddish really getting behind of it, but a pump to the head is all it takes. Wox ultimately walking away the victor for that elimination onto Reddish. It feels odd saying Reddish when it's Refscar, but at the same time we know that it's not.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation there for Reddish. I really like the way she actually let Wox into her box, in her domain, but unfortunately couldn't quite connect with that first shot. And Wox, we know all about him. He has that talent to hit the shots. Every single one he will be connecting with, so very unfortunate for Reddish, but I'm sure she'll bounce back these next few games. Solid start so far, of course, though. As we see H30J right now.
A little bit of company.
A little bit of company. Why not?
Nothing to worry about just yet, though. Jutta, on the other hand, looking rather low on that HP threshold for the time being, and just seems as though he's looking to squirm away here from Bo. Bo, he wants this elimination. He wants those resources and those 50 materials, but it seems as though instead he'd rather just opt the vehicle, which is, it's not a bad trade.
Not a bad trade at all. I quite like the maturity of that fight from Bo. It's good to see. Of course, we talked about, or Levin mentioned it earlier, that Reese was saying Bo was just going to be happy with anything, because nothing is expected of him, because he hasn't quite got the same experience as some of the players in the lobby. And do you think that has an impact? You know, when you have no expectations of yourself, or other people don't necessarily have those expectations of you, you able to just chill a little bit more? What's the vibes? Oh my goodness.
Med-Miss Canyon, apparently, for Braxel. But kind of touching on what you're getting at there, Minnie, I would say, if anything, it could be a benefit, because if you don't have any expectations, you can still set standards for yourself, right? And I think at the end of the day, everybody wants to look good in a solos competition, but there's no pressure, essentially. It's all the pressure that you decide to kind of place on yourself. And I think if anything, a lot of these players that are newer to the LAN environment in general, there's just great experience for them to pick up.
For some of our better players, some of our more experienced players, such as Janice, and the recent FNCS champion, Edgy, they're no stranger to pressure. Pressure is not even a concept in their mental dictionary. It's not even anything. As we see Edgy right now, just rotating on the edge of this zone, using that aquatic warrior augment just to be able to speed up his swimming and able to get some HP alongside as well. Of course, Kylie did such a great job in game number 2. Victory Royale. He's got to feel on top of the world right now.
Of course, a little bit of a slowdown here. These players, just for the time being. This is around third zone. We're really going to start to see some of these players really trying to opt for that priority positioning. Bevies, definitely with the right idea, just slightly boxed up, a little bit of elevation here. towards the edge of zone, and he knows that he's got a prime opportunity here. You can see some of these players looking to close in on the edge of zone. Those rotating in. Once Bevies gets back to the top of his tower, might have a prime opportunity here. Take some shots at them. Instead, he's going to utilize that truck for even better positioning.
I like that. Managed to pick up an elimination. He has his basals situated. Tayson to rotate into that vehicle right now. The loot's looking solid. Would have probably preferred to have a better shotgun in his inventory, but actually just walked past Tayson as he was having a little break in between those two games, and he was very, very locked in. There was nothing that was going to phase him going into game number 3. Now Mixon is on the back foot as well, able to pop one of those slurp juices, hopefully heal his way back up. There's another player on his wall, and there's a whole trio of players right now. It's Endretta, Mixon, and Robab populating the area. And for Mixon, he can't make any sudden movements, because if he does, he's just going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, it's looking like a mansion party right now, honestly, for Mixon. And have to imagine part of the appeal towards a lot of this rotation element taking place is possibly that new vault that's actually appeared here at Meadow Mansion. Not sure if Mixon's had an opportunity yet to actually look to claim that one, but regardless, Endretta, Robab, as long as they're nearby, it's not going to be very easy. And Mixon as well, he had to expend some of his ideal sustain items in order to even stay in a safe position. So you have to imagine he's going to need to find a way to try and replenish those now.
He really does. I think Robab's just saying, you know what? I've had the party. I'm leaving early.
He's got a curfew.
He's got a curfew. He's got to go to bed. It's fair enough. He rotates on out of there. Backward, down in the feed. We're seeing Merstash right now. Just getting that combat cash as well. And this is such a vital element of the game. Not only just for the loot that it provides, but also those slurps, realistically. We talked about it at the beginning of the show, how much more valuable those slurps are, particularly the removal of the shield keg and, of course, the chug splashes. They are absolutely vital in staying alive in those late games. Merstash, who's making the most of that right now. He's got his car parked up just outside. We'll be interested to see if he does make that rotation. Someone else who is. It's Thomas HD, and what I like about the way that Thomas HD does this is he actually rotates using this vehicle that he gets at his drop spot. So it's absolutely vital that he can get this vehicle to the end game.
Seems to be a really strong correlation as well between these players utilizing these vehicles to try and make it to those combat caches as quickly as possible, because they understand the loot will only degrade over time. Want to get there as quickly as possible, and in a meta where mobility is so restricted, those vehicles are seeming like prime territory.
They really are. You really want those vehicles. You can find out where to get them. It can get you through the entirety of the game. As Queasy having to let's try and find a little sneaky angle onto Disipdos right now. He's actually fighting over a cache, and we've seen this so many times. This is exactly what these caches do. They actually force these fights between two players, and if you're not sure about how the caches actually work, it actually puts the cache in between two players or teams, and they have to fight. It's one for two players.
Queasy, though, seems more than satisfied that he was able to utilize a little bit of that mid-miss, get himself back to full HP, and now he's just out of there. Doesn't want to stick around, doesn't want to waste any more time. Instead, he's headed right towards the direction off of this Rift Island. And we've been seeing 2 games already. Mappy has actually been prioritizing that Rift Island, and we've seen him time and time again with at least 4 or more slurp juices. It seems as though Queasy, though, wants a piece of the action, a piece of the loot that might be available here, because that mythic flapjack rifle or even a mythic drum shotgun could definitely go crazy in terms of these box fights later on. And for the time being, it looks as though Queasy, he's actually first on the island.
He is, and he needs it. Not having the best day so far. Too high on the leaderboard, particularly for his expectations. I believe he's on 8 points going into this game. So he certainly will want to have a bit of a bounce back, and we'll see if he can continue that or start that bounce back in this game. I know we talk so highly of him in almost every single broadcast that he is involved, every single lobby that he's involved in, and for good reason, because he's a fantastic player. Of course, we spoke to him earlier on. He was saying that his brain is going to carry him through this event. And let's hope that that brain is working well as we look into game number 3 right here. Podosai also lurking on this island, and this is where it gets a little bit difficult. Look at how many little arrows on the bottom right of the screen are all just swarming this island. They're like bees around honey.
But a little bit too late here, as Queasy already having the opportunity to claim that prime loot, but it's going to be Eclipse. If he can claim Queasy's life, then it won't necessarily be a circumstance that he has to worry about for much longer, because he could look for that exchange of loot instead. Some nice return fire there from Queasy out of that flapjack rifle, and again, we're seeing just how quick that fire rate actually is, and if they're trying to get too close, gotta be careful, because that mythic drum shotgun is sure to pack a punch.
Yeah, you can see that. He's just playing a little bit further back, but Queasy knows if he gets inside of Eclipse's box, he will back himself with that weapon. I like how he's playing a little bit more passively, you could say, a little bit less just jumping straight in. There's another third party that decides to get involved as well, and Queasy's having none of it. All the spare heals that he can get from this capture point, he will use. And Eclipse not quite finding the same success as he found in game number 1 when it comes to this capture point.
But for Queasy, that's part of the problem, right? You're trying to get up above another player. You're standing right on top of their boxes, but at the same time, that just makes you a prime candidate to be shot at. And so that immediate disengage, kind of a forced disengagement, especially considering the fact that they're still located at that Rift Island. Pink, on the other hand, just kind of hanging around some of the Temple Vault territory. And it seems as though Pink, he wants to close it in just off the mark with that sniper. Tough shot, but Pink can recover that.
He can recover. I like the disengage from that snipe. Just looking just to prioritize getting into that zone. That's the most important aspect for him right now, but there seems to be lovely taxi yet again. Courtesy of the wonderful Snazy, who isn't particularly that good at driving apparently, because it seems to be hitting everything and anything in his path, but Pink won't care. He's getting into zone. He's got to be happy, but he's taking some snipes at it as well. This is really where Pink just has to think, you know what, I'm just going to be happy with getting in.
As far as Snazy is concerned, though, I mean, nobody beat Stripper and Clown Car in game number 2. Literally 4 players just stacked up inside of there. Ooh. But now Pink
they get out.
Taking a look at Snazy. It is a standoff on either end of these doorways, but these players have got to be careful. A little bit out in the open there. Could be a nice chance for somebody else to take notice of what exactly is breaking out between those two. Kylie, meanwhile, in the Storm, but Storm not really as much of an issue when you consider all of the slurp juices that he has available. Still 2 left over after popping 1.
Beautiful stuff from Kylie. Back into the Storm. He has the white heals to keep himself alive. He's got this vehicle nearby. Things are looking rosy for our game number 2 winner. Can he do it again? Could he do it again? I certainly think so. If his strategy is looking like this, then he's got to be happy with it.
He's just taking his time. Hellfire, meanwhile, might have wanted to think that one over. Decky will give him plenty of time to think things through as he waits for game number 4 to begin. But now, Decky in some troubles of his own because he doesn't have any heals. He's stuck in the Storm. He's trying to make it through, but he's going to be claimed. No mobility, just capturing him regardless.
Tough situation for him right there. Going down at this stage of the game, far from ideal. Thomas HD again, we're seeing inside of this vehicle, and he has that cannon in his inventory. We haven't seen a crazy play with it yet, I think it's safe to say. We haven't seen any madness, but if anyone can do it, I think it's Thomas HD.
Part of it's definitely just some of the charge time that's involved. I mean, even the last game, I'll hold that thought. Marco trying to maintain his positioning on the leaderboard. Just going to choose to build up. Doesn't want to take this immediate fight. Can tell that there's way too much surrounding him. It's actually going to be a pincer between Andalex and Bevies now as grenades also starting to tear through some of these builds. Marco trying to build for his life, but again, he is just stuck between a rock and a hard place. And now, finally, slight moment to breathe, but he's forced to that low ground positioning.
Really tough situation, but he escapes it very well. It's so easy, particularly with his positioning, just to get focused, looked at by the whole lobby to get out of the lobby. It's so difficult to escape those situations, but he's done so very well. Bevy's looking very good in terms of loot as well. So many heals. He can almost feed his whole family with the amount of fish that he had in his inventory. Tayson looking pretty strong as well with his loot. He's managed to upgrade that shotgun. Looks as though he managed to pick up one of those combat caches, particularly with the rest of his loadout. Cool. Looking very cool on the Storm Surge as well.
And again, we want to keep an eye out for with these players utilizing the vehicles. They're going to save so much in terms of their actual builds. We saw Tayson there with 144, and as we start to transition more and more into these late game zones, having builds is easily the most important aspect here. It's now cool. Right idea. Just trying to get some tags wherever, apply some pressure, maybe dissuade some players from pushing in, but Merstash is actually the one could have an opportunity here to look to take down Tayson. Not sure if he even realizes that it's Tayson he's got directly in his sights, but an opportunity now for that Cybertron cannon to work its way into Merstash's inventory. He's gonna forfeit picking it up though for the time being, and again, Tayson.
The duo.
Stuck here though on the edge of zone.
It's the duo. Chapter 4, Season 1. FNCS Major 1 champions. Will they be able to get in the same vehicle as each other? No, not. Tayson lets Merstash drive his way into the zone. He's stuck between two minds right now, Tayson. Does he go for that cooler box? Does he try and get those extra heals?
You could see the debate, though.
You could see it, couldn't you, in the gameplay? He
Hoping
wasn't
for a
quite
flopper.
sure, maybe a flopper, but then it's not guaranteed, so it's very difficult to make the decision. That's what makes Tayson so good. I'm sure it'll be the right decision further on down the line. I like the rotation while everyone else is driving. He is running quite an old-fashioned way of making it into zone, but he's making it work.
But again, that HP not looking in the best circumstances there, especially with no white heals to his name. Could be tough because we can already see the population taking place. A lot of congestion towards that bottom edge of the zone. As now, Nebs actually could be in a decent spot here. Try and move forward. He's got Frayne and Judder right behind him, but it's Acorn actually sitting pretty. Doesn't even have to look for a pressure opportunity. He knows that he's good on Surge, and so he's just gonna maintain playing his own game, even as a vehicle still left over on the lower end of his builds. So he wants to rotate out. It'll be all too easy for him.
Yeah, of course now. Neb's just backing off a little bit. He doesn't really want this fight. You can tell his Storm Surge is looking pretty good. He has that Breacher shotgun, so he's just looking to try and maybe get a little spray down or a little drop down if he sees fit. And Dretta's on the other side of the wall could be next victim. Because Neb sat on one elimination. Not looking too good on those white heals though. So he needs this refresh to bolster his materials. He's only got 15 builds. This is not an ideal situation for him, but can he make it happen? We'll have to wait and see as Tayson gets straight into the box. Huge shot into Cool and picks up a huge refresh right there, using that heavy sniper effectively and just getting right into the box and doing what Tayson does best.
And that's really ideal for Tayson now because if he has a second to breathe there, but you have to remember, with it being solos, there's always prime opportunities for another member to just come strolling right in. So you don't really get much time to actually loot up or celebrate your victory. More often than not, a Nas as well. Just trying to make sure that he's maintaining some sort of leverage inside of the zone. But for players with those Breacher shotguns and noticing that the lack of white heals all around seems to be a reoccurring theme.
Yeah, it does. Of course, no chug splashes in the game. I just don't think players will be prioritizing med miss or floppers. I think it's a lot of the time it is those big pots, those mini shields that these players are opting to have. Currently, it's Queasy all the way up on top, trying to command that position of high ground. Something what we've seen so often, it's the cannon. First time being us seeing that in play as Queasy gets absolutely chopped out by Marco. I think he tried to deliver some return fire as well, but Queasy is knocked off his throne.
But look who's trying to make his way up to the top. It's Giannis. He will be stuck at a slight standstill, but it's not going to prevent him from continuing to push forward. Has to be careful, though, because this is the point. Now, you've got all these players inside of their own boxes. Mild zipline, getting a lot of mobility out of these map rotations straight through the builds. Nearly gets clipped by the truck in the process. But he's back in action. He's back in the zone, and this is a great place to be. I say that. Ooh. And Giannis eats a big shot here off to the side. Forced to retreat for the time being, and he might not even get an opportunity to get off these minis, but at least one will fire through.
And this is really where no Siphon comes into play. He can't pick up an elimination to get that HP back up, but I'll tell you who is up. It's Queasy, all the way up on high ground, using that cannon to try and apply as much pressure as he can. Can Queasy do it? He's been in this position before. I'm sure he can.
Queasy, though, when you're this high up, you have to be careful not to get chopped out. He's just praying that everyone is too focused on the chaos that's taking place darkly underneath him. Cammy now getting lit up from a distance here is Queasy trying to utilize some of that infinite sprint.
A little bit of that sprint, but he's quite happy up on high ground right now. And that's a little bit down below. Looking pretty solid in all departments. Can he pick up a refresh to keep himself going even more? It's Frey on the other side of that, but he has all the answers to the questions that Anas is asking. Thomas HD all the way back into the storm. He has, of course, got that slurp cannon to keep his way going, but I don't think it's going to be enough, Taco. He's going down in the storm, and that's Thomas HD out the game.
So close, but so far. You could see the pain in his face the moment that he realized that he wasn't going to actually be able to cross that threshold. And again, Queasy getting challenged for his height, but not looking to back down anytime soon. In fact, he might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew. He's got the slurp juice popped. It's going. It's definitely providing him enough sustain for the time being, and it seems as though he'll actually make his way out.
The investment of materials early on from Queasy might just be his demise. He's running low on materials, as are the rest of the lobby. Marco is back up on high ground, but without a question from Queasy, going up on the backside of zone. Can he hit his shots where it matters most? No! It's Marco that takes him out and regains the high ground.
Marco just tearing through the competition right now as Anas forced to drop for the time being. Vico, on the other hand, 7 eliminations. He's been getting active in this one. Plenty as far as heals are concerned. Question is whether or not he can close it out. He's got that epic combat SMG, and he's putting in work.
He is, and he needs to. This is a huge game for Vico. Gets a huge beam onto the player down below. It is, of course, Canada, but now he has another player to have to deal with twice at once. Vico, how's your multitasking? Is it good? It seems pretty good to me. Anas taken out by Vico into the storm, looking to get as much of that heals up as possible. 1v1 situation. Can Vico do it?
He might be able to grab it in the process, but it's going to be Kanata who actually manages to slither away for the time being. Buying him a little bit of time, but Cammy now knows that it's Vico on the other side of this wall, wants to push forward. Vico from above, a nice connection, not enough just yet, but Vico, he is making it work, and Cammy will be eliminated.
10 elimination of Victory Royale for one of the best fighters in the region, and you can just see what that means to him. Vico, what a performance.
And again, we talk about energy. This is the guy that's going to bring it every single time. He took full momentum throughout that match. The fact that we pan over to him and just see him with a cool 7 elims. Game before that, you have to remember, he also had 5 elims, so he is really just making a huge effort to stack as many points as possible.
Vibrant Vico. Not just by his clothing, but also by his gameplay. He is looking great right now, not just in game, but also, of course, in person. I'm excited to see if he can continue it. And of course, some other people that are looking great. I want to hear from Ian and the lads.
Mini, Taco, thank you very much. You saw what it meant to him. Vico popping off when he clutched victory there, and it was very well deserved. I'm on the desk with Reese and Levin. We wanted aggression. This is Red Bull contested after all, and we got it.
10 elims on the bat. What more? I was going to say, what more can you ask for? But maybe 11 or 12 or something. A huge pop off. Vico has been undoubtedly, the time that we've spent here, the most confident person I've ever met. I think he's walked up to me maybe 6 or 7 times. You're like, by the way, I'm winning.
Yeah.
Just in case you're wondering,
He's feeling himself, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, sometimes you got to be like, oh, sure, you got Acorn to fight off spawn. Are you worried about that, what's happening? Clearly not at all.
But that's how Vico is. He's so confident. And this is what we want. This is what it's all about. And you're saying it. It's Red Bull contest. We want to see these players who are just going to take it to the rest of the lobby. Double-digit elimination game in a solo competition like this one with the caliber of player we have in this lobby is unheard of. This guy is an animal.
That is no easy task, and we're looking back at some of the highlights overall from this, and it's what it says on the tin. Like we've said it a million times, we wanted it to pop off, and it popped off.
Absolutely, and that's what the players are trying to do right now. You've noticed a switch and a swing. We saw that game number 1. Players are playing it slower. They were trying to figure things out a little bit. Now, man, when you got like Queasy W keying, like you know that the pace has changed.
Yeah, I think the mentality has definitely switched from a lot of these guys, and I think it's definitely working. Tayson was someone who in this game, he was getting a bit more fraggy, right?
Showing up.
So we know these guys, these top players are taking advantage of the fact that it's going to be very hard for you to really deal with someone just charging at you, especially with weapons as strong as the mythic drum shotgun, right?
I'm not sure I've ever in my life seen Tayson heavy sniper into someone's box to try and fight them. But look, that aggression worked all the way up till top 10. I think that was a 9th place for them with 5 eliminations too.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Marco as well, he's that dude.
He's that guy.
Marco's coming out here.
My goodness.
So consistent.
So consistent. And what we're learning here from these players, and look, from Vico, these wins are so vital because before you know it, you're headed into game 4 and you rattle through these games like a snip of the fingers, and it's all over before you know it.
Absolutely, undoubtedly. He's hyped, he's pumped up, he deserves a win, let's go! I'm not going to mouth out what he was saying, I think it would work out too good, but let's just believe me that he's hyped.
Yeah, I think he said something like, "Woo, I'm having a good time."
I have won! I have won this video, yeah.
All right, let's take a look at Game 3's results. You saw the highlights. Let's see how it stacks up at the leaderboard later on. But for now, here's the results of Game 3. Vico with 100 points in total. 10 eliminations. Count them up!
Triple-digit game.
I'm just doing a big exhale, and you can't see me anymore because that is unbelievable. Look at the comparison of other players in that match. The second highest was 5th, and there's obviously 3 people down there. The people we talked about that up their aggression, the Queasies, the Taysons and whatnot. But doubling that from every single other player and winning the game at the same time, masterclass.
You know when we talk about players activating, getting in their flow state. I bet you this brother popped a Red Bull before the game. You know what I'm saying? That brother was, he had wings. He was flying through that end game. Honestly, no, I kid you not, yeah. When you're watching him at the end there, he's so locked in. It's one of those things where like, you just have to have like been a GOAT in a game like this. And when you're going, you're hitting every single shot. Nobody can stop you. He's not even, at that point, he's not even thinking. He's just like acting. Do you know what I mean? Like he's just going.
You know what? I've just heard you say Red Bull gives you wings. You're wearing wings on your t-shirt. You're going to get Reeboks, Levin, all right? You can relax now. Okay, we've got the man of the hour standing by with Frankie. Let's see if he's as hyped up as he was post-game there.
We're slightly more chill right now, but your reaction at the end of that game, Vico, was absolutely priceless. How's the adrenaline?
I would say it's kind of high. I'm kind of shaking right now because like I got a 10K win, so it's 100 points. I moved my way up.
Yeah, you've really moved your way to the top, although eliminations are worth double in the second half of today's games. Do you think you can keep up the momentum?
100%. I'm really good at fighting, so double points for your kills is just my thing.
You also came top 3 last game as well, but you were taken down by your former duo partner, Kylie. What was it like getting revenge?
It was really good. I felt nice. I felt relieved as well.
He's also sat in the row with you. What is the atmosphere like in your row of players? Do you all congratulate each other when you're doing well?
It's really nice. Like I'm sitting next to Marco and Vedil, and they're both like supporting me and like just watching.
Yeah, it's the Wave Army. You're all for Wave.
Yeah, I'm from Wave.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're like the Wave Army. You support each other because you're from the same org. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So, what are your plans now? As I've said to the other players who stood with me on this spot, the players who've got those victory royales, you are now a bit of a target. You have got lucky with the zones as well. Are you worried that people are going to come and find you near Mega City?
I'm not worried, because if they fight me, I'm just going to run over them.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of the tournament. You have been on fire so far. Let's see if Vico can keep up this performance, and let's see if the game and the desk have anything to say about it.
No, got nothing to say. So, how about that? Of course we've got something to say about it. That man was an absolute beast, Levin, and you know what? He seems like he's composed and ready for some more consistency.
Yeah, clearly. I think the big thing for him is that he understands that there is still plenty to go. The job is not finished. He understands that if he can have more games like that in the back end of the competition, it's going to be even more rewarding for him, and I think he's ready for that challenge.
And I am concerned, though. Again, we've mentioned this. He's hyped up, he's feeling good now, and it seems that all is going well, but he is one of those emotional players where things don't necessarily go that well in a couple games in a row. That could be a downward spiral.
I think the good thing is that it's not just like a one-off good game for him.
Absolutely.
The game before, he made it very deep in, right? He came top 3, so clearly he has something about him in these games right now where like he has a strategy, he's consistently making it deep in games. If he can continue to do that, it's going to go well for him.
I also think, realistically, when some players get tilted, if they're doing badly, they get more aggressive, right? They start W-keying more, they start running into more players' boxes. If you give that card to Vico, I don't know what's going to happen in that game.
Well, you had Frankie as well earlier say about when we get into the second half of the tournament, and if you're just joining us right now, once we get to the halfway point, the final 4 games are double elimination points. So imagine stacking up 10 kills when you get to game 5, 6, 7, or 8. All of a sudden, you're putting yourself right in the mix, Lev.
Crazy. The potential there is scary. And of course, we're going to hype up Vico because he was sensational, but a couple other players in that game were on that same sort of mentality where they were pushing, fighting everybody, right? Tayson had 5, Queasy had 5, Marco, who's already been spectacular today, had 5. Like, these guys are starting to understand, and if everybody else is watching them, we might see a WK Fest start to kick off here.
Yeah, also, interestingly enough, right, not only was Marco popping off there, but there was a montage clip moment for him putting Queasy in the piece up on high ground to knock him out of the lobby. So not only is he picking up nice big elims, he's doing it in style.
Right, I just want to give a quick shout out to EE because if you want your broadband speeds to be faster than Reese on the back of a Raptor, you need to check them out. And this player interview is brought to you by EE, and it's with Seti.
Hi, I'm Ivo Zajans, also known as Seti. I'm 19 years old and I come from Poland.
Longest ever Fortnite session?
More than 24 hours, around 30.
Hip-hop or pop?
Hip-hop.
Percent chance of winning Red Bull contested?
I think I got a very high chance, like 80.
Nerd or cool kid?
Both.
Do you dream about Fortnite?
Sometimes.
Last TV show you watched?
I rewatched Prison Break.
Favorite emote?
Floss.
Happy or grumpy?
Happy.
Celeb that you would like to see in Fortnite?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Most embarrassing way you've lost a match?
I don't lose.
I'm loving these player interviews because it is really nice to get that behind the scenes. We see them in the server, right? And sometimes in these interviews, especially at a LAN, it's hard to get blood out of the stone sometimes. But it's really nice for these behind the scenes interviews, isn't it?
Absolutely, right? And you know, if you've ever sat and spoke to some of the players behind the scenes, you know that they will talk. They will talk, they will go on and on and on. But sometimes you put a camera in front of their face, it might be the first time at LAN, you get a little bit nervous.
I'm happy Seti's like claiming cool kid now. He's like, yeah I'm cool. I won a couple of LANs. I'm cool, I swear.
I sit back in my chair, don't worry. Yeah.
No, seriously.
You knew when he wasn't.
These players are having a great time, and shout out to every single one of them that made the trip here to Edinburgh to compete at the first ever major Fortnite LAN here in the UK. It's time for our EE player of the game. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. It had to be Levin.
The one and only Vico. After that performance, how could he not be? Who else in that game were you looking at and going, that was the player of the game? Nobody else. Unstoppable, stole the show at the end here. You're just shooting into bushes. You know someone's there. You're just shooting blindly. That second shot there that you hit, like, that's just silly, man.
Beautiful.
These guys
absolutely beautiful. And I think one thing that we've not picked up on, we've talked about the aggression, right? We've talked about the fact he's made to pick up 10 elims. But in the inventory, 10 floppers, that'd be a lot. 4 floppers and the slurp juice that's in there too. We've repeatedly said about the fact that there's no siphon. If you take storm damage, your HP's going down, you just lose time. You need to have whites in the inventory. He's fished, he's got them up in his inventory. And if you watch during that end game, he sat back in storm, healed up, and repeated.
The big thing for me with Vico, right, is that, you know, a month ago or so, I said, everybody consistently has called this guy like an up-and-comer for like a year now, and it's like, at a certain point, the up has to come. You know what I mean? Like, you have to start getting the results, and I hope this can be like a crowning moment for him where he can finally go, look, I've done something now. I've achieved something with all the hype and talent I have.
Well, if the up comes and that up is lifting the Red Bull contested trophy at the end of the day today, that would be quite the achievement. Now, let's talk about Queasy, another big name that we've seen out here. And you know, we talk about slurp juice and how vital it's been, how to get it, Queasy knows.
Absolutely, of course. We were looking through all of these games, trying to figure out exactly what these players have been doing. Of course, Moustache starting off. We know combat caches this season haven't necessarily changed that much, right? You're going to get your 2 slurp juices, and this kind of goes back to what I talked about a little bit earlier with the floppers, whereas this is the #1 spot to get your easiest slurp juice, white heals. But on top of that, of course, in the 4th zone, in the mid game, you'll see a big, massive island pop up, Loot Island that'll spawn, and it's your turn to fight against another player. If they all go for it, for that best loot. And more slurp juices, but of course, you're also going to be able to get the new mythic drum gun, which we've been seeing absolutely pop off, go insane, go crazy this entire day. Now, uncharacteristically, Queasy ended up going for it.
Yeah, Queasy, you know, last season when Rift Island was in the game, they never went for it. Him and Vino never ever would go and land on it. And it's funny because at times I've spoken to him and he's like, I don't ever really go for it if I wasn't playing seriously. And I don't think that means he's not playing seriously now. I just think it means he feels a lot more liberated, like he's trying to play a lot freer. And that led to him picking up a lot more eliminations in this game. Look how he's using it, dropping down, back of the zone from height, picking up a bunch of elims, and it's working.
Absolutely, and like previously the player who was going for it every single game has been Mappy, right? And he's put on an absolute masterclass of running in people's faces with the drum gun from that point onwards. And now Queasy's done it too, a player who you wouldn't necessarily predict as being the most aggressive. So for everyone else out there that's listening thinking, that's free money for me if I start to go up, which means the more and more this tournament goes on, the more and more contested that gets.
And Levin, look, we know that Queasy likes the high ground, right? So it was nice to see him in his comfort zone, wasn't it?
The high ground king, that's his element,
right?
I think Mini was saying it, it's like, we've seen him here before and we expect him to do very, very well because when he's up there above everyone else, it's so comfortable. And it's weird to me that we didn't see more of it in the first couple games because the best players in the first couple games were the ones that were really just abusing being on height, and I think now he realized, hold on a minute, height's pretty free for me to play for.
Well, I think that was Marco who was the height player in game number 1, but he was just so relaxed. He was just above everyone in the lobby. No one even started to look up to him because a lot of the lobbies are just conditioned not even to do that anymore, right? But with Queasy, he was up there for what seemed like 6 seconds to start with until he got Cybertron cannon down. But you know, we know him, he's a stubborn man. Once he's got his eyes set on something, it's going to repeat that process over and over and over and over again. And straight away, claim straight back up to high ground.
Well, let's go back to Queasy, from the high ground to the low ground of the floor of our arena. With Frankie, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, and we might be on the low ground right now, but this is, as you know, the high ground king. It's Queasy. We've definitely got some Queasy fans in the audience. I can hear them giving some little polite whoops, because we are in the UK after all. Queasy, that last game we saw you drop on Rift Island, and as the guys on the desk were saying, that's not something you're associated with, really. Why have you decided to change things up for this tournament?
So I wasn't having fun in the first 2 games, and I just decided I'm going to go Island every single game now. And get the drum, mythic drum, and hopefully get in some boxes.
So you're laying out your stall now. Everyone knows that you're going to the island. We saw them swarming around the island once you got there first. Are you expecting to have more competition in the next game?
Oh, 100%, but I'll eliminate them all.
And I like your confidence. I like your confidence very much. And I was enjoying watching you go to the high ground, which is what we know you for. But were you slightly worried that you were going to run out of materials?
So I wasn't, but then I used a new cannon, and I slipped out of height, and I had to use like 500 miles to get back up, because I didn't know how it works, so that was my issue, but I know now.
How do you feel about the Cybertron cannon being in play here?
I don't know, mixed feelings. It's definitely bad to go up against, but good to use.
All right, and have you been up against the Cyber cannon much yourself at the moment?
I don't think no, not that much, mostly heavies.
So you've got to get your hands on it first?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, we'll be watching out for you in game number 4. Thank you so much for talking to me, Queasy. Good luck. We'll head back to the desk.
Cheers, Frankie. Thank you very much. Queasy, definitely a player to watch going forward. I think we might be able to take a look at the leaderboard to see how we are stacking up, because we see the game results, but then we see the numbers come into effect here, and sitting at the top, we have the man, the myth, the legend. It just goes to show, Reese, how vital those 10 eliminations really were.
Absolutely. Look at the total count, 16 above. That's 5 above Marco, who's in second. And we've already talked about how much he's been popping off, yet Mviko has just elevated that so much more.
This is scary for the rest of the lobby, because what this shows is that even before the point format change after game 4, like a big elimination game can move you up very, very high. And of course he was already quite high because he was doing well, but like if he now has another good game, you know, in game 5 or game 6, it's like, oh my goodness, who's going to catch up?
An interesting point is like that top 3 is so close. There's such a massive drop-off between Cammy and Zagu, 3rd to 4th there. Almost 50 points, which is unbelievable. But again, we've got the double points coming up after that. Those top 3 already fighting for it, already contested for it. However, everything's to play for after those next double points.
We keep talking about and highlighting the fact that we've got these double elimination points coming up, but you can't overhype it too much, because it's going to change everything.
It will change everything, but I think sometimes you look at tournament like this, and there's some players who, unfortunately, they just haven't come to show up. It's just not happening, you know? We can make it 22,000 points per lane. It's not changing anything.
Bro,
you know what I'm saying?
drop me and you in there.
That is the reality, right? There are some players on the leaderboard, it don't matter what we change, they're going to stay down. But for the players who are doing real good, the ones who have some rhythm, you know, you give them that extra boost and things could start to look scary for other people.
Reese, do you think that there's an argument here that, you know, when you come into a tournament, no matter what it is, and you've got 8 rounds to go through, you sometimes don't necessarily grab the bull by the horns or grab the raptor by the, I don't know.
Whoa,
what do they
don't
have?
grab it.
I'm not going to grab it there, I'll
No,
bite my head off. But, you know, and not really take it too seriously at the start, and before you know it, you think you're still warming up, but time's passing you by too quickly.
I mean, I think the fact that it's just a new season makes that even more imperative, right? Because you've got, we've not played this meta in a tournament yet. They played a couple of games yesterday, a couple of practices around, and they don't necessarily know what the actual tournament meta is. So a couple of games started, they've not necessarily figured it out. Take Queasy as a prime example there, right? He basically, the first 2 games didn't do so great. That second one absolutely popped off, and it's pushed him up into what, like 14th, 15th place?
Yeah, and he said himself there, he didn't even know how the cannon worked. Like, he's picking up, he's using it as he's going, and he's thinking, hold on a minute, how do I actually use this? So people are still figuring things out. That's, I think, the silver lining with what you're saying, right? That's why I think you are right in the sense of, like, sure, certain people haven't showed up yet, but in the back end, once they do start to figure things out, like, we could see some late comebacks come through.
I think an important note there is, just in case any players listening, the cannon has shoot-back damage, so you can fire yourself backwards off of high ground if you use it up there, so crouch.
Hey, we're all learning, right? And this is why I was so excited about, you know, this event, Red Bull Contested, because when it's been in the mix, it's been in, I guess, its evolution and planning phase for like 2.5 years, and all of a sudden we get this update the day before we go live. I was excited about that fact because it's more of an opportunity for you at home watching to really get to grips with it and learn it and see it firsthand played out in a competitive environment. Levin, what are you making of it all? Because, like Reese, you'd normally be at home checking it all out, right?
Yeah, it's weird to me because as much as the pros are the people we look at to develop and push the game, you know, you look back at last season, first couple of weeks, everyone's like, oh my gosh, this is like the best thing ever. And then people quickly realize, hold on a minute, we can like heal off for like 20 years now. And then things just divulged into madness, right? As much as we are getting a meta within this tournament that we're starting to understand, I feel like there's still probably things to be learned about the game that will transcend the meta as the season goes on. But within the tournament, yeah, sure, I think we're starting to see a meta develop and we're starting to see people take advantage of the things that are quite strong.
I'm also interested to see, like, in that 40-minute break that we've got between the games, like, are the players going to chat? Are they going to say, well, what you've been doing? Like, where have you been landing? Well, what of the things have you figured out? How do you not fire yourself off of height using the cannon, you know? Will that meta develop between there and there? Now, let's be real. I'm going to be totally honest. If I was a player doing well, I'm not telling anything. I'm not saying a single word about what I'm doing.
You're one of those guys, aren't you?
Not one
do me a favor, mate.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I am absolutely loving the jungle and the new vibe that this map has to offer. But we did actually ask some of our players how they would design their own Fortnite map.
I was always dreaming of a futuristic season. A lot of buildings, neon, like Tokyo vibes. I still think there's more that can be done in the futuristic vibe.
Sans, winter, nice Japanese theme for the whole map. Like multiple themes at once.
I would have like a lot of different things. You can do anything almost. For the weapons, keep it like kind of simple, so it's not too chaotic.
Very positive on playing aggressive. Lots of geysers, lots of launch pads just placed around the map.
Definitely a very flat world. If you play high ground, hills are good, but hills can create a lot of bad rotations.
You just have a completely flat map, everyone just drops in, and then there's just guns on the floor and you just have to PvP to the death.
I think a map with a lot of hills would change the game a lot.
I think I would make a world that's only water. Some random little islands only. You have to like boat around the whole map. That'd be funny.
Maybe like some powers like moon and then like different planets like around the map. I feel like that'd be cool.
Some good ideas there, some good ideas. If it was me, I'd probably I'd put like Rainbow Road from Mario Kart at the top of the map. You could just ride around on carts. What do you think of that?
I like that. That'd be great. I'd just make Edinburgh.
Yeah?
That's it. That's my map.
Your map would be Edinburgh?
Yeah. Every zone, I'm landing here.
He dropped in Edinburgh. You saw that?
I know. I'm so jealous.
Yeah, you know,
we watched that earlier, and I'm just like, man, I'm just sitting here in this chair, and you get to fly in from the sky.
I dropped in, and Frankie still complains. Like, I don't get it. I don't know what I can do.
Frankie always finds a way to complain. In fact, let's see if she does right now. She's standing by with ref guard.
No. But I am going to complain about you now. I'm going to complain to production. But first of all, I've got to talk to this gentleman, Refsgaard, who you might recognize in game from being reddish. What's going on? Why have you got someone else's name in game? Explain yourself.
It's kind of a long story. I don't really want to get into it. It's a bit complicated. But we swapped names for this tournament, kind of. And I don't know. I don't know even how Reddish is doing.
Probably better than you.
Yeah, she's...
She's carrying you, using your name.
She's going to win game 4, I think, with my name, so...
Yeah, exactly, as I said, carrying you. This is a lovely screen, by the way. We should shout out Agon by AOC because they provided all the screens we have here. 360 hertz. It's beautiful, and you can even change, you can even customize the light on the back. So if you do get to check out one of these screens for yourself, make sure you fiddle with the settings. I want to ask you, though, about duos, because I know that you're going to be going to Jönköping, Sweden very soon to compete at DreamHack, and you're going to have a brand new duo partner for the event. We don't know who it is yet. Can you tell me anything?
Yeah, I'm playing with Sadandi for DreamHack Sweden.
Oh, interesting. And why have you decided to partner with him in the future?
He's like the best fighter in the game, so that's why.
So what do you bring to the arrangement?
I'm the second best fighter in the game.
What about Brains? How are you finding playing for yourself today?
First 3 games have been pretty chill. I'm just kind of testing out the lobby, and then hopefully I can come back last 5 games.
And how are you finding the new weapons as well?
There's some questionable weapons, especially with the server lag, but they're all right. The AI is very good. Other than that, it's kind of like playing the old meta, except for no movement.
All right then, so I imagine we're going to see you going up the charts later on, especially as we go to double eliminations after game 5 onwards. Thank you so much for talking to me, Refsgaard. I want to head back to those naughty guys on the desk, because I really want to have a word with you, but apparently we've got to do it in the break that's coming up after game number 4. Honestly, I'm not very happy about it.
What do you mean? I'm right here, by the way. Look up. I'm here. Hey, here. No, here.
Oh my God!
Hi.
I didn't know they put you up there. They'd not told me where you were hanging out. They apparently needed to keep us apart, Ian.
Oh, we're in touching distance for the first time in the show. Do you want to? Can you fist bump me?
It's in my contract that I had to just do the top of the show with him, and then we never had to speak again. So you owe me some serious money. McEwen Hall, do I fist bump this man?
That's a yes. That's a yes.
I don't know. I actually heard some concerns, but he's all right.
No.
Okay, we're going to fist bump.
No, we're not. See you later, Frankie. Thank you very much. That'll do me for now.
Levin, stay calm. Sit down, Levin. Sit down.
Ian, I was thinking, Ian, right?
Yeah?
What did you make of Refsgaard's, or was it, no, it was Reddish's interview. What do you think, Ian?
In my opinion, Levin, I think he clearly is a bit nervous.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Ian.
Yeah, Levin. I think when you look at players like that, sometimes I think he's obviously not happy with how the tournament started, right?
Yeah.
But you know how it is, Levin.
But swapping names, Ian, it's a bit weird, isn't it? You know, like in a tournament setting like this, Ian.
I know what you're talking about, Levin.
Couldn't be me. Just saying.
No, it's just because no one picked you to
Don't
swap
pick
with.
me to swap names. All right, Mini-Man, let's move on. No, like, jokes aside, Refsgaard is having a good time. All the players here, you can tell there's a real good spirit in the air. It's a good feeling, but there is still that really high competitive edge that is running through under the seams, I'm going to say, if that makes sense.
As there is with nearly every tournament, of course. Like,
yeah, of course.
You know, you've got a bunch of players who start things off. They're trying to figure out where they're at, and it's always that initial, who's landed near me, who's landing around, right? What's the meta? What am I trying to figure out, right?
Yeah.
I think during the break, we're going to have a lot of players conversing. We're going to see a lot of things change in the general dynamics of how.
You think we're going to see the script flipped?
Yeah, like maybe not a wholesale change. Like I don't think people are just going to start switching drop spots completely, but like I think people will, like you say, like have words with each other and start to like establish like what's actually going on here. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Why aren't we seeing Raptors that much, by the way?
I don't know. I swear that you would have at some point, because I was trying to theory craft what you could do with them in competitive, and obviously I would presume it's probably because most people are just going to use cars, right? Like just cover. If you're using a Raptor, you're out in the open, you're getting shot, right? But I was thinking, you're in endgame, you can still build while you're on it. So I thought maybe if you get one to endgame, box it up, you can just tunnel.
It's a good shout.
Having the
while you're on them. I've not
remember back chapter 2, season 6, when there was hogs that you could ride on. Do you remember all these like triple edit one pump clips with the hogs? Like, that would be sick.
Yeah, it would. Let's hope we see that. Let's take a look at the last couple of pages of our leaderboard to see who's got the most work to do. Pick out some of the names here at the bottom left, because there's a long way to climb if you want to get out of there. Look at Steno, poor man, sitting at the bottom with 6 points.
That's rough. That is rough. But, you know, it's not over till it's over.
It's not.
That's all I can use is words of motivation, you know? Like, come on, mate, you got this.
My boy, my Scottish man, Tiggle's 83rd right now, which means he's beating a lot of other people. There's a lot of big pros under there that is down underneath him. Andy, of course, 83rd as well. We saw him jump into someone's box that was Seti and just go straight down onto the last page, of course. This is a sad sight. Obviously, we just had the interview, I was going to say with Refsguard, but he's just thrown me because it's not Refsguard, actually, in 97.
It wasn't Refsguard.
He's just thrown me. He's just got me.
It's tough because, like, the nature of Battle Royale is, like, there is going to be someone here. Like, somebody loses, somebody's, you know, way down in the dumps, but you know, what you can hope is that they turn things around. Like, a lot of them will just be people who are, like, going down off spawn, which is obviously tough. So maybe like a better luck of the draw in a bus path, or you get a better drop than somebody. But yeah, it's just words of motivation. Come on, guys, you got this.
You can do this. Double points, though.
I want to see those at the bottom start climbing up after this next game and then through into the double eliminations. It's never over until it's over, as my man Levin said. Unique catchphrase. That way to come up with that.
You know, man, I'm just trying to be like
you're so creative, so original. You know?
Yeah, man, I came up with that one.
Do you think that the level of consistency, because we do have these breaks in between games, right? And if you come off the back of a big win, we've seen these players in the interviews afterwards, how they're shaking, their adrenaline's high. You've got to somehow carry that and not be distracted by the several minutes or whatever it is until you throw them back into the map.
Absolutely, and that's where certain players absolutely thrive. If you look at guys like Seti, look at guys like Kami, their win expression is, you know, they're not overly excited. They don't get overly up, and hopefully they don't get overly down at the same time. And that allows you to mellow out throughout the entire long 8-game tournament they have. You know, that's one of the reasons why when we saw Vico win in that previous game, he's all hyped, he's all excited, but is there a drop-off that comes with that as well?
I think when you're a player and you put in a lot of work and you practice, if you have nerves before, that's only natural, right? You know, sometimes you know, your heart starts pitter-patter, pitter-patter. But once you're in the actual game, I think you just have to be in your element, especially if you are confident in the fact that, look, I have practice, I do put in the work, right? And I think a lot of them might be nervous before they go in, but as soon as they're in there, it's like, lock in.
And because we're used to seeing a lot of these players in duos, right? You've normally got your tag team partner who's got your back, or either giving you directions or out there fragging, whatever it is. You normally have that camaraderie. But when you're on your own, in an environment where you're surrounded by all of your competition in person, it's a different set of skills, isn't it?
Yeah, and especially like if something goes wrong, it's your fault. If something goes right, it's your fault. So you are the controller of your actions in those sense. So it's interesting to see how people's mentals envelop basically with that still in mind.
Yeah, I think it's been something said in the Fortnite community for ages. Solos is like the biggest test of mental strength there is in all of Fortnite, right? Like purely for those, you know, reasons that you guys said, and it's like you're just alone. Like you are actually just alone in the game. It's all on you. It's not an easy thing.
And there's that level of envy as well, right? Because you take off your headset when you get eliminated, and you like sit back, and obviously you're like, oh, what? These guys are still in. When you're at home, you don't do like, whatever. It's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to be like the first person on your own to go down.
You're like, please tell me I'm not letting you. Oh, no. Everyone's still in.
Oh, I got something to watch at least. Okay, we'll be fine. Yeah. That's the thing, the games are long, right? You know, you're like 25 minutes a match. If you go down off spawn, I mean, that's a long time to wait and just sit about. And that's and then you got the break between games. That's gonna be like a pit in your stomach of how do we get in, right?
Funnily enough, so when I'm casting, I looked over, and Pink, what he's been doing in that time is he's like opened up like Microsoft Paint or something, like a default app, and he's just like drawing, like he's like making these like brilliant art pieces. So you know, that's his way of mentally setting.
I've figured that one out. That's really easy. Obviously, no Kovacs, no aim trainers. He's just keeping the rest warm.
That's good point. Good point.
Just a heads up to you watching at home, we have got a couple of technical difficulties. We are working through them, and we'll be into the next game ASAP. But in the meantime, that gives us plenty of time to talk about this new season and everything involved with it. Levin, we've touched on some bits and pieces, and I know we've got some VT that we can roll at some point of like the jungle and the entire vibe of this new area of the map. But on top of that as well, are there any weapons that you in particular have seen like the drum shotgun or the new rifle where you're thinking, I want to get my hands on that when I get home?
I said it a couple times, that flapjack rifle, I don't know what it is, maybe it's just a sound in here, but when you hear it firing, it sounds menacing. Like, if someone was shooting at me with that, I'd genuinely like start fearing for myself. Like, it sounds crazy.
Yesterday, the first time we heard that rifle, I was
you
stopped me then. I thought somebody was happening. Sorry, Ian, my bad. I'm passing along the fear onto you as well. Wow. Of course, genuinely, it feels good when you're in here. People, you can't describe that to somebody at home, but of course, that weapon, incredibly powerful. We've looked at it a few times throughout the day, and I've seen a lot of players take the mythic rarity, but I still think Red Eye is what the majority of these players are taking after that.
Yeah, it will be. Like, of course, we're playing at pro level. Players are concerned about Storm Surge. You're not going to beat the Red Eye when it comes to like getting Storm Surge tags. One thing I will say, Ian, like you mentioned the map, and I do want to say, I'm so sad we've not had like a proper jungle zone.
Yeah.
Like all the zones, like typically like new season, everyone's like, oh, I bet your Epic's gonna rig it to go to the new POIs, right? But like we've not had anything in the jungle area. I want to see more of the jungle.
And I'm loving these flowers as well, right?
Absolutely.
There's a big variety of flowers.
You got 4 total. That one gives you shield. This one is what we call a stink flower. So you can pickaxe it, you see it fires, and that's basically a stink bomb grenade that'll blow up. You can actually shoot these from a distance as well, so you don't need to pickaxe it. This is the bomb flower, which is the same thing. Pickaxe it, flies.
How much damage does that do?
I was about to say, I'm not 100%, but we just saw there, it broke that, I think that was a brick wall that was on that side that it broke up. And this one's the hot flower, which you can jump on, and it'll give you instant height with a shockwave effect, which will essentially cancel any fall damage. So this is the kind of things we look at earlier, where how are you going to be able to like rotate through this part of the map? There's so many different like variations you can.
Yeah, you can see here, right? Collecting some of the, are there any wasps?
There are wasps.
Yeah, because you can throw them at your enemy as well, right? And it can be, I imagine it doesn't do that much damage, but it's a real good distraction if you want to get in there.
That must be so annoying.
8 damage per second. You got to jump in mud or water, and then they'll jump off. And as you can see, like, what are you meant to do in this situation? You can't shoot them away, you got to jump away. So again, I haven't really seen any players use them, but there is a reality augment that you can use that allows you able to harvest more of these, and they'll replenish in your inventory over and over. And I think there might be some utilization for this, to be honest, because if you can continually get ones back over and over again, you can just keep chucking these at people and then shoot their walls, and surely there's a way that this will phase into their box.
Hey, there you can see as well the Raptor being utilized there. The thing is, if you're going to go for a Raptor, I'm right in thinking that you can either throw some meat in front of it to distract it, right? Or you can jump straight on its back and hope for the best. But there's always a risk there, Reese, that you might get a bit chompy.
Absolutely. Like, one of the things I want to see again, though, is anyone using it. You know, we've looked at it a couple times, we've talked about it a couple times. I want to see anyone using it. So
I want it to come down to 1v1, and I want a whole Jurassic Park setup, and I want it to be game 8. It's all to play for, and it's Raptor versus Raptor.
Do you know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see someone's like on height, and like they've been chopped out, they've got no mats left, and then they land on the Raptor to like save their lives.
Because that's how you actually end up getting them on your side. You jump on them and you land on them, that's you riding them.
Someone's about to fall to their doom, but they save themselves by landing on a Raptor.
And then win.
Crazy.
That would be epic.
Bro.
Look, I know that you guys don't even want to get into the game. You just want us to talk about Raptors all night.
Oh, absolutely.
But we will eventually get there. We were just standing by, but we will get there very shortly. But for now, let's cross over once again back to the balcony with Frankie.
Thank you very much, and I'm not on my own. I've got a guild daddy with me. I've got a Boo and Anas. What an absolute legend. He is at almost every Fortnite LAN because his son Anas typically qualifies for them. What's it like to be watching your son perform here in Edinburgh?
It's amazing because I love Fortnite and love when he wins. So he must win this.
I think he's doing pretty well. Are you ever a training partner? Do you duo together?
He don't want to play with me. He say I'm too bad.
What? Boo! Boo! That's not fair, Anas. Listen,
They're gonna boost me to champion.
Yeah, boosting's not allowed. It's fine. You don't need boosting. You're already good in your own right. We could play some Zero Bills together. How does that sound?
Yes, that will be cool.
Okay, right, okay. Next Zero Bills LAN is going to be me and Guild Daddy. That's going to be your in-game name because your name's already been stolen. Your son has literally taken a Anas from you, Abu. What do you feel when you're actually watching your son perform? He's on the big screen over there looking up at you. Do you feel pride? Do you feel fear?
I feel he's going to win.
You feel he's going to win? There's no fear involved. So how do you feel when he does win?
Then we scream.
Then we scream. Have you got a chant? Can you teach everyone here in Edinburgh a chant for Anas, please, Abu?
We will cheer them up, so.
Okay, Okay, but what about a cheer? We've got to produce a chant.
Well, I didn't understand it.
A chant, so like, Anas, Anas, he's our man. If he can't do it, his daddy can, that kind of thing.
I'll do it when we are in top 5 next game.
Okay, well, brilliant. I think McEwen Hall, you're on board, right? Anas, Anas, he's our man. If he can't do it, his daddy can. We're slightly on board. I think I might have to have a few goes with them during the next game, but we're going to work on it. And we'll get there, Ian. I don't know if you can have a go for us.
Frankie, will you stop saying daddy, please? My word! I'm about to end this broadcast! No, but I do love Anas's dad, and I do love the chant as well. Maybe we'll get it going a little bit later on. But you know what I love about...
Tomorrow, and not the only one.
You know what I do love about Anas's dad, right? When I was a kid, when I was at uni, I'd bring home my dirty washing and give it to my dad. Anas comes home with a cool $1 billion. Oh. 1 million, sorry, not a billion. It's not there yet. No wonder his dad's always smiling. His son made him a milli.
He's been smiling for years. Abu Anas is like one of my favorite people. Like, I'm quite a big fella, right? I'm 6'8".
Yeah.
And this guy makes me feel small. And it's not because he's tall.
He's got big hands.
His hands are massive. Yeah. And he's like, he'll come over and he'll grab me all rough. Like, hey, 11. And it's like I start shaking all over the place.
You get ragdolled about
honestly,
flying around.
But he's a legend. He is a legend.
I remember the first time I met him, I was like, oh, that's Anas's dad. I don't even need to, like, I just know it is.
You can see
the smile on his face and everything.
Do you know what, like, listen, jokes aside, I've spent a lot of time with these guys, and they are such a lovely family. And you can see from Anas, really humble, and he's obviously come from really humble backgrounds as well, so. Great people. Let's take a look at the current leader. We're going to see him on screen right now. There he is.
Hello.
And it's no surprise that he's still smiling, is it?
He's not dropped. I mean, I've not seen him not smile. I was actually about to say, have I ever not seen him smile? I don't think I've ever not seen Vico smile. All of the DreamHacks, all the events I've ever been to, ear-to-ear grin.
I'm worried about him, though. He's had to sit for a bit, you know what I mean? He's cooling off. Like, when you are hot like he was, you almost want to go right back in so you can just keep it going.
Yeah.
But he's had to sit down, cool off for a bit, and then we'll see if that actually, sort of affects him going into the next couple of games.
He seems pretty chilled, but you would be, wouldn't you, on 172 points? But as we've said a million times, it's still all to play for. I'm really fascinated to see if Marco can step up again as we go into game 4.
Same. I think you made a really good point earlier where you said, there's always someone in a solo event that pops off, and I hope it continues to be Marco.
Right, guys, let's get the countdown going. Let's see if Edinburgh joins in with us. Let's do this. We have got 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Over to Outcasters, Mini and Taco for game 4. Let's go!
Thank you so much, Ian. We are here. Game number 4 is upon us, and I could not be more hyped.
This is the halfway marker, a desperate opportunity, I think, for some of these players that need to find a way to elevate the positioning in that leaderboard. If you're not in that top half already, this could be a great chance to at least start chipping away and getting there.
Absolutely. The players have a little bit of a weight as well going into this game 4, so it'll be interesting to see how that affects their performance. Will Vico be able to continue his dominance at the top of the leaderboard? Will Marco be able to rekindle some of that energy from game number 1? So many storylines to break down.
I mean, when you're a player like Vico, who already has so much energy, just imagine, even with a little bit of a wait time, a little bit of downtime, you have to remember, they could also be utilizing that time for strategizing on their own individual gameplay, things that might not have necessarily worked out as well for them at the start of today. They could always look to try and revamp, recourse, and just try to work through.
You'd hope so. A lot of the players are going in the VODs, but I did actually have a look over my shoulder. I saw Pink earlier. He was drawing. He was drawing pictures of nothing. He was just scribbling.
Sometimes you have to let them be their own visionary.
True. That's what it is. But Pink, not having the best day so far. Let's have a little chat about him all the way down on the leaderboard. What do you think he has to do to change his ways at the moment and try and push his way up?
See, it's definitely a rough circumstance as well for Pink, because right now he's only got 4 points. I gather that's either from placements, or I believe he might have 1 elimination currently that has amounted to that. But I think where it's particularly rough is the fact that even in some of the pre-show feed that we were watching through, we saw Pink kind of state, hey, I love no mobility metas. I think that I have a slight preference towards it. So it could be one of those instances too where maybe he's just a second half player.
Yeah, I mean, no mobility. We're seeing so many vehicles being used as well. That's almost what the story of the day is. Who has the vehicle? But it's all about who has the skill in game number 4 as we hop right on board the battle bus.
And what's also been so awesome about today, aside from the fact that we're seeing quite a shakeup as far as that top 5 is concerned on the leaderboard, but it's not as if Marco, Vico haven't had to actually slug through some heavy competitors. I mean, if you look at some of the other names that are in that top 10, you got Thomas, you've got Venom, you've got Mustache. It's just a lot of presence here. And Leo, Blake, this is the contest that Blake has been facing all of his career. It seems like he's trying to buy some time for this big pop, but Leo, he's got the aggression.
He does, and Blake has the HP advantage, though. He has the Havoc Pump shotgun, and he puts it to good use. Blake getting the engine going. Game number 4, feeling good about it, too. He was a little bit disappointed, you could say, about the fact that he was contested. A little bit of a last-minute contestation for him as well. I think every single time I've gone up to Blake and said, oh, how you doing, mate? You all right? He's like, well, I'm great, but I'm contested. No matter whether it's outside, in here, at the hotel, no matter where I've seen him, he's always talked about being contested. So I'm sure his sorrows will be lifted for at least for now.
You know, it kind of explains why he didn't seem as excited either for the fact that he was uncontested, because he is just so used to being surprise contested or last minute contested. But Suisse here at Slappy Shores, we know that he tried to do a surprise con onto Mustache and Tayson, and it's success this time around. A little bit of revenge as well for Suisse, and that's bound to cause a little bit of a delay to Tayson's loot path presence as well over on that north side of Slappy Shores. But north side of things seem to be the direct focus here today, as Nyrox, Flois running to back 4 games in a row. It's not a direct 50-50, obviously, like what we saw from Blake and Leo, but at the same time, again, you're having to constantly worry about another player on your back, just breathing down your neck the whole way through.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly when you're talking about the difference in high ground, the difference in elevation. Zagu looking all the way up top here on top of this cliffside. Zagu, one of our players from Asia, a fantastic talent who really shone during the Invitational. Such a great player. The aggression was there, and it was a lot of questions, particularly coming into a LAN situation. How aggressive are these regions going to be that maybe don't have the best players in the world in them? Not having that high level of practice, but every single time they do seem to deliver. So we start to see how they can do, of course, in this latter stage, the second half of the event, when elimination points are worth double. And of course, no stranger to eliminations, our mate Vico, who's looking good yet again, setting up well, absolutely locked in. We were talking a little bit after that last game. We were saying, how can Vico go about this? Of course, we've talked about how strong he is in fights. And speaking of fights, we're talking about Nyrox here, getting inside of Flois' area, I believe. This is not Flois, it's Juriki who he's going up against.
Juriki, not with the AP advantage, but might catch wind of the fact that Nyrox is actually eating a couple of tags from a distance there. Pressure all around Juriki, nearly able to turn it in the process, but Nyrox, he's got to be careful because the fire just continues to rain in here. Will have an opportunity to actually pop these minis, so he'll at least have that 50 shield back, but having to expend one of these medkits, I would say it's not the most ideal circumstance, but at the same time, it's so early on in the match that there's plenty of time to look for more resources later.
Like that from Nyrox, of course, getting shot from, I believe, Juriki in that last game from the hill, so he just takes matters into his own hands and says, you know what? He's not going to be taken off that hill, so I will do it myself, as Xweez getting off to a great start over here at Slappy Shores. Noah Rayleigh on the south side of it as well. No eliminations for him so far, but he is looking pretty strong with the loot side of things, able to use that chug cannon to heal his way up. Of course, it does recharge, so unlimited HP in his inventory there. Just see if he can take that into endgame, and it's now Rizandy getting inside the box. We saw him getting very aggressive in that last game, and it didn't quite work out for him, and now I think he's learned his lesson as Aqua just applies that pressure just to fend him off.
Alderskar seems to have a lot of faith in this potential duo later on, but Aqua, he was able to chunk away at some of those shields. But the truck, a little bit too powerful in terms of escape mobility. And now instead, spending some of his own heals. Walks, meanwhile, chopping down, getting chopped down in the process here. Trying to do what he can to escape from Coin, but it's a sniper breach, and that is all it takes to break through here, as Coin will successfully eliminate Walks.
I like that from Coin. Of course, if you have just joined us, there's a little bit of confusion. Solary T-Chips, it's Coin, and Dark Deck is to Siptos. Yeah, just to make things confusing, you know, as they always do. But that's for anyone that knows T-Chips, that is right there. Braxel now looking to try and connect with some shots, not quite working out. as he gets tagged up by Cheesy, which I believe he lives in Wales, which is I think the only Welsh player playing today. So my Welsh friend right here, doing a great job.
Yeah, Reese's Tickles, you've got Cheesy.
Exactly. Be interesting to see who comes out on top in that particular versus.
Oh, whichever one of them does better than the other. That's how you guys determine which is the better, area to beat.
Or I could just 1v1 Reese. I know how that'll go.
I think we all do. It's okay. Braxel, though, we got to put a little bit of respect on his name. I mean, this guy is someone who actually placed first in the Red Bull Open qualifiers to actually make his way here today. So despite the fact that he hasn't had the performance that maybe he would have hoped for, at the same time, great experience.
Look at this, though, from Vortex. He actually uncontested his drop spot, and now that, of course, means he has to go out and try and get those fights for that Storm Surge damage, and that he does. A very good elimination from him right there. Just able to claim a lot of this real estate just outside of his drop spot. Does he have the keys to claim that holo chest? Is he going to wait it out for one of his augments to come through? Potentially that Keymaster augment, which, if you don't know, grants 2 keys that can be used to claim that shotgun. We've seen so many of these teams using the exotic variants of weapons, and it seems to be working out.
Seemed like one of those items that he had in mind, though, was that new Cybertron cannon. See whether or not that works out for him. And us as well, though, heading towards one of these temple vault areas from the new jungle midsection of the map. This jungle biome, I think, providing some decently nice coverage. I mean, it could be kind of hard to spot somebody through all this foliage, and especially with a lot of this varying levels of elevation, like Reese was talking about at the start of the show. But it's an As soon as he goes up, out of the jungle foliage, immediately getting chunked back down in his shields. Although he does have plenty of shield resources to take advantage of here, so he doesn't really seem too pressed about it. It's more so just a bit of a nuisance, knowing that can't necessarily go all the way up to get an eagle-eye view of the area.
Yeah, not quite. Nako right now, sat inside of this truck, opting for the double assault rifle strategy, using that new flapjack weapon as well as that red-eye assault rifle, I assume the Storm Surge.
Just waiting for it to transform.
Waiting for it to transform.
A little bit of Optimus action.
It might, who knows? This is Fortnite, anything can happen. That truck might not be exactly where you last left it, or indeed in the same form as you last left it, but...
It's sturdy, though. Not the fastest, but sturdy.
Especially not in here. Vico, though, speaking of quick, you know how quick he can be when it comes to fighting and being aggressive. And as I was talking about earlier, before we were talking about a fight, Vico, we talked about how can he win? How can he continue this? Because this is a player that we know, and we've seen proof of today, that he can pick up a lot of eliminations, but sometimes can find himself victim to his own aggression, over-aggression, being too aggressive in different boxes. And hopefully he can just calm it down a little bit, enjoy his time up top.
I mean, it nearly got the better of him in that last game,
did.
even, that he just won. It's just fortunate enough for him that with that combat SMG, he was able to... I mean, we all have heard stories about Vico and his mechanics. He is definitely a very mechanically gifted player, just for the amount of grind that he puts in. Age 30, though, trying to escape from the sights of Bevies. Not going to be able to connect for the time being. A little bit of dumpster diving action. But now, Bevies come back out. Covered in some of the mud, and Nathan now going to have to be forced to go back up, but it is busy.
Great job from Nathan. And he's one of these players that was considering going. I know he was invited as a backup player originally. I remember him saying he was like, oh, should I go, should I not? He was in 2 minds. I'm sure he's glad he's here now and able to prove what he can do in a lobby with some of the top players in the world. Of course, he's proving it right there. The proof is in the pudding, as they say. He's got an elimination.
But the fact that he eliminated Mappy, of all people, I mean, again, keep in mind, kind of reference in the last match where Mappy has been having a tendency to prioritize the Rift Island. Didn't see him there last game. And you have to remember also Queasy, in one of those post-game interviews, talking about the fact that his strategy, he's just announcing it to everyone. I'm just going to go for Rift Island every time. I want to have some fun.
Yeah, I want to see who goes through with that, whether he will have what it takes. Are his words worth anything? His actions do not match. Have to wait and see. Hellfire decides to make his way into zone. Axe Force inside of a battle on his own. Got that drum shotgun as well, so he'll be looking to try and close in as quickly as possible. It's that drum shotgun and heavy sniper combination that we see so often, and we might see it again here. If one of these brick walls is weak, Axe Force will take advantage.
You can already see Axe Force trying to utilize heavy sniper to actually break through and break into Karmi's box here. Drum shotgun immediately going to be pulled out as a result, but not able to close things out just yet. Instead, Axe Force seems to have drawn the attention of other players' sights in the distance here. Karmi playing off that low ground as well. It's not like he has to be forced into pushing anytime soon here. It's just Karmi, I think, wanting to make sure that he doesn't find himself in an instance of over-aggression, especially when he's probably aware of the fact that he can hear those shots connecting onto Axe Force right above him, so he knows that there are players aware and probably keeping tabs on what's actually taking place here.
Well, Karmi has a better loadout for that longer range encounter. Of course, he has that Havoc Pump shotgun. He's going to be trying to play those angles as much as possible, which is complete contrary to what Axe Force is trying to do, getting inside the box, getting right up and close to his opponent, but Zagu all the way into the Storm right now, but making a lovely little rotation around. You have to think his Storm Surge is looking good for him to give himself that freedom to make his way all the way around here. The way that he's doing this, not phased in one bit. He's got 2 med kits to heal his way back up as well, and he's using one of those augments as well to...
Little soaring sprint action.
Soaring sprints, that's the one. Returning to the game, and we don't often see players using that, particularly in solos. You wouldn't expect to see players using that, but come endgame, it could be vital.
It can go both ways, right? Because on the one hand, you could potentially find yourself hanging around the air a little bit longer than what you would desire, and that could lead to some untimely circumstances. But Rift Island, freshly spawned in, directly beneath it though, a lot of players seem to have drawn attention in this area. Hellfire going to be one of the first here, connect some nice shots across the way. This legendary Red Eye just devastating up against Trulex, and Trulex now, as if he didn't have enough to worry about, he's got Kanata pushing him on the side as well.
In that interview in the previous game, Queasy said he was going up, and oh boy, is he sticking to his word. You saw him ziplining all the way up there, no hesitation whatsoever. He wants that mythic drum shotgun because when it's in someone like Queasy's hands, it is very devastating indeed. It looks as though he has picked up an elimination right there. His HP's very, very low indeed. And yes, it was Vortexia that he managed to pick up right there. So he's not only just going up, he's fighting for it.
Those legendary slurp uses could not have come at a more crucial instance for Queasy, because again, he saw all the traffic that's waiting for him on the ground below. Have to expect that if those players don't actually choose to take the zipline up to Rift Island, that they would at the very least be trying to take some hot shots here and there, see if they can get some nice surge tags in the process. But Queasy, he's got a nice position of height. He's got some great elevation to work with, and if there's anybody that we know loves to play with elevation, it is Queasy.
Yeah, he is in the prime position right now, not only to get all that loot, but of course have that elevation, as you mentioned, to look down on all of the players down below. Such a vital, valuable position for Storm Surge, and Nas looking pretty solid so far, sat in 12th place, I believe, going into this game. So, of course, with the support of his family, his wonderful dad as well, who sat in the crowd as we saw. I'm sure he can do it all. 10, his guild teammate is lurking nearby, and now things go from peachy to a lot worse.
And Ash just had no idea that Hen was lurking around that corner, and that is exactly what kind of coverage this new area of the map can provide. Hen wants to close things out though, and Ash seems to have lost tabs on which direction Hen actually chose to break off. But Hen, one more time, gonna push forward, and Ash though, knowing that Hen's nearby, doesn't want to take any chances, still gonna look to tarp forward instead of just directly moving out of the area. And utilizing some of this coverage, hops into a little bit of mud here. And Anas possibly catching sight of where Hen is actually choosing to stick around. A little slip plant action though for Hen.
25 HP from each one, so able to heal himself all the way back up to 100 shield, 100 health. It's going to prove absolutely vital, particularly the fact he didn't actually have a means to do that beforehand. It's our second place player, Marco. On the screen right now, we see him just hitting heads with another player. It's Bevies, who is getting on the aggressive, and it looks as though Bevies needs this more than Marco.
And we've seen Marco taking out some really impressive and established players in EU all day today. And Bevies not looking to try and join that tally. Instead, he's looking to put a stop towards Marco on his reign. But Marco, he's playing this calm. He knows he's in a great position leaderboard-wise. He doesn't necessarily have a reason to try and force this engagement. Probably trying to gauge whether or not Bevies is actually going to make the commitment. And instead, Bevies looks like he's willing to just pan off. He's got decent surge. He's not exactly forced to remain here with Marco, but instead, no, Bevies feigning like he wants to leave the area. Instead, he's going to do a backtrack in the crouch slow walk. Marco might not be able to get away.
He knows, though, Marco is definitely aware of Bevies' presence. I think that's what he's just able to get in front of him right now. The play from Bevies didn't quite work out, but neither of these guys want to go down at this stage of the game. Bevies sat in 14th place going right now, could be bolstering his placement if he can take out Marco. Huge shots and a massive one to take out our second place player. That's massive, Taco.
I don't know if you noticed, though, but there were some teams, or not teams, but other players taking eyes on Marco, and his Bevies now completely forced to just keep trying to keep these walls built in front of him. But yeah, for Marco, his HP was just getting absolutely chipped away, brought entirely too low for Bevies. And Bevies, recognizing that, instantly chose to pounce. That's a nice elimination to have, though.
Very nice elimination. At that point, I thought Marco going in early would have benefited him, but in fact, it almost drew the fire from everyone that's in the zone. He then got damaged, taken all his shield off, of course. Then it was easy for Bevies just to come in and be the cleanup crew in that particular situation. He's got to make his way in there, of course, but now Vortexes looking pretty strong as well. Another really treacherous rotate to make. Look at all those arrows that are nearby. This is a whole city worth of population right now, and can actually get a little bit of damage off of our players right there. Vortexes can make his way around, and just looking for a means to get in. Maybe running might be the play. I think it will be for him.
One less truck to worry about for the time being, but again, it's just shots coming down from way up above in places that Vortexers cannot reach. And you have to keep in mind, having that truck cannon, you're going to have to expend 2 slots. He does have legendary slurp juices, which is definitely an ample supply of heals. He has to be careful, because once they run out, it's not as reliable looking for the chug cannon, because you do have to worry about just getting instantly chunked. And unlike minis, you can't just immediately look to refresh that shield.
Has to recharge as well, of course. It only has 5 charges, then it's 15 seconds per charge. You have to wait around. When you're low on health, you want to try and get that up as quickly as possible. Vico now, our leading player, main man Vico. A little bit less aggressive so far, 0 eliminations, so hopefully for now, and you know what we talked about earlier, he is being a little bit more calm. He's not going absolutely crazy, because he's in the prime position right now, particularly with the fact that Marco went down earlier, which we saw. He can get that lead extended. He has a good game here.
Here's someone we haven't seen too much of today, though. It's Epic Whale. And he's trying to force his way into Duke's box, but will be forced to hold back for the time being. And Duke, I mean, he seems totally content, because he knows it's not just Epic Whale that he has behind him. He's also got another player right quickly in front of him.
Duke, a fantastic player, of course. The reigning FNCS champion in NA Central. Of course, playing with Edge. He now gets inside the box, trying to use his fragging prowess to make his presence known. But no, it's Epic Whale surviving on 1 HP, but being looked at by the whole lobby. And unfortunately, that can only end one way.
And it did not end in favor of Duke or Epic Whale. Unfortunately, their demise was ultimately just looking at each other, but that's the beauty of solos competition. You think you're alone until you aren't. And for Neku, just trying to keep pushing forward, just trying to make sure that he can remain on tap with the Storm and these zones. But he has so much congestion starting to build around him.
Yeah, he's boxed up on the very congested side of the zone, so it's going to be difficult for him to not make moves, because so many people are going to be rotating around him. Muzz, someone we haven't really seen too much of today, someone that hasn't quite had the pop-off that he is capable of. We can't stress it enough, there's still the second half of the day to go. Double elimination points for players, for fraggers like Muzz. This could be the return for him. Just inside the box right now. Again, no one claiming that high ground potential for now. Venno, 4 eliminations at this stage of the game is huge.
seems like he wants to add to it as well.
Yeah.
Won't be able to find anything just yet, however, and instead still has plenty of resources as well. His mats are definitely where he'd want them to be, but that scoping. Beautiful shot there. And then Sniper, that's going to buy him more than enough time. He's actually going to look to try and play it as aggressively as possible onto Kylie, I believe, is where he made the connection. Kylie, fully aware, but this card not looking to be in the best shape here for Veno.
Really difficult position as well because he has to try and get up over this little hill. One of our players trying to rotate in front of him is just being blocked by this little hill and the storm, but I think he's found a way out by building a little ramp above, which is very beneficial for him. Scram, fantastic player as well. Well, Man City players all sat in a row just over there. Just see how he can do in this end game, looking pretty strong as well. He has got that new flapjack rifle as well as that red eye. And that flapjack rifle, we've seen it so far today. It's so good at applying pressure. He's trying to use it right now.
So good at taking walls as well. But that soaring sprint caught up in the air and immediately gobbled in the process here.
Queasy.
Queasy. He's been having some fun, that's for sure.
He's enjoying himself, especially when he has that mythic drum shotgun. He hasn't quite put it to use in that engagement, but let's see if he can make something happen, maybe on the high ground as we saw in the previous game. This is really it for Queasy right now. Can he continue this domination? He's just going up on the high ground. He needs to continue this because he's not having quite the best day. This is such an important time for him. X-Squeeze on the screen as well. He's so chill. He's sit back, enjoying himself.
But Queasy just connecting to everybody else's builds. Just making sure that it's going to be a lot more difficult for anybody to actually try and chop him out of height. Now from up above to down below here with Neku trying to do what he can in terms of looking for some leverage on his positioning, but just sitting on the cusp of the edge of zone. It's going to be very difficult for him to actually work through this throng of players right in front of him.
And Hen has done a really, really good job here at boxing up high up on the front side of zone, particularly when we don't have any movement items. That is going to be the prime position if nobody else has anything to say in the situation. Veno, though, down on the low ground, managed to bring himself up another elimination, so that forces him up to 5 eliminations right now, looking really, really strong. He's even trying to get even more. He's so greedy.
And Veno knows after what we just saw Vico do in the last match, every single elimination is going to count at this point. And Queasy as well, making his mark on that elim feed. 4 in total for game number 4. Queasy, though, gotta be careful while ramping up. Instead, it's gonna be Vico terrorizing the low ground so far. He's got a couple of players in his sights, looking for his priority time to strike and find a great connection. And it's going to be a full elimination here now onto Peppo.
Huge refresh for Vico right there at the backside of the zone. Of course, he has that shot can to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Can he continue his reign up on the top of the leaderboard? Veno's looking to say no to that question as he's on 5 eliminations on his own. Can he find another elimination himself? He's trying to pick up somebody that he can just target with that breaching shotgun and get inside the box. But Queasy, his teammate, is just sneaking up the back and making his presence known as well with that mythic. And there it is. Of course, Vico on the back foot right now. Does he need to get too aggressive? No, look at his materials, look at his mats, look at his heals. He doesn't need this, and he knows it.
Vico just tarping through this mid-ground area now. Has to be careful. There are so many players looking to surround. Hen finally going to get chopped down. It's going to be Veno looking to take over, but an immediate return fire shot. That's going to force Veno to expend. He's down to just 1 legendary slurp juice. He had 4 just instants ago. And now he's got none because he's out of the game. It's Hen with the elimination.
And with the elimination right there, his proactivity when it comes to positioning has worked out as Queasy right now is trying to pick up the pieces of that last engagement. Hops right inside the box, and it is another elimination for Queasy. It's Coop, I believe that was, that goes down. It was as Vico picks up another. That's his 3rd of the game. Can he do it again, Taco?
You can just see him working his way, targeting through this low ground, making sure that all of his movements are precise. He's been known for his crazy mechs, and now he's trying to take this final challenge with Queasy, and it's Queasy who won't be able to walk away with victory on that. It's Vico now left down to the final 2 players.
Vico fragging down below, Hen sitting up top. Can he try and find a way to get through? And Vico does fall. It's Vortexes now against Hen. Looking down below, Vortex is running low on materials. Hen likewise as well. Can he try and drop inside the box? Getting a little bit closer, but this is the situation where he doesn't want to be. Vortex has those close range weapons to hopefully close out this fight for him, but Hen of course has the answers as well. Who has the more materials? Who is it going to be? Vortex, it's a huge shot as he drops all the way down to low ground. Hen is all the way up top, but it's going to be the SMG from Vortex's that wins him the game.
Just a little bit more there from Hen, nearly has it, but we saw a little bit of a glimpse, I think, of what we've come to expect from Hen as far as solo event competitions are concerned. With Vortex on the other hand there, just really smart gameplay, taking out, making sure that Hen doesn't have an opportunity to try and challenge him on the low ground.
Yeah, really smart from Vortex's right there. He knew that he had the sort of tools in his toolbox for the close range encounter. He hit that big damage shot and then just realized, you know what, I just need to spray up and I'll pick up this elimination. Really, really smart stuff from Vortex's, and let's see if he can continue that throughout the games. I want to see what this leaderboard is looking like though, so who better to break it down than Ian and the lads.
Thank you very much, Minnie and Taco. Minnie, I think I'm going to be seeing you shortly on the desk, but for now, I'm sat here with Reese and Levin 2K to pick apart what was our halftime game there. Hen finished second. No, I'm not going to lie, I'm a bit of a Hen fan.
I've noticed.
I might have been shouting Hen.
No bias here, man.
Guys, Ian sat here, right, for the last 3 minutes of the game, just going, Hen, come on, Hen, please, Hen, come on, Hen.
I would say that Vortex gets the job done. British Fortnite player, been on the rise for the last year or so, looking good.
Absolutely, and if you look through some of the earlier games, or the earlier part of the game, you can see him set up so well. Slurp cannon in infantry, slurp juices in there, or chug cannon as well. So he had all the white heals possible to set himself up into a good position, and he just carried that all the way through the end game.
I was freaking out. I'm sure we'll see it in the highlights towards the end, right? But he hit this like 184 out the sky shot at the end. That just had me losing my mind. Like, it was crazy.
You did lose your mind.
You did. You should have heard it.
Genuinely, I was with you and I thought Hen was going to win it, right? You know, he dropped down, he was looking confident, but, you know, the shots Vortex's hit were crazy.
It was interesting because the game started with a 180 shot. Right there with Blake jumping off, and it finished just the same way.
Poetic, right?
It's absolutely poetic.
That had to be one of my favourite games of the tournament so far, Lynn.
Yeah, for sure. I think when you look at what was happening in the end, it was like all these titans that were just clashing against each other, right? Queasy versus Vico. That was a very fun battle, especially since both of them were like similar to the previous game, where they're just rolling through people, uber aggressive, and then they collide.
That moment there was really impressive and important as well, because that's where we saw our second place go down. That was Marco losing it at that moment, and that's so early. He's probably gained like 10 points that game and already down, so I'm sure the leaderboard's going to switch up.
Yeah, 100%. I think the big thing, right, is, you know, it's obviously a massive moment for Texas to win that game. It's going to be huge for his confidence. But if you are some of these other guys, you're going to be so happy with the fact that you're continuing to be consistent. Vico, 3 really, really good games from him.
I'm fascinated to see where he sits on the leaderboard now.
I could do some maths for you and figure out that it's probably first.
Yes. He did really well. This was dirty from Queasy, man. He did say, I'm going to get the mythic jump gun and I'm going to run into boxes. Unfortunately, ran into the wrong box at the end there. But, you know, it's a Vico.
The final 1v1 here, as you mentioned, beautiful, right?
Look at his shot.
Look at it. But look, the soaring sprints is what comes out really, really important here. This was unvaulted this season, and that jump up enabled him to get up to a higher layer, to be able to hit the shot, to be able to win the whole game and spray him out. He's a happy man indeed.
That is the most like emotive I've actually seen Vortex's ever. He's such a reserved, quiet guy. Lovely lad.
It's so nice to see, because, you know, as I keep saying, the first ever British Fortnite LAN, you know, on this level, and you're a British player, and you get a big game win against some of the best this game has to offer, you're going to be head in hands feeling amazing, aren't you, like that? It was spectacular to see. Vortex's 80 points on the board. I've been looking for Hen throughout, so it was nice to see him show up as well.
There he goes. There's a lot of British names in that top 10 of this individual match as well. Of course, Vortex has that final 1v1 up against Hen. That's 2 Brits, and you've got, you know, Avino's up there in 7th place as well, so good showing overall.
Yeah, man, the British players, they're stepping up. They're stepping up 100%. But I look at this list of players who did well that game, and it's just the usual suspects.
It is.
Yeah.
Who have been doing pretty decent the past couple games, and again, having a really strong game there.
Well, the really strong game was, of course, from Vortex's, and Frankie is standing with him now for a winner's interview. Frankie.
Hello, thank you very much, Ian and co. Yes, I'm with Vortex's, who has taken the 4th victory royale here at Red Bull Contested. Vortex's, what is it like to get your first victory royale on LAN?
Well, it's a incredible experience, to be honest. Like, in front of all these people, I really didn't expect to win the game, but I'm really glad that I did.
What's it done for your confidence?
It's definitely boosted my confidence. I'm now in top 5 for the leaderboard, so looking forward to the next 4 games.
Would you call yourself a high fragging player?
I mean, it depends on the format. This format's very kill-based, so I think I'll be looking more kills in the future.
Yeah, I mean, 5 elims in that last game, that's not bad at all. You got yourself 80 points from that game alone. So what's going to be your strategy going into the next 4 games where those elimination points are doubled?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to be looking for it more than like the last 4 games. Just looking for any chance I can to get a kill.
Now, a lot of the players have got family here. And we got your mum, Tracy. Tracy, come over here. Quick, quick, quick. This is one of our amazing Fortnite mums. Tracy, what's it like to see your son succeed on LAN?
I'm shaking. I'm so proud of him. He's just done an amazing job.
And your mum, I'm guessing, has supported you since you started competing in 2017. So what's it like having her see you perform so well?
Yeah, it's really good. I'm really glad that I actually won a game because it's a big confidence and really glad that she gets to see it.
Well, I'll let you guys catch up because we're going to take a break very soon. But before we do, we'll head back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm just relieved we didn't get a mummy chant going just then, but congratulations to Vortex. So that was fantastic. And to see his parent, or his mother out here as well, it's, you know, that's what everybody dreams of, right? You get to do massive events like this in front of your own flesh and blood. It must be an amazing feeling.
Well, it's an amazing feeling right now, but think about this in a year's time. Like, this is a memory that you look back on and be like, remember when I just wiped Hen out of the lobby, that final 1v1, climbed up top 5 of the leaderboard, my mum watched it? Wasn't that awesome?
Yeah, nah, it must feel so good. I'm fortunate to have my father out here, Stevie's somewhere in the building. And when he's watching me doing well, I feel great, so I'm sure he feels amazing, you know, with his mum here watching him.
That took me a second. That'll be a good insight.
Yeah, that got me. Right, let's take a look at our EE player of the game, because EE are our main headline partner here. We love him, and it had to be the one and only Queasy. We hyped him up. He hyped himself up. Oof. The fans love him, and he delivered in Game 4.
Undoubtedly. I'm not surprised by any means, right? You were watching through, like, who's been the most aggressive player of this game? Who is it? And we're looking, Vino's looking good. He's got 5, and just repeatedly, game after game, match after match, fight after fight, it's been Queasy.
Yeah, Queasy is clearly found his form in this tournament, and it's funny because it's like he's found his form by letting go, right? Yeah. Letting go of anything that was holding him back, and he's decided, I'm going all out, I'm gonna just W key, I'm gonna get in boxes, and it's like it's actually just working out for him. And it's funny because at the start of the day, right, when Frankie was interviewing him and Vino, it's like, Vino's like, yeah, you know, I'm the W key, I'm the fragger, you know, he's got to use his brain to carry him, and right now it looks like he's a better fragger right now in this tournament.
Well, I won't say that to Vino personally. Well,
I'll say
actually, I probably would. I say what we're talking about. No,
if you do, I want to film it and be there for it.
Okay,
just in case. Look, I just want to give another shout out to EE, the best connectivity in the game, and we love you. Thank you for being part of our show. Look, Queasy, we're going to see more of him on our screens, I imagine.
We are.
In winner interviews, whatever that might be, or more player of the game cams, we're going to see more of him.
Absolutely, we are, right. You know, we're basically going to keep talking about him for all day. And, you know, if you've ever watched any FNCS broadcast, you're going to hear the same thing over and over again, Queasy, Queasy, Queasy. But there's a good reason for that, right?
Yeah, he's a top player. He's a kind of player that's putting up big performances. And ultimately, people want to talk about you. People want to watch you. They want to study how you play. It's interesting, right, hearing him speak about like his mentality and the strategy he's taking. Because again, it's not akin to what you expect from Queasy. You expect him to be a bit more methodical and slow and whatnot. But he's ramping up the pace, and it's working. And that's what we want in this tournament.
Yeah, I want to see the leaderboard right now. Right now, I want to see it. And here it is. Let's see who is in our top 5, 6. And beyond.
Wow.
Vico sitting on 232 points, which puts him way clear, Lev.
Look, we were bigging up Queasy in that game because he was unbelievable, but the person who did stop him was Vico, right? So Vico clearly still going strength to strength and sitting way above everybody else.
And you made a really good point coming out of that. That match individually was just absolute titans of the lobby. And now after 4 games, the leaderboard is starting to shape up of just nothing but that. Yet again, you've got some of EU's and Asia's biggest players from all around the world right there in the top 10.
Well, I wonder what it feels like to be front of the pack at the first ever Red Bull contested going into halftime. We should find out. Frankie, what's it feel like to be top of the pack?
I don't know, but I can ask someone who does. Vico, you are at the top of the leaderboard. You have so many points, 232. In fact, it's more than you thought you had.
Yeah, it's actually more. Like, I thought I had like 210 when I looked at the leaderboard, but it's nice. I have 80-point difference now.
Do you feel comfortable? Are you slightly worried that when the elimination points are doubled, people are going to cane on you?
No, I feel comfortable because if it's double eliminations points, I just need to play consistent now because I have like a huge difference to everyone else.
How do you feel about Cammy being third? Is he your closest rival?
I feel pretty safe right now because I think Cammy's not the player that will drop a 20 bomb to catch up. He's probably gonna play really good now, though.
Yeah, he's got nothing to lose because he's not winning like you. Awkwardly, though, behind you is your friend Marco. He's second. Marco, do you feel like there's a rivalry brewing between the two of you?
Nah, that's my bro.
It's your bro, but what happens if he wins over you? Is that just you being nice?
Nah, he won't.
Oh, I mean, he's got quite a few more points than you at the moment. Are you concerned about Marco getting aggressive, maybe hot dropping you later?
No, because he has shit drops his controller.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't wait to see what happens between the two of you. Shake hands. We like handshakes here. We're on LAN again. We're going to make the most of the handshakes and the fist bumps. Right now, though, I'm going to fist bump my way over to Ian Chambers.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Look, Vico sitting pretty right now at the top. Will he stay there in the second half? Because we've been teasing it all the way through the day. This is where it gets really spicy. We are going to take a short break. Levin, you need to have maybe a couple of strepsils, get that voice loosened up to get back casting. Reese, you're staying here with me.
I am.
But when we come back, double point elimination series. We've got 4 games left. Who's going to take it, guys?
You know who's going to take it. Vico's in first already. He looks confident. He was even happier in that interview than the first one. Calm, cool, collected. I think he's going to continue that all the way through the second half.
He talks about needing to be consistent now with his big lead and the points changing, and I think he clearly has been very good at being consistent up to this point. You've got to think he'll take it.
Hen is going to come in clutch. That is exactly what is going to happen. But for now, we're going to take a break. But when we come back, Game 5, just on the horizon. It's Red Bull contested. See you soon.
He's as cold as ice.
What a day it has been. 4 amazing games, but 4 more to go with double elimination points as well. Who's ready?
I am lucky enough to be standing right now on top of the iconic McEwen Hall. This building has so much history, so much heritage, and the sun is shining all over it right now. And as you can see in the distance here in Edinburgh, it's my first time here, and I'm loving every second. In fact, you know what? The sun's out. Stevie, can I borrow your shades? These are way too cool for me, but I'm going to give them a go anyway. Ah, so much better. The sun is still shining, as is the hub in the distance. A monumental piece of Edinburgh architecture over there to the right. And to the left, you can see Edinburgh Castle in all of its glory. I love Scotland. 2 legendary buildings. Who will be our legendary champion here today? Welcome back to the wonderful, the beautiful, the majestic McEwen Hall here in Edinburgh. This is Red Bull contested, the first ever major Fortnite UK LAN in history. My name's Ian Chambers, back on the desk, ready to kick off the second half of this amazing tournament with the man in the shades trying to copy my swag that I had on the rooftop. It's Reese.
You just look so good. I'm sorry, I had to end up doing it. You know, you were trying to protect yourself from the UV rays of the grey skies of Edinburgh.
Yeah, well, now you're trying to protect yourself from this man Shine. Mini Man, you've heard him running the casts all day long, and now he's joining us here on the desk. I'm delighted you're here, Mini. You must be having a ball.
I'm having an absolute ball. It's been so much fun breaking down all of the games as well, and this hasn't disappointed when it comes to action. You know, we expected it, Red Bull contested, you know, we expected some high-quality games, but these are incredible.
So far, it is delivering on all cylinders. Yep. We are supposed to have 100 players. We are actually down to 99. We had a drop out at the very start, but 99 magnificent players putting it all on the line. It's been 8 rounds in total. We've had our first 4, and this is where it gets really interesting, because the second half of this tournament, every single round is double elimination points, Reese.
Yeah, this is where things really start to heat up, of course. If we actually, when you look through the leaderboard, first is like 230 points or something like that, second is like 150, right? And if you start to do the maths, we saw a 10 elim win earlier, which is 140 points.
Crazy.
So for any of the players who are in like last place right now, if you win a game, 10 elims, you're basically up in the top 5. I can't remember who said that to me as a player earlier. Shout out to you. Sorry, I don't name dropping you though.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about though, isn't it? Who can pop off now, because now is where it matters even more. Even for Vico, our front runner right now, if there's anybody that can do it in those higher elimination format, it's him. He is so good at being fragging, and he's one of those players that we talked about earlier where maybe he's not quite as calm and collected when it comes to end games, but he's proved it in those first 4 games, and if he can continue that along with eliminations as well, he should be on for a winner.
Yeah, you mentioned him. He's at the top of the leaderboard. We'll be looking at the leaderboard in full a little bit later on, but you mentioned that break there. A chance to reset, a chance to pull yourself together. If you're towards the bottom end of that table, you can come in with a different attitude, some different strategy, And you can see our players here. We've got some B-roll here of some players, you know, resting up, getting back in the zone and finding their energy. But you can see everyone's having a great time. Even the ones that are maybe not front runners here, bit of table tennis. It's all systems go backstage.
Yeah, you got players up at the top who are just relaxing, players down at the bottom just smiling through the pain. One of the others, you know?
I like that, though. I like how they're a little bit more calm, you know. They're just chilling, which is good. A lot of the players would maybe be looking into the VODs and trying to go hyper-focused on what am I going to do for the second half of this tournament, but a fantastic way to see it.
That man right there that you just saw, Queasy, was one of those, man.
Yeah.
You know, short break in between games. I saw him on the stream, rewinding, trying to watch VOD review, check out what every other player in the arena is doing today. So he's obviously in that little break, used it very well to his own advantage.
I'll tell you what as well, Red Bull don't mess around when it comes to a nice player lounge, do they? That was pretty sweet.
Beautiful. Oh, yeah, yeah.
I fancy taking you on in the table tennis after this. What do you think?
You know, usually I see a lot of people get big-headed about this. They go, I would dominate you. Yeah. I'll be real. I will lose. So, you know, it's like, I'm just telling that up front, so that if you beat me, it's an easy victory.
I've never actually seen you play. I've just realized.
Yeah, for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah.
It makes
probably terrible. Who isn't terrible is the leaderboard front runners right now. Let's take a look at the lay of the land going into the second half of Red Bull contested. You mentioned Vico there, Mini Miner. 232 total points, delivering consistency.
Consistency, high eliminations as well. He's our elimination leader by a long way, which is good to see. And you can tell by the interviews and talking to him, he's pretty confident. He's feeling good right now, and as for a very good reason. I mean, he's so far ahead, and particularly going into the second stage of the tournament, it's the prime position.
Yeah, he's in the best spot by far. Hopefully he can continue that up. But in my eyes, I kind of want to look at the players like 4th down till 10th right now, because something that's really critical is nearly all of these players have had 1, maybe 2 good games, and they've pushed themselves up. It's been pretty rare to see any of those other players be consistent game after game after game. Hen, I just spoke to back in the player lounge there. He basically had 1 good game, which was that previous one we just saw with the 2nd place.
And we see there almost a top 10 full of EU, apart from Zagu, one of our players from Asia. So it's EU domination, bar 1, which is great to see. And of course, he's been aggressive throughout today and just keeping consistent as well. We haven't seen crazy pop-offs from him, but he's doing a great job.
I think the translation of what you were trying to say there is, where's NA?
Where's
NA? Where? Good question. Well, Nico, number 1 with a bullet, right? And he's standing by with, his mum's standing by with Frankie actually right now. 2 really good mothers are about to have a conversation with each other. Frankie.
Thank you, Ian. Wow. You've set the bar really high with this one, but I know Manuela, Vico's mum, is going to exceed it, because Manuela, you are really the mastermind behind Vico's career. You're so busy making sure he gets to competitions. How much has your life changed since your son became a professional Fortnite player?
I have no life, no own life. My life is my boy.
And you know what? You don't just look after Vico, you look after a lot of the players here. How proud are you to see them all competing against each other on LAN?
I'm really, really proud. I think I'm the proudest mom.
You are definitely one of the proudest mums. You're also one of the loudest mums as well. Whenever Vico's doing well, whenever he's on screen, you can hear this mama from the gallery. Have you got any fighting talk to cheer him on as he heads into game number 5?
Go, Vico, go. You know our code. Go, Vico, go. Go, Vico, go. Go, Vico, go. Go, Vico, go. Go, Vico, go.
We're going to head back to Ian Chambers where we're going to keep cheering. Go, Vico, go.
Go, Vico, go. Go, Vico, go. Go, Vico, go.
Oh, my.
Go, Vico, go. Hey, do you know what? That, he doesn't know it now. Maybe he does. But he has got an incredible mum.
Unbelievable. I have no life.
I have no life.
That is that's like sentence of the tournament for me, because I don't want to say it summarizes it, because that sounds bad when I say it rather than just representing her. But it's so good. She puts so much in. And look, when you basically put your child in a position to be able to do what he's doing right now, and they reward it, man, it's got to be a good feeling for her as well.
Hey, Minnie, that's the sort of support that could get you over the finish line to win Red Bull contested, right?
It really is. And what I love about her as well is she knows the game so well. She actually watches all of Vico's tournaments. I remember catching up with her at DreamHack as well. Absolutely lovely, as we just saw. And she was just saying, yeah, he's just come off the back of a 12 elimination game. He's feeling good. He's playing Surge well. Wait, oh my goodness, you should be sat here. Analyze your own son, why not? But no, she's brilliant.
Absolutely. Reese, we did touch on it earlier, but let's just visualize this. I want you to talk us through the format one more time for anybody who's joined late in the day here.
Of course, we just had 4 games, and each elimination during that is 4 points, as you've seen. 5 through to 8, the games we're just about to play, the next 4 games, 8 points per elimination total, which is a massive swing.
Yeah, it really is. And as you mentioned, of course, Vico with that 10 elimination victory royale, that was 100 points in that game. If he's to do that in the second half, that's 140, which is a huge boost in his placement in the leaderboard, of course, as well. Already sitting up top, but taking a look at the way that the points in terms of placements break down, 60 points for a victory royale, going all the way down to 2 points if you get yourself in that top 25.
Yeah,
75.
And this is really important what you mentioned there, the fact that anyone really can come up rare. If you have a player who's right at the bottom of the leaderboard, they have that 10 elimination victory royale, they fire about 140 points of the leaderboard, which is 3rd right now, assuming no one else got any points, of course, at that moment. So one big game, you're straight back in it.
Obviously, the new season dropped yesterday, and it feels like so far in this tournament it's been adapt or perish with some of the new things we're seeing put into place here in Fortnite. And to talk us through some of those things, in case, like I keep saying, if you've just joined us and maybe you're a bit late to the party with this new season in Fortnite, Levin, Taco, talk us through some of your favorite features.
Oh, there's so many to talk about. Of course, we just had that change come through, and a lot of these players are literally on the fly learning things about the game. I think my favorite moment so far today, right?
Hello up there.
Hello there, thank you. My favorite part so far today was seeing Queasy early in the day. He's using the new the cannon, and he's shot himself off height with it, and he's like, how have I done that? He's like, I don't even know how this weapon works, but I'm still going to use it to try win a game.
You can see the moment of realization in his face as well once he found himself eliminating his own builds, essentially, with that Cybertron cannon. And I've also been a pretty big fan of Queasy. He seems to really love that flapjack rifle as well. I mean, he even went so far as to tweet about it.
Yeah, look, there's been a lot of different things. We'll take a look at some of them here. Of course, you have the DMR here. We've not really seen too many people use it that much. I think if you're going to see anyone use it, maybe if they were forced to pick up, they don't have any other weapons and you're in the jungle area, maybe it could be pretty decent there. Of course, yeah.
I like the idea
of
exchanging the thermal DMR for entrance into one of the new temple vaults, especially if you're stuck in an orange smoke doorway. But the kinetic boomerang as well, so much potential, I think, with this item, especially for the fact that it can actually damage players through builds.
This has been a main attraction all day, though. People fighting for the flag on the Rift Island and getting that mythic drum shotgun, jumping into boxes with it has been very fun to watch, to say the least.
And I still think it's hilarious, too, because it seemed like for the first couple of games, Mappy just looked like he was uncontested, essentially, on Rift Island, and everybody else kind of just figured, hey, we're not going to let him have all the fun there.
Yeah, Queasy especially, right? He said, look, I am not having fun right now. I'm just going to land there every game. And since he's done that, it's paid off tremendously. He has been doing really, really well.
He's not a fraud either.
Yeah,
he committed to the decision.
Look, it's interesting, right? Because he even said, yo, I'm going to keep landing there. And I think the next game, Voltexia lands on him and they fight for it, right? So I wonder now if more and more people are going to just start landing there and fighting for it. Of course, so many new changes, so much to sort of go for you, right? This is what you were talking about, being able to exchange weapons to try to open that vault. We've seen people making plays with that all day long. So definitely a lot to get used to this season.
It seems as though there's definitely been a little bit more priority placed towards those statue temple vaults and the smoke door temple vaults as opposed to the fire threshold one. It just doesn't seem as though people want to invest that much time there.
Yeah, look, it's a lot to handle, and who best to continue to break things down than Ian and the lovely lads.
Thank you, Levin and Taco. Just briefly, before we go to another interview, guys, favorite thing about the season so far?
Nothing. No. New map changes always for me.
New map changes. What about you?
Return of the drum shotgun. I think it just makes some crazy plays, especially that mythic one as well. People just jumping in the box. It just gives you that backup option. Previously, we haven't had it. It's either havoc or nothing. Now you have a backup.
We're going to see it more in action, I think, over the next 4 games. Frankie, back over to you with my guild gang. Do not try and steal the guild gang from me, please.
I don't need to steal them. They're coming with me for free. But I want to talk to Henry first, because he is actually part of... You're kind of like a guild apprentice. You're part of Guild Academy, Henry. And you came through the open qualifiers. What was it like when you made it to LAN?
Well, it was actually really I don't know. It was really exciting. It was a long day of playing and very stressful. So I got to say, the relief and joy when I got the email that I was playing. So yeah.
Still feeling relief and joy?
Yeah, it's really fun.
Amazing. By the way, this man still looking for a duo partner for season 3. So hit this boy up if you want to compete in the next season of FNCS. We're going to come to Anas now. Are you proud of your dad for his chanting skills or lack of?
It was pretty good. I'll take it.
Do you think you can go up the leaderboard into the top 10 if he perfects the chant and leads the whole crowd here at McEwen Hall when you next go into game?
Yeah, it'll be good.
Okay, don't forget the chant. Can you remember the chant?
I don't actually.
Anas, he's our man. If he can't do it, his daddy can.
What?
That's the chant. It's fine. We'll go over it in a moment because you've got to get into the lobby. Finally, I'm going to come to Hen because, Hen, you are in the top 10. How do you fancy your chances now that the elimination points have been doubled? Are you feeling aggressive?
Always.
Always. I also want to ask you something before we go. How's your man Ian Chambers doing? Because he's part of the guild gang. You know, he's not really used to being in that big, important presenter's chair. Do you think we should let him stay there?
You're doing a better job than him.
I know, but you're not meant to say that into the microphone. It's okay. Let's just head back to Ian Chambers. Listen, Mini Miner, Reese, can you give him a hug, please? I think he might be a bit upset.
I can't reach
For the record,
it's okay.
It's all right, mate.
I'm not leaving this chair ever again, all right? That's a fact. Thank you, Frankie. Hen, we're over, brother. Let's get another player interview with someone I actually like. This is your EE player interview with Wolfies.
Hi, I'm Wolfies, and I'm 19 years old.
First skin in Fortnite,
Bright Bomber,
haggis or roast beef?
roast beef.
What vaulted item would you add back to the game?
I'd definitely add the pump back if I got to choose.
Bagpipes or trombone?
Trombone.
Favorite comp game mode? Solos, duos, trios or squads?
My favorite solos, and then it goes duos and then trios.
Early bird or night owl?
Night owl.
Most memorable Fortnite moment?
Definitely World Cup.
Favorite landing spot?
It'd have to be the rig, my favorite.
Celeb that you would like to see in Fortnite?
Drake.
Nerd or cool kid?
Cool kid.
Thank you, Wolfies, and thank you, EE. Look at this man. Happy as Larry. Could he get the job done?
Well, he's known for aggressive, high elim games with it. Now 8 elim points. I'm just going to say yes. I'm just going to say yes straight away.
Controller player as well. You know, we've seen a lot of controller players hopping in the boxes today, as I mentioned earlier, with that drums shotgun. So I think he can do it. Yeah, why not?
He's pointing to his ears like, I can't hear what you guys are saying. We're just saying, no, you can't do it, mate.
Wolfies, can I get a ow? No? A couple of people in the audience gave me a howl.
There you go.
That was good. He gave us the right finger there. That's the main thing. I was a bit nervous there. All right, we've got 30 seconds and we're throwing into our next game. Any last second predictions? When it comes to pressure, those front runners right now are really going to be feeling it, Mini.
For me, it's going to be difficult to choose who's going to come out on top, right? But for me, Veno, one to look out for in this game, one of the best fraggers in the world. When fragging matters, he can do it.
Absolutely. I'm not going to predict a single player to do good, but I'm predicting double-digit eliminations from someone.
All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's get into game 5 with Levin and Taco.
We are ready for the second half of this competition, and what a second half is going to be. Double the points per eliminations now.
And it's not a fever dream. That is essentially 8 points per elimination. We've already seen one double-digit elims performance so far today, and it's coming from that man in first place, Vico. But the question is, can he maintain that gap that he's established from that first half? Because when it comes to 8-point eliminations, you can catch up quite quick.
Look, you said it's not a fever dream. It might start feeling that one, right? Because a lot of these guys are going to come out really aggressively. A lot of those players high up in the standings, some of them I've spoken to, the likes of Queasy, likes of, you know, these guys are sort of like, yeah, like, I feel like I got nothing to lose. I'm just going to run out there and just see who I can find and who I can eliminate. And that is a scary prospect, especially if a lot of other people start to join in with that mentality of just how valuable elims will be now.
It's kind of all or nothing at this point, though, so you almost can't blame them for wanting to take on that sort of mentality because, again, if you can get at least 3 or 4 elims in a single match, you are going to be leapfrogging through this leaderboard. And you just have to hope that the people on top aren't able to do the same.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very cool to follow whether or not those players start to do that, right? If everybody has that mentality of, look, we just need to push, because ultimately, if you're one of these players and you walk away from today not doing too good, you're always going to have that bit of regret in your mind. That feeling of, should I have just been a bit more aggressive? Should I have just pushed that guy that I saw there camping in the bush that I didn't want to? Like, what should I have done? What could I have done? You don't want to walk away feeling any regret, right? You want to know you put your all into it, and putting your all into fighting will definitely be rewarded in these next 4 games.
And it's also just keeping in mind the fact that these players, they're doing all of this competing with just 24 hours on that new season for a practice kind of insight. So whether or not they were able to do as much review as they probably would have liked throughout that halfway point break, I think it's still going to amount to a nice little reset, essentially, because you can kind of just take it each game as is.
Yeah, and look, you can see here, the battle bus is loaded, the players are dropping, and players are ready to begin fighting all across the board. We will definitely be looking out to see if things have changed in terms of where certain players are landing all around the map. There's definitely potential for things to have switched up during that break.
Especially wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of players not necessarily looking to intentionally ambush opposition, but if they recognize, hey, this guy's kind of just been getting some free loot, not really being as con as they could be, and then you're essentially just having that opportunity to take over.
Yeah, like you say not intentionally, I'm telling you, it's very intentional. If I see somebody,
it's getting personal.
If I see somebody low down in the leaderboard that hasn't been doing too good, I'm landing on them. I want the 3 points. I want the 3 and in points where possible.
What about if you're in first place?
If I'm in first place, I am taking it slow and steady. I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'm just going to focus on staying consistent, staying deep in the games, and I think that is a strategy Nico said he's go for. You know, you just pop off with the limbs along the way. Already we're seeing battles taking place. Lucia taking out Juriki there, and nicely done. It seemed like a bit of a mismatch in terms of the weaponry of completion. That shotgun just too powerful for Juriki.
Just a bit of an unfortunate start, really, for Juriki, but he still has 3 more to go, so you never know what can happen in these sort of circumstances. Zayu, on the other hand, though, a player kind of hovering in that top 10 area. That threshold not wanting to be overtaken by any means. You can imagine that a lot of the mindset here, especially as someone who's representing for the Asia region, he doesn't necessarily have too much to prove, because I think he's kind of established enough as is.
Oh, look, I'm thinking he probably feels like he has a lot to prove, just because, like you said, he is repping Asia, which is not a region that gets much representation in these big events, and he's definitely impressing. His fans are very much showing up for him. Every time I check any sort of Twitch chat, everyone in there is just spamming love for Zagu and then supporting him. So clearly has a lot of people on his side.
I think it's also hard to not cheer for a bit of an underdog when you factor in just how much stiff competition is really involved with this solos aspect. Is now Merstash. A little bit of a breakage here at the Slappy Shores, but doesn't seem as though he can close in just yet on Xyz, and Tayson kind of minding his own business.
Yeah, Xyz there almost got sandwiched in, but did well to escape. He'll be able to loot, or at least look to try and loot. We know there's some players landing to the south, so it might become a bit awkward. But that's always the difficulty, right, when you're landing at a spot like this, where you have Merstash and Tayson, who obviously very familiar with the spot, have an established understanding of where to loot, how quickly to do it. And Xyz just trying to fit himself into the puzzle, but it is an awkward fit right now.
Novas, meanwhile, and Tickles, one of Reese's personal favorites. Still trying to represent Scotland in the process here. A Red Bull contested, but as of right now, just seems as though the priority is falling into just trying to get a little bit of hype, trying to get an idea of where everybody's coming from. Instead, he's got a good idea now after eating a shot.
And yeah, barely dodging one of those shots, and then the follow-up ones started to hit him as well. It's interesting, right? There's a bunch of different players in this sort of Steamy Springs area, everyone taking positions and different hills to try and secure themselves.
You can hear them in the crowd.
We saw C smiling before the game. We'll see if he's smiling at the end of it. Over here towards the Bastion area. And he's joined by Swilliam, but again, both players on opposite sides. There's another player here as well. That's DeCintos. He's landing here. So a couple players at the Bastion. There always is a bunch of players at the Bastion. Bastion was one of the most contested spots last season.
Ken was nearly one of them as well, before opting for a last-minute switch over to the dojo, aka the Fargo Sanctuary. But right now, the focus here onto Andalex, and this is about as standard as you would expect, because no one really wants to be, I guess, too aggressive in the sense that like they lose sense of where everyone else is on the map that might be trying to push them at the same time. Because again, you have to make sure that these fights are closed almost as quickly as you start them. Otherwise, you run into that risk of having somebody else run in and third party in.
Yeah, of course, the third parties are so much more difficult to deal with now that you don't have Siphon, right? So you could be in an intense battle with someone, you don't pick up, or you pick up the elimination, you're left on low HP, someone just waltzes in and really cleans you up with significant ease. The problem I have is personally, this is my own bias, I just want to see people running around W. I want to see people fighting and just going ballistic for the extra points. But I guess, you know, there's so much money on the line, and it's always going to lead players to try and play a bit safer just so that they can secure a bit of extra cheddar. Reason would definitely be one of the players I want to see getting a bit more aggressive. You know how good he can be in those situations.
But so you're talking about this aggression for Rubob, seeing if he can possibly line up a snipe, but everyone, of course, going to be wary of the fact that you don't want to get caught out in the open. Just going to tarp through to be a little bit more safe, but Mona, I've already seen him collect an elimination there onto Nathan not too long ago. 2 to his name so far. Axforce
nice.
Actually not going to be able to make the getaway that he was desiring with that truck. Instead, another elimination here for Mona, and that is 3. You have to keep in mind, 8 points per elim. He's already making an impact.
That Flapjack absolutely shredded through the back of that truck, and this is huge for Mona because Mona hasn't had the best of days. That's way down there in the standings. And so 3 limbs, like you said, in this new format is basically going to catapult him way up the standings. So that will be something to follow. And after those 3, he might be more confident and go on for even more.
Look, you're talking about the fact that, you know, personal bias, that's what I want to see. Duke, last thing he wants to see right now is the fact that he's eating all of these shots from a distance. Forced to box and resort to his minis for a little bit of shield sustain here. But Mona, that confidence definitely seems to be surging, trying to create his own momentum here that he wasn't able to necessarily start with. If he can close this elim, then it's going to put him in a nice spot, maybe a good refresh on resources. But he's still continuing to try and chase him down. A turnaround nearly from Flowis, but Mona securing the elimination nonetheless.
Mona is feeling it. Mona is quite literally looking like a guy who has just said, look, I'm in like last place. I am just going out, like all out. Like, I'm in last, like what do I really have to lose here? Let me at least try and do something crazy to put myself back into the prize money placements. And if he keeps going, like it's just gonna keep on rolling and rolling. Every single elim just gives him more and more confidence that he can use to take into that next fight.
Here we're already looking at 32 points just from those 4 eliminations, as is Seti trying to do a little bit of a drift drive-by. His car is not looking in the greatest shape, however, and Seti still just going to maintain for the time being.
It's a bit backed up.
Back and forth reactions.
Might need to take that one to the mechanic a bit. It's not
maybe just park in the garage.
Yeah, if you can find a campfire or something, that'd definitely be very useful. Freight also in that automobile lifestyle, using a truck here just to get through these bits of the forest over towards his cache. We've seen Anas in this area all day long, making things happen. We were talking about it in the analyst desk earlier as well, right, in terms of how he's using this to rift himself and find himself in better positions all around the map. A nice use of the newer mechanics, right? Reese was asking whether people start to clock on and look up and take shots at him. He's been a bit slow in that regard. Fan favorite Archie, the milkman himself. Big ups to Archie. hasn't quite had, you know what, I think Archie would probably be happy with anything, really. But, you know, I think
he's doing his thing. He's got his own impact.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think he'll be very confident going into the back end. With that heavy sniper in hand, if he can hit a couple headshots with it, it won't be too bad.
I like the fact, though, that Archie, even with having been conned at the last minute there by that sniper, hasn't let it deter him too much as far as just trying to make sure that he can stay alive, gather as much as he can, farm out whatever resources are left over. Definitely not an ideal spot to be in. Mona, on the other hand, he's been on a bit of a tear already this game. If he can make 5 elims, somebody else has got to be taking notice of the points that this man is racking up here. And Mappy looking to finally put a shutdown feature onto Mona. Mona forced to back up just for a moment here. But they've got company, and it's going to be ZAndy looking for an opportunity to see if he can just sneak his way by. Maybe collect these 2 elims in the process.
Yeah, he might want that cash as well. The loot from that goes such a long way. Look, Mona, as great as he's been in this game, tried to fight on the left-hand peak there against Mappy and was very much punished for it. You could barely see Mappy as Mappy was just chunking his HP down. So had to slow down a bit, hold your horses, but the cash is still there to be taken, and there are 2 players who he'd very happily try and fight, take out. You can see him just dancing above the coach. Both of them still pushing into those bolts, and somebody's come crashing in here, the vehicle exploding, and that's caused a bit of chaos, and that chaos has opened up a window for ZAndy to start getting into the mix of things. Big shots being connected, but he doesn't close it out. It's Mona who falls. He does get the elimination.
So unfortunate there, though, for Mona, just having a bit of an intrusion. No respect for the 1v1, but there isn't a reason for it, because that's the beauty of solos here. Everyone contested, and Mappy taking out ZAndy. We talked about it. You can never feel comfortable. It doesn't matter if you secure 1 elimination. You always have to worry about the next guy right after that. And now, Mappy finally left to his own devices here after making it out of that exchange alive. But he still has to be careful, definitely. A couple of other players lurking nearby.
Beauty for Mappy, but pain for ZAndy for sure. Mappy, though, he'll now continue maxed out on his materials as well. Unfortunately, he gets tagged a bit, so we'll have to use some shields here, but definitely came out significantly better off from that engagement. And O'Reilly still in the Slappy Shores area. He hasn't had to move much with where his cash has spawned and where he obviously landed and was trying to loot up and everything. And his loadout isn't looking too bad. But this is what we'll have our eyes on here, the Rift Island spawning in. Who are going to be the people to start looking to contest that? We know Queasy was doing so well here in the past couple of games. Will it still be him, though, or some new names come into the party?
Gotta take a peek at Vika and Mappy, looking to make his return to his roots, his origin story.
Yeah.
Practically going for this Rift Island. He's found his way back to it here in Game 5. Looking to do what he can, box up, try and protect and capture Rift Island as soon as possible, but it's not gonna go down without a fight here. Reason knows he has to move in, can't allow Mappy to just secure all that wonderful loot for himself, and now Mappy definitely aware of the fact that he's going to be challenged here. He's got to be careful as well, because again, it's almost one of those circumstances where you never want to be the first 2 people to start fighting, because the moment that you take those first shots, you have to expect someone else is going to come running.
Yeah, if you are going to be one of the first 2, you need to try and clean things up as quickly as possible with as minimum damage taken. And you can see a bit of a stalemate here as they both sort of sit on it. Reason just antagonizing him there, taking the L, letting him know, look, if I can't have it, nobody can.
Bit of a fun spoiler.
That's interesting. He's chucked, was that the wasps he chucked at him? Or was it some stink bombs? No, it's the wasps.
The wasp terrorizing all of these builds.
He's actually getting completely terrorized. I think there's a player now taking
like a hive.
This is an awful situation to be in if you're Reason. He's getting stung by the wasps while players are shooting at him from off the island. And it might just create enough space for Mappy to make something happen.
It's one of the unfortunate parts about where Reason is positioned on this Rift Island, a little bit closer to the edge here in comparison to Mappy. But it's still not ideal real estate, because Mappy knows he's not going to get this for free. Reason
he's scratching his head.
He's down to just wait it out.
He's probably thinking, who on earth is this and why on earth would they even troll me like this? Like, what are you doing? Nobody wins it. He's fuming at the moment. You see the frustration in his face.
And it's bound to keep building at this rate. But the real question that starts to come to mind is, when are the other players going to start making an introduction here? Because Reason, Mappy, they've been at this for well over a minute now, and they're both expending a decent amount of their resources in the process.
What he probably needs to do is create some space and then just go in and out of it, because that does help it progress. And you see now, he's finally completed it and he's picked up the drum shotgun. And so now that might be a bit of an incentive for him to actually just sort of run in more aggressively at Reason. He's probably more willing to take this fight now, and of course, the extra slurp juice will definitely help him feel confident in any sort of fight.
But this is looking like a high bounty profit area here for Reason, because if he's able to actually eliminate Mappy, has an opportunity to not only collect that mythic drum, but also a handful of those legendary slurp juices. That is prime loot. But Reason, a drum shotgun of his own. It's not mythic, but he's still looking to break through. Right side peek, not going to be enough in comparison to the damage that this mythic's putting out from Mappy. He's just getting over aggressive with it. Not necessarily over, because he knows he's got his prey on lock. Reason's still just buying his time. I'm amazed he's still alive at this point.
The only risk now for Mappy is that when he's in box, he might run out of ammo. He needs to be wary of how much HP he has, or how much ammo he has. Won't be a problem. Reason was too low. Finishes that one up, and he will let him know exactly what he thinks of Reason. An emote there just to taunt him, just a tittle bit.
All of that just for this to not pan out in Reason's favor, but it's the nature of the game here. Pink, on the other hand, he's definitely sorely in need of some of these elimination points, and he's going to keep charging in up against Epic Whale here, looking to close out, and that is a nice finish here for Pink. Beautiful charge in. Kind of just understood that he had the HP advantage there.
The big props to Pink for being able to still be active and doing well in this game. He actually had a nosebleed right before the game. You saw like the tissue stuck up his nose as he went into this one, just in case. But he's not letting that affect him. You see in this player cam, he still has it there. What a trooper, what a fighter. And he's looking for more potentially here. Acorn ready and waiting, just above. And you saw how he was using the heavy sniper again, just to be aggressive, using it to take walls, push the issue a bit. But if he does force himself into Acorn's box, he has a very powerful shotgun that could put him to his end, so he can't be too over-aggressive. Just going to be satisfied with their position in the 6 zone. It's pulled in their favor.
But I'm also looking at what's surrounding them, and seeing Thomas on a bit of a height area, it's definitely a nice point of view. Thomas be checking things out. And also, on the other hand, definitely getting full utility out of this truck, and we've seen so many players just continuing to opt for these vehicles, and for good reason. It's fast rotations, especially to those combat caches, set them up in this position for the late game elements. And a nice attempt there from a Nas to try and destroy somebody else's vehicle in the process, but instead, we just continue to see that sniper be utilized over and over again, not only just for destroying walls, but just general damage.
Yeah, just trying to cause chaos, cause some manic amongst his peers. And you see Thomas HD patiently waiting here, 78 above, and so you see we're just going to open up his window and look for some tags. There were players there in the distance he could have shot at, but missed the window of opportunity. Going to look for another one, though, again, nobody quite there for him to shoot. And when the player did peek out for a moment, couldn't quite hit the shot, which is rare for Thomas HD. And I'm sure that won't discourage him. He will keep looking.
This is a sight, though. Vico, he talked about it right before we went to a break there on that post-game interview, Game 4. He discussed the fact that he wanted to play a little bit more passive, a little bit more controlled, because he's the one in the lead. He's the one with the leaderboard control, and as long as he sticks to himself, he's good.
Yeah, but that's going to be a tough zone for him to rotate. We've seen him consistently make it to end games, make it deep in these ones. But this will be one of the hardest rotations he'll have to make to get into the 7th. very, very far he has to go. Very, very tough for Vortexes to even stay alive here as the player's forcing their way into his box. Has some floppers, so if he can create this space and pop these, they're definitely going to help him. Even gets time for minis and potentially a big as well. Now, the big ain't going to happen. But will the minis be enough? 170 to the dome is not enough to keep Kylie away. Vortexes taking out 2 players who have won games in the competition today, battling it out against each other. That exotic shotgun is just so hard to deal with. You saw how Kylie just was ripping through his builds, didn't give him enough space to get the shields off.
And it's been a common play as well throughout the entirety of today. Is Kylie definitely pretty happy about the fact that nobody else had an opportunity to essentially charge into that box with him, given how low he was from that initial shot. But now instead, trying to chase down Vico, who's making the vehicle rotation. But it's going to be a med mist and on foot for Kylie to continue to get closer and closer. And one more time, a lot of this congestion just continue to build out, and it's going to be a tough hill to climb for a lot of these players.
Yeah, and I was curious about how Vico would go about that rotation. We see it there. He's been playing with those vehicles, and it just makes it so much easier for him. Simplifies, you saw, he just sped past his competition. And then he's able to inch his way into zone on feet now for the remainder of it. The materials he's been able to save. Seem very cautious of what's above him. Understands that's not his floor and that he needs to be careful. Also than being careful, he might even decide he wants to just get in here and take this fight. We know how good he is at it. Replaces the floor, makes it a bit safer for him. And now he's going to keep his eyes on that player. Once Boda G starts to pop those shields, he knows, look, he's not paying attention. Let me try to get in. Always waiting for that opportunity, that moment of weakness from his opponents. And he smells it in Boda G. Will he be able to clean it up? Though you see him taking the wall, looking now to replace the stair, and he's going to keep on pressing him.
But he's got to be careful, though, because Bao just continues to retreat further and further to the low ground. You already talked about how difficult the rotation was, as is for Vico. And even with the help of that truck, it still can't be his focus entirely on the limbs. You're already in the lead. You need to stick to what's going to keep you there. And for Vico, that's prioritizing better positioning, heading closer towards the zone.
Vico right now going to continue to look for these opportunities here. He's found himself a nice position in the zone. Going to be plenty of players running past him where maybe, just maybe, one's going to slip up, make a mistake, and he can be there to pounce. Thomas HD in the zone right now and using that med mist to good effect. Needs to start to make his way in and find some safer layers, because ultimately this game is going to get a lot more hard. And with him being below Surge, the issue has to be forced a little bit. He wants to deal damage. You see him looking, needs to be careful. There's a player right on his wall, resets it just in the nick of time.
This is Thomas still being as tactical as possible. Doesn't want to find himself getting elim just yet, but he knows the pressure is on. As long as he's underneath Surge threshold, he's going to keep taking damage for the time being. Another 25 gone to his shields. Now it's going to start impacting his actual white HP. And Thomas, it's essentially now or never. He doesn't really have much more time that he can afford to expend. He's trying to find whatever he can, but doesn't look as though this is an ideal situation, Levin.
The zipline rotation to get him in, he almost goes down to 4 damage, and that med mist is going to be used till every single last bit of it is gone. 46 HP now to play with, still below on Surge, and just trying to hope that nobody spots him while he gets in. He needs to find somebody quick, just sneaking like a snake through the grass. He running past people as well. Doesn't have time, just needs to focus on getting into the zone, and once he's here, he will start to look for some sort of opportunity.
Hey, the Mud's doing him a huge favor there as far as those faster slides, but Neku all the way up on top. Everybody else, whether or not he's going to get chopped down anytime soon, that begs the question. But for right now, it's Vico on the low ground, looking to control the low ground layers as well. Threats under duress for Neku. And again, this Flapjack rifle just tearing through some of these walls. Haijo not going to have the chance to try and actually challenge. Going to be forced layers underneath, and now Anas has got to worry about Vico directly underneath his box, and Vico is going to bring him down the ground one more time. Another elimination here. Nicely done from Vico, picks up an elim, and that's going to be huge. The slurp will give him so much room to play with. The extra materials aren't too bad either. And Neko's still on top, so oppressive.
And you can see all those players starting to move towards the front. Neko will do the same himself, but has to be wary of the players in the backside. There are players on second eye that you can't see that could be a threat to his secure ground.
It's not like that, his build's running incredibly low. Thomas indeed no builds whatsoever. The fact that he's made it this far even is incredible as is, given where we last saw him. But now, Vico, gotta be careful. Thomas is gonna take some shots from the side. That combat SMG definitely put in work. Thomas, he's got an opportunity, and he's got the win over Vico on elimination.
Oh, wow.
Caught Vico
unawares. And he goes down swiftly soon after. Lucia now just playing around in the back of the zone. All these players, such low HP, such low materials, but won't stop hitting shots. Mixon gets taken out, but he has no mats to show for it. Just going to start mantling up and around as a player above him. He needs to be careful of players coming down on his head, and he's going to hit every single shot. Kylie now snuffed out of the lobby. Lucia gets taken down eventually, and even though he's not on height anymore, Neko is still in this game.
And it looks as though Pink just managed to run right by him. Neko barely clinging on for dear life for the time being. And he's just going to choose to stick hidden. He knows every single placement point counts. He's already got a couple of elims. That's 16 points as is. Just bouncing wherever he can into the zone. Tayson nearly getting the close-up, but instead it's going to be a drop onto his head from Eclipse. And Eclipse with the two-piece now into Neko and Tayson.
That was huge from Eclipse. Two absolutely clutch limbs. And now it's Pink versus him in a 1v1. But it's Pink who comes out on top. Started the game with a nosebleed, had the tissue in his nose the whole game, and it didn't put him off. Still got the dub. And that just shows you a player who is very, very good at what he does. And a big win for him here.
I think that's where you can also see that experience leading into that determination as well, because for someone who has as much decoration as Pink, it's crazy to think about the fact that he's had a little bit of a more difficult day, but this is a huge way to make up for it and catch up.
Absolutely lovely stuff. Pink getting it done here in Game 5. What a start it's been to the second half. We're going to send it back to the analysts to break it all down.
Thank you very much, Levin and Minnie. We promised an electric start to this set. Oh, Minnie, you're here.
Yeah, here. Hello, I'm here.
Levin, Tucker, I love you really, sorry. Minnie's over here. Minnie's over here. It's been a long day, all right? We've got Reese and Minnie.
That's right.
Minnie. Not Tucker. You're Minnie.
Minnie. I am Minnie.
Just checking.
Yes.
We're not swapping names like that joke earlier.
Okay, no, we've done that already. Yeah. Listen, we promised an electric start to this second half. It delivered. Pink, you know, he's had a difficult start to the day, Minnie. You were commentating on all the action. But now it looks like he might be able to start to turn this around.
Yeah, back to his old ways.
Yes.
High ground was sort of how he made his name back at the beginning of Chapter 3. This is what Pink was known for back then. Sort of been a little bit more quiet on that high ground front in the previous few seasons, but back up on high ground in solos, he's done it.
Absolutely, and every single player that was right in that final end game that we just saw there was someone who just was not up at the top of the leaderboards either. So obviously, large eliminations, big swings that we've got expected to come out here. So I think when we see that leaderboard later on, I think we're about to see something definitely interesting.
I'm excited to see it because I've got a feeling that this tournament might be about to be flipped on its head, Minnie.
It might be. I mean, we saw Vico right there. He made it into the end game. He did a good job at that as well, but it wasn't quite what we were seeing from him earlier on. I was really impressed, though. He was being really aggressive in that later stage of the game. He wasn't just camping and playing all his materials out. He was actually going a little bit aggressive, and of course, Mona doing the exact same.
Absolutely. Mona coming into this, 99th place, bottom of the leaderboard, 3 elims, both double points. That's going to be a massive swing. Let's be real, he's going to go firing up.
Yeah, he really is, and this sort of aggression is what this second half of the tournament is all about. You can launch yourself from the bottom of the leaderboard all the way up if you can get those eliminations. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for Mona in that instance, but this was huge from Pink right here.
Yeah, this kind of opened up the thing. This 22 eliminations. Wow, he would be popping
off. That would be great.
22 builds at that point left, so that refresh massive to get him straight back into the game.
Yeah, and of course we saw Matthew going all the way up to that Rift Island as well. Kylie hopping into the box, and it's that Breacher shotgun that we've seen being used all day today just to get inside the box, and of course, do exactly what Mustache did.
Yeah, just wipe him out.
Wipe him out.
The drum shotgun we've seen, basically every type of shotgun has been, I mean, I don't say equally as viable, but I would say maybe equally as busted. Thomas HD, what a clutch from him as well.
Huge clutch. I think he was on about 6 HP when he dropped down. He almost got got eliminated to 4 damage at one point. He had to use the last remains of his med mist, which just kept him alive and afloat for just a little bit longer. I think that was Vika right there. It was who he took out. Huge twist in the ties.
I think that was roughly around top 14 or something along those lines. It just missed out, but that's still a good game for Vico, undoubtedly, though.
Really good game, and that's exactly what he needs. He needs to keep those consistent placements going, but he has to be very, very wary of people that are sneaking up, just like Pink.
We wanted aggression, and that is what Red Bull Contested is all about, and you are rewarded for aggression. Let's take a look now at the result here, the game results table here. Obviously, we know that Pink sits pretty at the top there. Extra 92 points. This is where those double eliminations come into clutch.
And they come into clutch in particular because no one had a particularly high elimination game. It's still 4-4, 5-5-4, you know, and all the way down. So no one was into the double digits. No one Vico'd it up that game. It's just the eliminations they got were worth significantly more.
Yeah, and someone that I do want to give a shout out to, Tundra Arch.
Legend!
Big Archie! Let's hear it!
He's made it to the end game, and he is popping off whilst doing so as well. I actually had a little chat with him just before we came out here, and he was like, Miniminer, mate, where am I dropping? Tell me where to land. I was like, I don't even know, mate. You're the one that's supposed to be playing. And whatever he's done, it's working.
I was going to say, what advice did you give him?
It's the mini minor effect. It's the mini minor effect. It's a new thing. We're calling it that.
We should send you around to all the players at the bottom of the table just to give them that golden advice. It seems to work for Archie. Like you said, I was chatting with him earlier as well, and he was like, oh, we'll just see what happens, you know. And he just goes out there, puts in the performance of a lifetime. Amazing stuff. He's up against some of the best pros in the world right now. When we're going into this second game now, if you're Vino, you're starting to think, okay, I need to start to switch things up again, make sure I'm right back up there in the top 5.
I mean, you basically just do the same thing you've been doing, but better. Let's be real. Like, at this point, do you change up a strategy drastically? You know what? I actually might eat totally my words when I say that, because that's usually the advice. But if you look at people like Queasy, for example, we've talked about over and over and over again, and I'll try not mention them repeatedly every single time after that, but switched up from the norm of just, I'm going to play slow to I'm going to be aggressive in W key, and it worked out well.
Yeah, it really did.
Pink back in the mix, and he is right in the mix right now with Frankie as well. Frankie!
Thank you very much, Ian. This is a man who played that final zone so hard, it gave him a nosebleed. I mean, it was surely a victory worth bleeding over, Pink.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Tell me about your thoughts going into that final zone, because this is the first time, really, we've seen those final fights take place in the new area of the map for Season 3.
Well, I haven't made endgame today, so when I was in endgame, I was just thinking, like, just step by step, and just won. I don't know.
Well, how are you finding going up against the new weapons in the game?
I think some of the weapons are very stupid to be in the game, but some of them are good. Like the exotics, they're just bad.
But it is only a few days into this patch. In fact, it only just came out yesterday, so everyone's still getting into it. Everyone's still in the same boat. Do you think, though, now that you've got a whopping, I think it was 90 points, near to 100 points from that game, that you can potentially threaten the guys at the top of the leaderboard?
I don't think I can win, because I think Vico will keep doing good, but I think I can clutch a top 5 or 10.
You've been duoing recently with Vico. We've seen you competing together in FNCS. Do you think he's got what it takes to actually take the trophy at the end of today?
Yeah, I think out of all 100 players here, Vico probably wants it the most, and he's very energetic, and I think he'll win.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me, Pink. Hopefully, no more nosebleeds, but hopefully many more victory royales. I'll let you go and get set up for the next game as we head back to the desk.
That's the sort of sportsmanship you love to see, isn't it, Minnie?
It is. No, it's great to see, and it's that sort of friend recognizing friend, opponent recognizing opponent as well, albeit, of course, they're good friends, they're duos.
You got to translate that to real respect real, let's be real.
Hey, real respect real, let's be real.
All right, I added one more, you know.
Yeah, I liked it. It's time for another EE player interview. This time out, it's Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage, and I'm 18.
Longest ever Fortnite session?
24 hours.
Happy or grumpy?
Happy.
Favorite landing spot?
Tilted Towers.
Hip hop or pop?
I don't know the difference, to be honest.
Most embarrassing way you've lost a match?
RPG'd myself.
Football or tennis?
Football.
Favorite comp game mode? Solos, duos, trios or squads?
Definitely duos.
Nerd or cool kid?
Both.
Strategy when you get caught in the storm?
Just run.
Best Fortnite streamer?
Me.
Love Mr. Savage, and I love that Red Bull cap as well. Happy or grumpy, Minnie?
Happy. We were saying, who would choose Grumpy?
Who's choosing Grumpy there?
I thought you'd be Grumpy first.
I mean, I am. That's how I live my life day by day. But I was trying to figure out, like, who would choose that life?
Yeah, I'm going happy as well. I want to look back at some of the iconic moments from that one. When I say iconic, there's something that we highlighted earlier on.
Definitely.
And it was wasps, right?
Wasps.
We were desperate to see wasps in use. And we saw them.
We did. We saw a little bit during the mid-game there when the loot island spawned in. And we'd be kind of wondering all day, are these viable? Can you really even use them? What do they do to start with? Because we've not seen it at all. But Mappy decided to pop off with them.
Yeah, Mappy, he did. It was all the way up on that Rift Island, wasn't it? Of course, he had that augment that enables you to get a few of them in your inventory. Chucked them at Reason, I think it was, there at top. And it did 100 damage to him. So really, really solid stuff. Just using the new season, using all the new changes to his advantage.
Yeah, we'll see that in a moment. But let's get our EE player of the game. It had to be
Thomas HD.
Absolutely, Thomas HD. What a performance from him, a very deserved EE player of the game. And he's someone who we expected coming into this to pop off, and he seemingly is gradually growing into this as every game rolls by.
Yeah, he's one of those players that can have those big pop-off moments, those big pop-off games. Although this one wasn't quite a massive pop-off, I think the reason why he was my player of the game here is that he just managed to survive for so long, despite all adversities. Even 4 damage.
I don't even know how, because minute by minute, he would just keep kind of flicking back to Thomas HD's perspective while we're watching. I'm like, oh, he's still alive. You know, I just assumed he had gone down like 5 minutes prior to this. But the solo clutch, massive swing for the leaderboard.
We asked earlier on how long you could survive in the jungle. It seems like Thomas would do a very good job of it.
He would. I mean, he's doing quite a good job there. I don't know. In real life, it's a bit of a different story.
I think
what did you say,
yeah.
6 or 7 minutes?
I said 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah, I think he survived longer than that.
I mean, clearly.
He's doing a good job.
What we've just seen, I would say so.
IRL Medmist to be chilling.
Well, we could talk about him or we could talk to him. Let's talk to him. Frankie.
Hello. Oh, I didn't see you there, but I'm glad that you've caught up with us because I am with our player of the game, Thomas. Now, that was a particularly tough game of Fortnite for you. How on earth did you stay alive despite being under the storm surge line? You know, you didn't get the tags early in the game.
I was just trying to stay alive, just hide from everyone. Like, I had nothing, so but I clutched up some points.
How did you actually manage to do that, do you think? Was it a case of going, okay, I've got nothing to lose because I'm probably about to be eliminated. I'm just going to go full throttle and see if I can just get some cheeky picks here?
I mean, like, when it was top 30, I thought it was already over, but, like, I just tried keep going, like, trying to stay alive.
So if you're under the threshold, don't give up. Apologies, I just cut you off there, Thomas. But I want to talk to you about the fact that you are in our top 10 of the leaderboard. How do you feel about the games going forward? Do you feel like you're going to have to get extra aggressive if you're going to get into that #1 spot?
I mean, I've been pretty consistent, just trying to make it to late game, not to go too crazy. But if I get the heavy shotgun one game, I will drop a 20 bomb and you will see.
Heavy shotgun, where are you going to find it?
I don't know, just give me some good luck.
All right, I'll give you some good luck with a fist bump. Thank you very much, Thomas. We're going to head back to the desk.
Do you think he's going to get that look?
Oh, yeah. He said it. Once you said it, you manifest it into action.
It's true. I love Thomas. He's such a great guy. And he's one of those players that he's not happy unless he's in first.
Oh,
like,
yes.
you could tell that from the interview. He's content, you know, with how the day's going, I'm sure, but he really wants first. Like,
deep down, you know that competitive nature is always there, right?
Yeah. Oh, undoubtedly.
Whenever he's at an event like this, he wants to come out on top, and especially, you know, you said earlier on that you want to see him finally do it.
I want to see him finally do it because, as we mentioned earlier, it's like the forever second place from Thomas HD. But it kind of makes it worse, the fact that he is basically one of, if not the most competitive people, the person who wants to win probably the most across like tournaments overall, and he still hasn't done it yet. I mean, I guess that's why, right?
Yeah, exactly. But this is the perfect moment for him to do that. He's training a little bit from behind that first place spot. But of course he can, as I mentioned, he can have those big pop-off moments. It's not uncommon to see Thomas with 12, 15 eliminations coming in with a victory round. So all it takes is that one game for him in these last 3 to bolster his way in the leaderboard and pop up.
Especially with the double elims, right? You know, he is that player that's capable of doing 10, 12, 15, maybe 15 is a bit. He said 20 himself. He said 20. So I'm saying 10, 15 in there, and that's huge points.
Look, there are so many things that are making this event truly special. One is the venue, of course, some of the best players in the world. And on top of that, we've got a live crowd. Let's go to our Aegon by AOC crowd cam to see all of our amazing fans that have been reacting to every single moment. We've been buzzing around the arena as well, guys, seeing how everyone's having such a blast here.
Absolutely. You know, these reactions are mainly just when you put your face full screen up of the head. It just smiles all around, smiles all around.
It's great to see. I mean, just before that break, actually, I just went down and had a little chat with some of the people in the crowd and got to meet some people, and they're having a great time. You know, I think just the experience, even up here for us, has been great. You know, you guys in the crowd as well, doing a great job of hyping up the players, giving us a few whoops for some, you know, some of our favorites as well. I love to see it.
Yeah, what else I love to see, which you can't really see on broadcast, our Aegon by AOC monitors, on the other side of them, right, have this special lighting. So in game you can like change the colors and all that good stuff. So all of them are playing on these epic monitors, 360 Hz. Aegon by AOC, one of our partners, thank you so much. This is Red Bull contested. We've got 3 games left remaining. But let's reflect one more time on some of your, you know, picked out analysis. I know that you loved the Wasps, and we can see them now in full effect.
We talked about it, now we actually have it in action. Look, this fight for the island started with a little bit of BM, a little bit of shake the L. And you notice this right here is the Wild Wasp weaponry. So we managed to get 2 of these Wild Wasp jars, and they just go straight onto the player right next to them. And yes, they are hitting through builds. So you realize Reason loses 100 HP, and this kind of starts off the fight. Like, Reason does manage to get this shield back. That actually gets him to a point where Reason needs to be aggressive, and Mappy can then capitalize on that.
It almost reminds me of the old stink grenade that we used to have all the way back in Chapter 1. You just throw it at a box, and then it does some damage to the player inside. For Reason, taking the L, not the best strategy, as he found out in very much the hard way.
Exactly, and you know, that favor's returned as soon as Mappy picks up that Elim.
That's a receipt.
I love it.
I do love to see any of the new items and additions used, and it's a big part of this entire tournament. It's so exciting because this did just drop yesterday. So to see these new techniques, abilities, weapons, everything that's going on utilized for the very first time in a competitive nature, Mini, it makes it even more exciting.
Yeah, and in particular, I'm loving to see those players that are going for that Rift Island. Of course, last season we knew the power of that pulse rifle. It had such an impact on the rest of the lobby. You can even have the audio cue of when someone had it. You'd stay quite far away because it was very difficult to handle. But when you talk about someone that has that mythic the mythic drum shotgun, that packs a punch, and it's definitely worth going for.
And it's been Mappy, right? We've had 5 games now. He's had it 3 games, and it's the first 2 he was uncontested for it. No one else decided. Queasy took over it, but this game obviously Queasy went down early enough, which freed it up. But of course, in that little break, a lot of other people decided, I'm going to go for that too, and that's obviously why Reason decided to open up for that, but didn't work out.
Do you think they heard Queasy going down? Because Queasy's quite a loud player.
I mean, they
like, yeah,
look, okay,
down,
right.
I'm going up.
So you know, if you're not in the arena right now, of course, you'll know the players. You'll see them. They got the headphones on, noise cancelling. But you can hear, I swear, through that Queasy anytime he goes down. That's a scream. That's a rage.
You can hear him in Glasgow, right?
You can, yeah.
You absolutely can. There's one thing we're all waiting for. I know you're waiting for it as well. Brought to you by E. It is our leaderboard, and it is time to find out what the lay of the land is at the top. Of course, Vico still sitting pretty. Wow, 266 points, but there's a real shuffle at the top end there, Reese.
There is. Nahu now overtakes up into second. If I remember correctly, I think he was around 10th prior to this, so that's a massive jump up for him.
Yeah, really great stuff from Neko. We saw him actually taking high ground. I think it was that 11th zone. I thought, this is it. He could definitely be in contention for that first place spot, but I think he just dropped down, and that's why we saw him in the back of the storm going down. So didn't quite work out for him, and of course, Pink went up and took the high ground, but really good stuff from him.
Yeah, okay, Cammy, of course, in 5th. Thomas HD was in 7th and has moved up into tied 5th now from that. But as the next page, we notice some of the big boys who were on that first page previous. Vino, Queasy, Zagu, Hen have all dropped down, but Pink moves
right
up
there.
into 17.
Let's go. But yeah,
this is why at the very beginning of this, you were saying you cannot wait. You almost wanted to skip ahead to the second half of this because now it is all to play for, and the pressure on the top runners right now, I know I keep talking about it, is higher than ever. If you have a low finish in the next game and some of your opposition finish above you with several eliminations, you're in deep trouble.
Absolutely. No, this mathematics is going to be wrong. I'm telling you that right now, okay? But we're halfway through the games after game number 4 before it double pointed. But you could say we're a third of the way through the points that they can get, which is wrong mathematics, I'm telling you, but that's the way I'm thinking about it instead.
Technically, that is right almost, because
it is,
we have double elimination points.
Changed,
things
but
will
matter,
go differently. And as we see, the leaderboard flips. It changes so quickly. Pink, I don't even know where he was before that game. Very far down. Now, what, 17th, I think that was? So really great stuff from him. And of course, even for people that are on the other side of the coin, Venno and Queasy dropping down because of everyone else that was in that end game. They weren't doing good at the beginning of the tournament, so it's just a complete flip.
Almost 10 placements down. That's massive.
That is true, yeah.
We heard Thomas earlier talk about that survivalist nature. You know, let's just stay alive. Let's make it towards the back end of the game. Do you think we're going to see, going into these final three, a little bit more aggression from some of the bigger players?
It's hard to say, it really is, because basically what has happened is the same as happened in game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, most of the players have kept the exact same playstyles that they have. They've just done it better.
I think apart from those that are all the way down the bottom, we saw Mona getting, was it 3, 4 eliminations right at the beginning. He thought, you know what?
Let's go for it.
He was literally in last place. We thought, why not just go for it?
That's an easy, like, 24 points.
Easy.
Yeah. What have you made of the standard of competition here? I know that we expected coming into this, guys, that it was going to be pretty spectacular because we've listed some of the big names. It's a highlight reel of some of the FNCS best players of all time. Is it really matched up to your expectations?
Yeah, because I also love solos. You know, it's messy, people get annoyed, they get tilted, you get good player reactions, and everything's down to each individual, so up here for me.
You love seeing people get annoyed?
I do.
That's evil, isn't it?
It is evil, but it's part of esports, maybe.
But no, I'm loving the action, I'm loving the chaos, the vehicles. It's bringing a whole new dynamic that we have had before in Fortnite, but we haven't seen in so long. So the explosions going off, players just rotating around everywhere, even jumping in the same car as each other. I love it.
All right, I want predictions before we throw into this of our top 3 players going into game 6. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Reese.
I'm just going to say, Leaderboard, big shake-up coming into this one.
Oh, really?
I don't want to say, like, this person does good, this person does bad. I'm not putting that juju on them. I'm not going to say that to them. But I just want to see shake-ups in the Leaderboard.
I want to see that too, especially since we saw how much Pink managed to move his way up. Pink top 5? I think he can do it.
Pink top 5, that would be nice to see. All right, speaking of numbers, let's get the countdown going, ladies and gentlemen. Edinburgh, I want you to count along with us. We've got 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Levin and Taco take us into game 6.
Let's get into game number 6. And what game number 5 showed us, Taco, is that comebacks are very much possible. Pink was way low down there in the standings, but with a top game, he is now in fighting contention for a top 5 finish potentially.
And that's one of the most exciting aspects about this double eliminations format, because it's hard not to root for a player like Pink, especially when you see them hanging at the bottom of the leaderboard, just trying to figure out how am I going to actually play this catch-up momentum. And even in his post-game interview, he's talking about it. He's like, I just kept thinking, what do I need to do directly next? So the cogs are turning. They are definitely working as well. And if anybody can make it into that top 5, I would definitely bank on Pink.
Look, not only are comebacks very possible now, but when you look at the top of the standings, right, blowouts are very possible, because a couple more good games for Vico and you've got to think this guy's about to just wrap up the whole thing.
But that all depends on whether or not the Thomas HDs of the world can actually choose to bring him down in size. But yeah, it is definitely going to be a difficult aspect for sure. And Vico, again though, you don't want to get too comfortable, because you never want to hit that autopilot glide and start like actually picturing yourself having already won before the competition's actually ended.
Of course. You never want to get too ahead of yourself. You want to stay locked in, make sure you're going game by game, right?
He looks it though.
It's always the cliche. It's always the cliche, but you do want to look at it game by game, and that's what Vico will have to do if he wants to make sure he doesn't mess things up. He has a very good lead, and he has to hold on to it. Just 2 more games after this one to do so. But hey, we're here in game 6. The players are ready, and we've seen already so far today, Taco, so many of these off-spawn battles, incredibly intense in their nature.
Definitely some intense off-spawn battles, but I'm also thinking about a lot of these late-game instances. And I know we've got a little bit of a ways to go before we're there here in Game 6, but at the same time, Pink, again, mentioning the fact, I just need to make it to late game. And I feel as though that is a very similar theme for a lot of these players that haven't necessarily found themselves on the better half of that leaderboard.
Yeah, 100%. A player who started off the day incredibly hot. He was our leader for a couple of games. Marco landing here at Shady Stilts. And it's a spot that obviously has recently been added to the game, and it's clearly been working out for him, as he's been doing quite well. We'll see if he can start to do anything to mount a comeback. Of course, he's sitting, you know, comfy right now where he is, but he'll want to go even higher as well. Same can be said for Thomas HD. We all know how good this guy is. Very familiar.
It's funny though, because you initially would have expected at least a little bit of a contested challenge here off spawn from the NA representatives, But Agers choosing to switch up before the day started, and Kanata still committed to Drift Ridge, but just on the opposite end. So Thomas still having ample opportunity. A little bit of an interruption, though, to his lead path.
Here the man himself landing east of the Frenzy Fields, looting up here. This is where he lands usually for duos with Pink. Oh, what do we have here? Both of these guys are just healing on the other side of the roofs. And now, in a full-fledged battle, it's Yumi who's looking superior in this one. Hold on a minute. What happened to Vidil there? That looked a bit too easy for Yumi.
Seemed as though Vidil not on the better end of that mantle for a moment there. Unfortunate circumstance for sure.
But Yumi looks good there.
We get a chance to run it back.
Yeah.
Just in case we needed a closer glimpse. And Vidil, yeah, just looks as though he thought he'd be over that wall a bit quicker. And that push in, that's exactly the kind of aggression that you would expect when you see such a huge HP advantage.
100%. Vidil, that means he's going to be sitting there waiting, right? We know how tough that can be. You have to just sit there and wait. It's almost like half an hour wait before you get to go back into the game. For ages, the NA boys in general, it's not been the best of times, and it's been a rough experience. I was talking to 50, shout out to 50, the manager of Dig, and he was saying that all the players were in the player room, the player lounge, and they all like were in a huddle like, 1, 2, 3, NA suck. And it's like,
you sure that's what they said?
He said that's what they were saying. So don't tell me wrong. I'm not the one that's saying that. They were the ones saying it.
It's a direct quote.
So
this man cannot be found guilty.
Look, the NA boys clearly aren't too confident and aren't too happy about how they've done so far. But there is always room for change. And look, these guys are no slouches. Maybe they haven't done as well today, but some of these guys are the best players in the world of Fortnite. And hopefully you can start to find some rhythm. Of course, it's not the easy situation, especially you'll know when you're flying all the way across the world to play in a tournament.
A little bit of jet lag definitely comes into play. Arch, I mean, all we have to do is put Archie on screen. People get excited.
Yeah.
Hard not to be, though. He's just got so much charisma.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him for getting excited. In the end game last time round, he was lighting up the feed. I just kept seeing Tundra Arch in the feed picking up a limb.
Yeah, so hands down.
Yeah, man, hopefully he can keep doing that. Everyone wants to see the big Archie doing well.
Reason gonna bring the fight down to Nyrox's level here. Definitely wants to see if he can be a little bit more up close and personal, and Nyrox.
Oh, shotgun.
Exactly, and that could pose a huge issue here because Reason, he definitely does with that Havoc pumped in hand and the combat SMG as well. It is looking like a difference of firepower from night and day for sure, and Reason with the elimination there onto Nyrox, gonna cut his game pace run short. Looking up above though, Raxel, you gotta be careful not to get his head taken off.
Yeah, that's a shame as well for Nyrox, because I feel like in almost every fight we've seen Nyrox take, he's like basically won all day long. Like he's been really good in these fights. But unfortunately there, without a shotgun, no match for Reason.
And even just pushing in.
Here, look. There wasn't really much Nyrox could do here once he opened up this edit. I think his best bet is maybe like to run at Reason or just run away. But Reason, he doesn't even use the shotgun advantage. He just sits there with the SMG spraying at him. Tough scenes.
I mean, all you need is a little bit of recoil control, and it could definitely be a devastating item to deal with.
Bizzle here now screams one of Fortnite's historic LANimals, right? The kind of guy where you expect him to show up on the lands. And unfortunately, it's not been the best of days for him, and so hopefully you can see the OGs of this game start to find some rhythm. Vino versus Hen. This could be an interesting fight. There is another player here that could add a bit of a different twist to the battle. Archie in the feed. I'm sure if you're wondering, if you're ever wondering why the crowd is cheering, it's because Archie has picked one up. Here Vino's picking one up, and he's looking for another as well. The third party did come in. It is Marine.
Marine definitely a player that can be familiar as well with the solo clutch aspect. But that Cybertron cannon, that posed such a huge issue for Hen as well. But it's going to be Hellfire now, trying to aggress, trying to break through. A little bit of a drop here for both of these players now as Hellfire, see if he can secure this one. Eats a huge shot in return, though, and it's going to seem as though X-Force might actually have an opportunity here, but no. Hellfire with the advantageous peak there at the end.
And Hellfire's such a hard player to fight, especially once he has the advantage in HP. His exit control is so good. He's always good at reading where exactly you're going to move to run away from him and preemptively placing his builds there just to capitalize. He's such a hard player to fight in those kind of scenarios, and he picks one up as a result of it.
Was impressed, though, in the last match by Niku's positioning, because I think we've been seeing a lot of issues for most of these players to actually maintain control of high ground, which is to be expected, I think, in this sort of meta where mobility becomes such a huge issue that builds are going to be expended so quickly. But that's not going to be the issue here for Vico, since he's able to make these rotations again off of the truck and just continuing to look for whatever loot and just maxing mats as much as possible.
Yeah, we're witnessing one of the keys to his success here, right? The trucks. Mr. Savage here, another person who will have thousands and thousands watching, hoping he can do incredibly well. A fan favorite by every right. But Kylie's not just going to fall over and let him do whatever it is he wants to do. He's going to always make it a fight, always make it a battle.
Gotta be careful, though. And Kylie doesn't really want to stick around dang much longer here. But Savage looking to connect with sniper shot. Won't hit anyone just yet, but if there's anything to be taken away from the last match, it's that Pink can be a bit of an inspiration, because when you see him find that 92-point elevation onto the leaderboard, it makes a huge difference here, I think, for all these other players that, again, were underneath, but Tayson.
Will Tayson get him? It looks like he will. Was waiting, hiding. Savage did not see it coming, and he's only down to a sliver of HP. Tayson, can he close it out? I'm sure he gave Mr. Savage a bit of a jump scare there. He can. Oh, goodness. You hate to see it happen for the player on the receiving end, but if you're Tayson, that must have felt so satisfying.
You almost wonder how long he was there, if you think about it. But again, given that they're not too far from Wasabi Shores, can't say that it's that much of a surprise that Tayson would look to try and cut off Savage on his rotation pathway. And now, I think we're going to see a good opportunity here. Tayson playing catch-up as Kylie, actually, the big elimination finish there. His first one of Game 6, and Coin no longer a participant.
Kylie picks that one up, and Kylie, again, has been a name we've consistently seen in this competition. Came into this game in 7th place, and so a big opportunity to jump himself up. Of course, it is pretty tight in the leaderboard, right? From 2nd to around 9th, right? Where there's not many points in it, especially with how many points you can now get with the extra elimination points being given. So, oh dear.
These boxes just jam-packed here.
These are two former teammates as well going at it, Nebs and Hellfire.
Nebs, though, fairly protected by those trucks, and instead going to choose to create a little bit more space here. Doesn't seem as though he feels like it's all that great of an idea to force that engagement up against Hellfire. But Hefe, on the other hand, he's all for the fights here. And of course, I think anybody would be when they know that the opposition's only 1 HP, but Marco, this would not be an ideal time for him to go down again. He's trying to cling into that contested territory for top of the leaderboard stance, where we've seen him practically throughout the entirety of the day, but it's just not enough here. No opportunities, the pressure from Sam, too much to deal with.
That is really tough for Marco. Marco was in 3rd place going into this game, and with how tight it is at the top of the standings, slipping up here is going to leave a door wide open for all of his biggest competitors to catch up and overtake him, potentially push him out of that top 10. Spy versus Tayson. Spy seems to have the upper hand, especially in the HP. He started off this fight well. Some Falcon on Falcon action. Falcon EU versus Falcon ME. Spy coming all the way from the Middle East to compete here today. He's going to have to take down his org mate. He wants to continue to push himself higher up in the standings, represent his region. The only player here from Middle East, I believe.
Hey, it's not personal, it's business.
It's business. It's business at the end of the day.
But you have to respect Spy in this sort of position. Again, being the only representative here from Middle East, and it's a tough predicament to be in as well. But Spy, he's definitely not someone that's willing to go down without a fight, and again, it just comes down to whether or not some of these players can actually make it into that late game territory. And it seems to be something that Spy understands as well, because he doesn't choose to actually chase after Tayson in that circumstance, actually going to opt to fall back and bide his time a little bit longer. Mappy, on the other hand, though, this is his bread and butter. It's Rift Island.
Yeah, he has just been a staple part of this island. Every single game we've seen for the most part, only a couple where he wasn't really.
It's basically their mascot.
Yeah, honestly, he's really, really loving the Rift Island. And understandably, right, it's been so key to his success, right, having that mythic drama shotgun. Even though he sits just outside of the top 10, another game where he is able to win it out and start fighting with it would definitely be a success, but he needs to make sure he wins this fight for it. He's up against iDrop right now, and iDrop isn't going to go down without a bit of a fight.
But iDrop knows as much as Mappy wants this.
He is laser focused.
It's just hilarious when you watch these builds just continue to get thrown up between the two. Neither side managing to find the advantage just yet. That is until iDrop. A little bit of a connection there, but it's still 38 feet to the shield in exchange. Now both players neither side, but little by little, iDrop working his way in. Mappy might finally find himself on the worst end of this trade deal. Ooh. And in fact, he won't find a chance to escape. Drawn too much attention, and players are bound to be looking at the Rift Island, eliminating the escape.
That's tough. He has been so good fighting here, but unfortunately for him, he was not able to match up to iDrop, and somebody else in the distance wanted to get involved in that one as well. So iDrop will be victorious at the Rift Island and will be able to claim that drum shotgun. We'll see what he can do with it. From what he showcased there in just that little fight, clearly he's feeling it right now. If you never watch iDrop, he always sort of plays every single scenario like he's trying to play for a creative montage, like very flashy, very fancy in what he attempts.
Well, that flapjack rifle also been rather beneficial in the moment as far as actually chipping away at those builds, but right now it's all about Bevy. He's kind of just lurking around, not too sold on whether or not players realize that he's directly underneath them. Thomas, though, pretty standard, I think. Very familiar as well, the north side of the map.
Interesting. We have Epic Well here, patiently waiting for somebody to slip up catastrophically. If anybody decides to go into this building, they are not going to be greeted very nicely.
Not the welcome party you want.
Yeah, it's not a house you want to go into, and there isn't anybody that looks like they're going to go into it right now. You see Vino there with Tiggles in his car. That happens quite a bit. I feel like I've seen Tiggles do that a couple times, just jumping in other people's cars and getting a free ride. If it works, it works. Epic Real now, understanding that nobody really is going to be dropping down, so gets out of the roofing.
And it hasn't necessarily been too large of an issue. We saw a couple of circumstances of players falling underneath that Storm Surge damage threshold, find themselves in a little bit of a pinch situation. But Epic Whale, I mean, that's a lot of time that he invested inside of that building. Probably not enough to actually impact the state of his game as he moves forward, but I can imagine that he's fully aware of the fact that elims are one of the easiest ways that he could look to catch up here.
You know, you see him locked in there. Hen, who's gone down, is supporting him from behind, eagerly watching to see what he's going to be able to do himself. Up here on the Rift Island, needs to be careful because there is somebody here that is iDrop who's still here. We know he'll have that drum shotgun. But I don't think Vino's too bothered about that. He's going to look to try getting that vault. Get some extra metal, and he hears eye drop coming.
Vino's going to take a second here. Doesn't want to find himself too trapped inside the vault, but might actually be the circumstances now. Menno with an advantageous push, just trying to break through all these builds that iDrop just continues to throw out. That flapjack rifle certainly putting in work. But he'll take the second to pause, breathe. Pop a legendary slurp juice, same for iDrop as he just barely managed to get away for the time being. But I can imagine that when it comes to Venno, he's not going to let it go.
Yeah, that was a tough angle for Venno, right? He had the left-hand peek, and iDrop's charging at him with a drum shotgun. That's never an easy spot to be in, but he hit two really big shots that just forced iDrop to fall back. And that's what Venno will do. He'll make it really awkward for you, even when you have the advantage in a fight against him. But he might want to keep fighting iDrop. But unfortunately, with him looting the Rift Island, it meant that he obviously got them slurps, so he's going to be able to get up to 200 HP rather quickly. And even now, I think he's actually just launch padded away, and Venno will look to follow him as well. They have quite the ways to go to get to zone. When is he going to follow him is the question. He sees him to the right, but deciding to go his own way. There's a couple people opening up, facing this direction. That might cost him. No, nobody taking any shots at him. He's going to head towards the left side, just into the jungle.
Sinking a little bit lower here as well on the map. But that little bit of action isn't the only action that's been taking place here as Stash for some nice shots. Cheesy not going to be able to get away inside of the truck, but sometimes the vehicles can certainly lead to the player's demise.
That is tough, and Stash really teared through him there. Again, every time I keep seeing this flapjack rabbit, I'm just thinking I can't wait to get home and just use it myself. It looks so fun to use.
It's definitely earning some pretty high regards amongst the pros. So I can only imagine the kind of fun that it would actually bring you in your own games. But Pink right now, he's got a chance here. He's got a real chance to keep that momentum going from the last game.
Well, look, before last game, he hadn't made it to an end game. And so we really will be able to assess here now whether or not last game was a bit of a fluke, whether it was just a nosebleed buff, or whether or not he is actually here to remain, here to stay. And he has certainly a good position to do so. Vico is trying to find his position to do so, still needs to get into zone a bit. He's a hop, skip, and a jump away from making it there. And he'll just secure his position as well, using some of those hard materials, but it's worth getting into zone for him right now.
Definitely not as many builds as he would probably like to have during these rotations. And you know, what a shot to try and take while sitting on the ice here. But we'll continue to just press forward. And again, really like the way that he chose to move off of that launch pad, because he could have chosen to stay on a little bit of that natural elevation, instead sinking just slightly lower into one of those dips provided on the edge of that jungle biome.
See here, you know, how he wrapped in the zone there, just trying to get towards the nice safer side of the zone.
This is dangerous here now for Vico, and he understands it, but look at this loadout. It's the one that's been making all of the success stories, I would say, happen for Vico so far today. Every shotgun charge is going to be very difficult to deal with when he's tearing through walls, following it up immediately with that legendary combat SMG. And 4 legendary slurp juices as well. Players catching a couple of tags, but nothing too detrimental just yet. And it's going to be the double combat SMG that he's choosing to roll with.
See zone. Just counting down. Very soon, every single one of these players are going to have to start thinking about where exactly it is they go, how they move. Vico here, he's getting aggressive onto Archie in this replay we have, and he was eventually the one that took Archie down. I'm sure all the Archie fans in the crowd won't be too happy about that one. But when you have Vico running at you, it's not really much you can do when he's in the form he's in.
But Archie's downfall is Vico's uprising, or continue to uprise. And now, nasty shot, soaring sprints as well, just helping him stay on these top layers, and it's just going to be quick scope all too easy. And these are the kind of sniper clips that Venno's just expected.
Venno has been unleashed on this lobby, but unfortunately, he has quickly been recaptured and sent right back to the lobby. And it was Yomzo that put him in that position. Vico is still alive though, and he'll be happy that some of his best competitors, some of the more aggressive players in the lobby, are the ones being taken out, taken down. Jerdy still in this one. We saw him earlier, was struggling in the zone, but now has found some serenity, some peace, but not for much longer. He will have to move at some point. Henk still in this game. He's made it to another end game. That's a brilliant start. And you can see him looking to the skies. He wants to play for high ground. He's familiar with how to do it. And that opportunity might just be there for him, but with the materials he has to focus on the refresh first. And see him there. Wanted to break down into that box. The opportunity wasn't there, so he keeps on moving.
But he's looking to potentially run directly into Vico if he's not careful, and close exchange with the double combat SMG could be difficult to find yourself on the winning end of. But he does have the Havoc pump. He could definitely make it work for himself. Is now Pink continuing to just drop layer by layer. But he knows that as long as he's got good positioning, he can make everything else happen.
Yeah, where he landed was nice. There will be a bunch of players that rotate down onto low ground in that direction. Thomas, with just a one build remaining, has to get this one. And you know when Thomas needs an elim, there's a good chance he's going to get it. Vico falls there just inside of the top 20 in this game, but it won't be another deep finish for him. Mako is in this game as well, and he's been doing incredibly well the past couple, and he's looking to continue the streak.
It's almost like that halfway point just gave him a whole new surge of life, it seems like. Pink as well, trying to do what he can with the truck. But it seems as though Seti's just gonna look for the opportunity to catch a ride. Pink knows he doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with. This is a dangerous position for him to try and actually exit the vehicle from.
And Thomas is in another box. He might be looking to try to do it again. He got the refresh, but it wasn't much in terms of materials. Needs another one, but he can't find it, and he will fall as a result. Seti finally getting out of Pink's truck, and he does have 3 elims to his name, and he's going to desperately look for more. Bevies in the front of the zone, has some materials to keep on tarping, and that's exactly what he'll do. Stay safe. Marine is the one up above, looking down on everybody else. Vortexia has managed to make it up to this point. And if he can just find some sort of an elim here, it will keep him going, because with the 2 builds he has, it's not going to look good if anybody starts to focus on him. And you can see him just hiding in the backside, but there's a player that's dropped down and he doesn't know it, but it doesn't matter. He takes down 9, drop a big one pump from Vortexia.
That is exactly the kind of confidence boost that you would want, at least. Maybe not necessarily the refresh he was hoping for, but at the same time, every step counts. And Bevies now with another one onto Marine. Height no longer in control by anyone other than Bevies, and he's looking to keep working his way into the zone, keep the dream alive.
But Frey is trying to get up the hill. He knows he cannot allow Bevies to find control up here. It's just going to make it so awkward. He's done a good job of getting up, but the pressure will come through. Bevies will start to drop down, and he's going to have to hope he can connect with the shotgun shots. You just hear Bevies raining him down in a 1v1 now against Frey. It's all going to come down to this. Bevies quickly running out of materials. He's just going to hope he can continue to pressure and hit one shot. Going to pop the slurp in advance, just to make sure he's always topped off on the HP before being dropped down. What a shot from Bevies. Cool and composed, and hits max damage before taking Frey out. What a win for Bevies.
He also had no other option there at that point. 0 builds left to his name. It was an all-in sort of circumstance, and it's one that he's able to walk away from cleanly.
A lot of players in that situation get dropped down, they lose composure, they start shaking, they start trembling. This man gets dropped right into the box and just hits the shot like he's playing an aim training map. Nicely done from Bevies, making it look clean and easy. Hasn't necessarily been the best past couple seasons for him, but here today, making it count in that final moment.
And you have to remember how many elims he had even leading up to that point. So to capture another one right at the very end, looking like he might have another 92-point circumstance on our hands here.
Yeah, and a win for Bevies is absolutely huge, because he went into that game in the top 4 positions. So this is going to be incredibly crucial for those final standings. So we're going to send it to Ian to break all of it down.
Levin, Taco, thank you very much. Game 6 is done. Another hop flower leap closer to crowning our champion here in Edinburgh. I am joined by my analysts, Reese and Miniminer. Guys, you said we're going to see things switching up. We're going to see names popping up that haven't yet. And that's exactly what we saw with Bevies, who we haven't really seen much of today.
Nope.
Showing up and getting that #1.
Same thing, going against Frey, who was in 2nd place there in that match, and then also Vortex, who popped off in 3rd. So 3 players that we haven't necessarily seen too much from on the overall leaderboard. And again, massive switch up in the double elim points games here.
Huge switch up right there. Of course, we saw Bevies just taking that high ground right there at the end. And it all started at the beginning of the game. Of course, Yumi, this is a crazy elimination, and Reason doing it on Nyrox as well. Throughout the whole game, we just saw some of those big refreshes on big players, which of course resulted in a lot of different names in endgame.
Of course, Vino being in, he basically tried to just struggle throughout the entire game. I just kept seeing repeated low builds, just managing to make it through. Did make it to endgame, but not that great. This clip from here, a shame for Mr. Savage, but Tayson is known to be sneaky around those drop spots that you land in. Obviously, he won his fight against X-Squeeze off spawn and decided, I'm keying again.
Yeah, Tayson, one of the best IGLs in the world, if not the best, showing his big brain once again. And this is what you were talking about, Reese. Just Veno in a bit of a trouble, and this was a huge refresh throw. It didn't quite work out right there at the end, but what a performance.
Again, Siphon was in the game, maybe he survives there, but unfortunately he gets knocked out. Seti was popping off. I was absolutely paying attention to him tons. If you notice, he got up to 108 builds there from that refresh just before going down.
Vortexia, though. How can we not talk about Vortexia? What a pop-off from him, and this was beautiful from Bevies. He's actually won him the game. Marine was caught lacking at the top of the builds, and he was actually popping that slurp juice out in the open. Bevies saw that, easy high.
Mantle play was beautiful. The chop down came out from Frey, and Bevies hits the max 185. He does not miss to pick up the final elim onto Frey.
Those final 2 elims from him were cool, calm, and composed.
They were, and that's exactly what you need. In that situation, it's so easy to have a rush of blood. Oh my goodness, I'm on height. What's going on? He actually ran out of mats there at the end as well, so he had to drop inside the box, which meant that final shot had to be a max, otherwise he probably wouldn't have won.
And it was. That's what you need. Cool, calm, and collected.
I love it. I'll tell you what, let's take a look at our game results there to see the points that have been stacked up from our top players that finished up. Bevies with 92 points out of nowhere. But what we're seeing here is Vortexia stepping up. That could put him back in the mix. But on top of that, this is disruptive to some of our leaders who are finishing lower in the leaderboard here, Mini.
Yeah, it is. We haven't seen too much from Vortexia today. He was uncontested, surprisingly, today as well. So a lot of those questions off spawn have been answered, and finally he's made it into that later stage of the game, and we can see what he can do.
Absolutely. And big point of note here. I could be wrong at this, but I'm not entirely sure. Is any of these players that placed in the top 10 in this game, in the top 10 out of our overall leaderboards going into that match? I don't think they were.
I don't think so.
That is an insane change coming up. Of course, the next page over, you can see a lot of the players who, again, I think Vico right there was maybe the only player in the top 10, so they didn't make it into the top 20.
And that's what this second half of the tournament is all about. It's these players that haven't had the best start. There's an opportunity for them to catch up, and that's exactly what's happening. It's almost like a script. It's already written out for us, and these players are doing it.
Stop leaking, man. Come on.
Speaking of catching up, let's catch up once again with Frankie, who's standing by with our shock winner, Bevies.
Thank you so much. You know what? I don't think this is that much of a shock because Bevies is no stranger to a LAN. However, this is his performance so far. It's like he's been training his whole career for this moment. What's it like for you at the moment in your player booth? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I've been playing pretty consistent. I unfortunately missed the first game, but I'm still doing pretty good. So,
yeah, you've been racing up the leaderboard. What do you think is the key to your consistency?
Honestly, just having an uncon spot and playing pretty confident.
Are you worried now, though, now you are towards the top of the leaderboard, that someone might try and hot drop you?
I mean, sure. Sure they can if they want to.
And what will happen if they do?
I mean, we'll see.
We will see. Well, hopefully we won't, actually, for you, because hopefully no one's going to come and con you now. They'd be fools to. Tell me how you're finding playing in the new season of Fortnite, because clearly you've adapted very quickly.
I mean, new seasons are always pretty fun to try, but some items are definitely overpowered and need to go. But it's been pretty fun.
And eliminations are now very powerful too, now that we've got the double elimination points, so it's now 8 points per elimination. Has that changed the way that you're approaching the game as we head into these final few matches?
Nah, I'm playing pretty placement, but I think it's a very good addition so people can make comebacks.
All right, well, we're going to check out the leaderboard, I think, because Ian, I think, has got the all-important numbers that we need to know. Thank you, Bevies.
Not yet, Frankie. Not yet. Hold your horses. We will get there. But when I say shock winner, Bevy is more of a shock winner to probably the players around him at the top of the leaderboard. Obviously, a very talented and skilled player and deserved winner of Game 6 there. 2 more games to go. Before we throw ahead to that leaderboard, I want to look at some of the most important people in the building one more time. It's our 8 gone by AOC crowd cam. Let's take a look at some of the fans in the building who've been reacting for some of our amazing moments there in Game 6.
Phenomenal. Low-key, I kind of just want to sit in the crowd rather than sitting here at this point if I get here.
You want to be on the cam?
I do.
You want to be in the front stage here. I love this, and the crowd are already getting into it. It's a Scottish flag.
Scottish flag?
Hey, you're not alone.
Oh, where are those?
Are they there? I don't know.
Who's got them? Who's got the Scottish flag?
You scared them away.
You need to speak in your thick Scottish accent if you want them to show up.
They've hidden them away from me.
No, you're not speaking in a Scottish accent already. I thought he was the whole time.
You've got to love it. You know, as a UK Fortnite mastermind, right? To see the biggest major LAN event here in the UK for Fortnite for the very first time. Fans in the audience, it's amazing.
It is amazing. It's historic, and it's living up to those expectations as well. It's not disappointing. It's wonderful hall that I honestly can't stop looking back and looking, you know, all the words on the top. It even has my name up there. It says Scott, which is pretty cool.
You know what's funny? I was looking for Mini Miner up there.
No, you'd be surprised. Yes, the McEwen Hall is sponsored by Mini Miner.
Oh, yes, of course.
Not quite, but no, it is honestly such a great event so far.
Yeah.
You can tell the players are getting into it, the crowd are getting into it. We just saw it there on screen, and it's just great for the UK community.
Yeah, absolutely. Never did I really ever think, you know, when I started playing Fortnite, I started being in the scene, I was like, these people are never going to come here, right? Just totally wrong.
Hey, we're blowing you away. We had to come to Scotland. It had to be done. Listen, we've got another EE player interview. This time it's with the headshot maestro himself, Thomas HD.
My name is Thomas, and my in-game name is Thomas HD, and I'm 21 years old.
Favorite emote?
Maybe the L dance.
Nerd or cool kid?
Probably nerd.
Favorite landing spot?
Grotto.
One item or weapon you always have to have?
I always like to have a heavy sniper, because I'm good with snipers.
Hip hop or pop?
Probably pop.
Funniest moment you've had in a game?
Probably Season X when I was playing with Elo and Clusia. Yeah, like we got like a 20 kill win with the mix.
Celeb that you would like to see in Fortnite?
Myself.
Thomas HD there. We love him, and he has been our EE player of the game a couple of times already, but not this time round. It is Vortexia, who is our EE player of the game, chosen by yourself, Reese. A very deserved accolade.
I mean, I was watching through and I'm thinking, who's popping off the most that moment? Looking through, and there's like a couple really low elim games, and we'll see when we get the results out there. But Vortexia, just fragging.
Absolutely fragging out. And he did it where it matters most of all, right in this later stage of the game. You just saw him in the feed constantly. Another one, another one, another one. And he even just used that actual, the exotic shotgun to actually gain advantage inside of the box. And it's such a good weapon for that.
Yeah, and we keep seeing pop-offs from controller players with the kind of Mavens or the exotic shotguns that we have on there. So, you know, hey, maybe that's a sign of things to come in the future.
Do you think?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Because this has been exciting so far, and, you know, the more inbox action we can get, the more exciting close quarters, butting heads that we can have, I think it adds to the excitement.
We love some close quarters combat, and I know one thing that you absolutely loved was seeing Thomas HD with that heavy sniper.
Yeah, of course. In the previous game we watched, he was struggling round after round trying to make sure he got deeper into that game. This time, he had a little bit of a different strategy to ensure that he got deeper into that game. He had the heavy sniper in the inventory.
Yeah, he did. The heavy sniper. We've seen so many of our players carrying it. And it almost took me by surprise. Why are they carrying this item? Because usually you'd have a sort of mobility item, particularly last season, in that slot. But it almost frees up a slot now that we don't have any itemized mobility. Why not chuck a heavy sniper in there? Of course, breaks the wood build instantly. And any weaker wall, like a brick or a metal, can just be destroyed straight away and just get you right in the box.
Yeah, that's really important when you're in an end game, because everyone's tarping, all of those builds are fresh, which means they're lower on HP. So that heavy sniper does 150 structure damage. So when he was low, shot straight through the wall, into the box, picked up an easy refresh.
Yeah, incredible player. And look, I'm hoping we'll be able to see that footage in a little while. But for now, I cannot believe that we are down to our final 2 games. It's flown by. We were talking about how much of a good time we're having. We're 6 games deep, 2 to go, and you keep saying yourself, Reese, this keeps shaking on up. So it leaves us to a very unpredictable end of this tournament.
Yes, absolutely. You know, when we see those leaderboards later on, I'm excited to see how they truly shape up, because like I said, the last 2 games in particular, everything has turned completely on its head. The top players dropped out. The bottom players moving up.
The top players dropping down, as you mentioned, Vico not quite having an amazing game in that previous one. I think he came, what was it, 16, something like that, around that region. So although he's keeping consistent and doing exactly what he said he wanted to do, all those other players are going to be creeping up, and particularly when the leaderboard is switching like that, who knows who it's going to be.
Yeah, the gap will be starting to close from all those players at second down below.
Yeah, well, let's switch it up here on the desk and throw it back down to the floor with Frankie. Frankie, where are you?
I'm where you said I was, Ian. I'm on the floor, but what a floor it is. Our players are very engrossed in warm-ups right now, hoping that they can challenge for the top spot. And I have 4 players here representing the United States of America. It's Team Dignitas, and currently I'm with the top player from NA. It is Canada. I was hoping I'd get to speak to you earlier. What's been going on in the game for you today?
It's looking bad. I'm not going to lie. It's looking really bad. Like, the lag, everything, like, I'm not going to complain, to be honest, but I am really. But, like, you know, I can't even be mad about the game. That's just how the game is, you know what I'm saying? This is the game I really play. And, like, me doing the best right now, I think out of all the NA players, that's just sad. I'm not going to lie. It's just sad. Like, I don't know what the NA guys are doing right now. We got to focus the fuck up right now. It's looking bad. It's looking really bad.
Why is it looking bad if you're the best?
Because I'm not even doing good. I'm like top 20 or something. Like, everything's just looking bad right now. Like, I'm sleeping in between queues. Like, I don't even know. Like, I'm just here. You know what I'm saying? Like, the ways I've died, like, I'm just laughing after I die. Like, to be honest, like, I'm not even like mad or anything. Like, I'm just like, wow.
What's been the funniest elimination so far?
Oh, like, this guy pickaxed on my full metal wall, by the way. 2 taps. I don't know how that's even possible. I didn't know there was a new pickaxe or something. But he gets in. There's like a cone in my box. I'm like, I turn around. I'm getting shot at. And then all of a sudden, I'm dead. So that's just how it is. You know what I'm saying?
And that's how you became known as 2 Taps Canada. Thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck with the next game. Listen, USA is in the house, and we love to have them here, Ian.
We absolutely do. We love that USA made the trip across the pond all the way out here to Edinburgh. We love that all of our players and fans came out here. But I heard a rumor that behind the scenes during the break, I think it was from Levin, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying this. He's saying that he heard someone else say it. The NA players were chanting NA suck. So
Yeah, we already covered that.
about themselves.
And they were chatting at themselves.
Yeah.
At least they're aware of, they're self-aware right now.
Yeah, just confident, happy, chilling. I have spoken to so many of them though. They're all just like sleeping between games because it's been a long day, and of course, like their sleep schedules are kind of all over the place,
Crazy.
having to travel to the other side of the world.
You know that feeling, Taka. Welcome back, by the way.
On
You
occasion.
just appeared out of nowhere like a genie out of a lamp.
Well, I mean, I heard you asking for Minnie to be over there, so I assume that you just wanted me to come back here.
Welcome back,
Miss you
Taka.
too, Ian.
It's good to have you. I've missed you as well. You alluded to, and you spoke about that Thomas HD heavy sniper usage, the elimination earlier on. I think we can roll in the footage now.
Fantastic, perfectly. And as you know, it's Thomas HD, 3 builds to his name. We've seen him repeatedly at this point during the start of the endgame. And this is the point of the heavy sniper, right? 2 builds placed, shoot the wall, jump straight in, drum shotgun, easy elimination, wiped up. And this is kind of one of the things about endgame, as we mentioned, right? Those builds are weak because they've just been placed. Heavy snipers go, I mean, very, very hard. I'm going to be totally real, though. We've seen a lot of the players that are carrying them not be the players that are up at the top of the leaderboard, really outside of Thomas HD.
And Thomas HD, though, he's somebody that you would kind of expect, though, to have. If a heavy sniper is available, it's probably going to be in his inventory. And at the same time, I love the fact that it is that slightly strategic element behind it as well, because we've seen a handful of times where players have managed to connect. Not as many connections as you would hope for. No. We all love seeing the full blast, at least, from the heavy sniper.
I've been watching so many different angles. Every time I see someone with a snipe, I'm like, come on, I just want to see this. Come on. But not yet.
Oh man, I am absolutely itching to see this leaderboard, and here it comes, brought to you by EE. Sitting top still, Vika, but Bevies is right up in the mix now. Thomas HD sitting in 3rd, but with 2 games to go, that top 6 in particular, 7, is looking outrageously enticing. Right
That
now.
is looking very interesting. Of course, Vico with a massive lead, but Bevy's with that win has flown up massively. And of course, he's got like a 60-point lead over Thomas HT, who we keep talking about. And what's interesting is for Thomas, as we said, a lot of the games he's doing, they're not like big pop-offs. They're just he gets into endgame, gets a couple of points, and then goes down. So if in these next 2 games he frags out, he can fly straight up.
But this is really where it's going to be a testament to how much Vico can actually endure in terms of the mental aspect here, because again, he had a 19th place finish in that last match, definitely not the ideal spot that he was hoping for. He's still maintaining a pretty decent lead, but with those 8-point elims, we can see just how much of an impact it's actually had, because all it takes is 3-4 elims. That's already an additional 24, 32 points.
In these last 2 games, Reese, maintenance for him is not going to cut the mustard.
No, absolutely not. Not a chance. He's going to have to keep playing hard. All these other players are right nipping at his heels. Of course, as we mentioned on the next page, these are the players that are doing it. We talked about Pink flying up the leaders before. That game, he's managed to stay in that same position. But Frey, out of that nowhere, flies up now into the 18th position after that one big game that he's had there too.
But again, you're seeing 150 is where it stood for 11th place. 120 here for Kanata at 21st. And you heard him. He's trying to focus, and he needs NA to focus up with them. But NA's not the only ones based off this 3rd page here on the leaderboard. All of these players, though, still close enough and within that range that they could realistically find themselves in that top 10 position.
And I think what's interesting, 3rd place, I think, was that like 150 points, if I remember correctly? And now we're down to 30th. There's only 100. So the difference between like 30th and 3rd is around 50 points. Yet between 3rd and 1st is 150. That's how far ahead Vico is. And of course, we've got Bevies there around 50 points behind him. So those top 2, way ahead right now.
Taco, we are poised for an incredible end to this tournament, and we're about to get into Game 7. Before we go to the countdown, really quickly, where's it going?
It's going home.
It's going home? I'll take that. Should we go from there?
I think so.
You already are home, so
I'm
you're
home.
fine.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
All right, guys, well, you guys sit still and enjoy Game 7. This should be an absolute banger. We need to see if those front runners can maintain that consistency and have a big game with 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 11, Mini, it's our penultimate game. Let's go.
Just 2 games remaining, Ian. I am very, very excited. What a day it's been so far, Ian. What? Ian, Mini.
Ian, mate, you've changed. Sorry, I'm over here. You're over here now.
I want Ian here. That's the problem.
That's my name. So he's done it to me, actually, as well. Why am I forgetting my name? What's going on? Game number 7. It's cool. I'm excited. Look, it's going to be fun, and it's been amazing so far.
One of the biggest factors now is fatigue for some of these players, right? It's been a long, long day for a lot of them. A lot of them only used to really playing 6 games in a session, right? We have 2 more remaining. Can you go the distance? Can you push that extra mile?
Yeah, this is almost like the encore, isn't it? Of like, you know, we're usually playing 6 on a day, and not with these breaks as well. So players have definitely got to adapt. And this is only going to be a testing for the players that have had this experience before, particularly those that maybe aren't on LAN experience or haven't had that LAN experience before, because it is part of a LAN. You expect to have those breaks, you expect to have those difficulties sometimes, but who's going to come out?
Look, we already know some of the NA players are getting a nap in between each game, right? I'm sure a lot of the other players will be. The players who are doing really well can't really do that, right? Because they're just deep into every game, so there's not much time in between, right? So hopefully they've had a bit of a chance to sort of recoup and get ready, because these last 2 games are going to be so, so clutch. We're seeing the lead at the top start to close a little bit. And if you're Vico, you getting nervous?
I wouldn't be nervous because I'm Vico, right? If I was Mini Miner, yes,
okay.
Shaking a lot. But if you're saying I'm Vico, cool as a cucumber, feeling good. If he needs to turn it on and get eliminations, I think out of anyone in here right now, he's your man for the job.
Look, I think what we have seen at the top of the leaderboard has been a slowdown from some of those guys and a speed up from some of the others. And we'll see whether in these last 2 games that continues to be the trend. Who's it going to be that takes the trophy home after these last 2 games? Game number 7 is here. The players are ready on the battle bus to start getting into the action. What's been your favorite moment so far today, Mini?
You know what? My favorite moment, Archie. Making it to endgame, getting like a few eliminations in the road. Crowd going wild somewhere over there. I definitely heard some excitement. There they are. Really excited to see their man, Archie, popping off. It's always good to see. And he said, actually, just before going into the final 4 games, I am winning one of these games.
Really?
Yeah, he said it on Twitter, so he better be confident, and it looks as though he is right now. He's locked in. It's good to see.
If Archie wins one of these games, I'm going to lose my mind. Everyone better get ready. I'm going to lose.
Really?
It. I will go crazy.
You don't believe?
Hear things you've never heard on a cast before.
You don't believe?
I want to believe. That's the problem.
I believe.
I want to believe.
The deal, though, not quite having the best day. Saw him going down in that last game in quite unfortunate circumstances. Able to just slide all the way down this hill, disengage. He's got the new DMR in his inventory right now, and she was Marine who I believe took him out in that last game. So let's see how Marine's done in this game. The off-spawn situation is X-Sweeze actually landing over here, Levin.
Yeah, and you can see he skips the boomerang initially, goes for the SMG, and might be the right choice because it gets him the win against X-Sweeze. And that means X-Sweeze switched up, right? He was obviously landing towards Stacky earlier, but deciding to come towards the gas station at Kinjitsu instead, and it was not the right decision for him because Marine takes him down.
Good job for Marine, though. Happy to see him popping off. Talking to him in the break as well, and he's chilling.
Who did you talk to at the break? It seems like you talk to everyone.
I talk to everyone. And they all talk to me. That's a lie. I talk to them.
Forcing comments out of the players, as usual.
Yep. They actually don't come up to me. They actually try and run away. They see me coming and they run into the room.
I do not blame them. I do not blame them. Hydro, we haven't seen much of Hydro so far in this competition.
We really haven't. He's one of those players that... Hydro. Of course, Mona as well. We saw him popping off at the beginning of the last game, being extra aggressive, going from last place to not last anymore, which is always good to see. And let's see if he can continue that aggression right now. He needs it. Of course, the previous game didn't quite end as he would have hoped. Sort of mid-game exit from the lobby. See, he's playing a little bit more calmly right now, just eyeing up Nako, who is very high up on the leaderboard, 4th place going into this game. So is Mona going to ruin the party for Nako right now?
There's definitely potential for that to happen. You can see him just creeping around with that shotgun in hand. Janice is in the distance as well. He is eager to potentially third party this one. If he opens that door, he will be taken out. Mona patiently waited, and as soon as he opened, it was a peekaboo surprise.
Look who's lurking. It's Janice, about to do the same thing to Mona as what he did to Nako. It's deja vu almost. If Janice can kind of find this closeout, I think he might just let him go right now, sneaking behind this. Mona does not see him. It's a game of hide and seek, Levin.
Well, I think Mona's actually just running away, and so it's going to have to be AR tagged instead for Janice. Not going to be a repeat of the shotgun barrel stump. But either way, an upgrade in shotguns for Janice as he continues to move away from this situation. Imagine that, though.
Oh, that would have been crazy. Especially with Janice, because he's 40th place going into this game. Just inside of that top 50, which of course is where the cash is, and for him right now, he just wants to try and get as many of those early eliminations as possible, keep up that aggression. Mona, though, sneaking as well. He's doing it again. He thought, you know what? It's worked the first time. Why not pull a complete reverse right now and do it again?
Yeah, that's the question. Do you think Janice will be expecting him to be waiting here?
No, I wouldn't.
Who knows if Janice even comes back this direction? Because Janice did come from this direction.
He did.
So if he does come back, maybe that could work. And it looks like he is coming back into this general area. He hasn't been spotted yet.
I think he's just going to go straight to zone here instead of trying to come back the way he came. I think
he's going to start a white line in.
Yeah, he's just got a white line. I think he's getting the vehicle right there. There we go. That's going to give him away. I think it's only one of those motorbikes, though, so he is very much exposed.
Mona only has an SMG, though.
Yeah, exactly. Can't really get those tags. Going to use that slurp truck to heal his way back up. Rybeef in his natural habitat of Mega City, but no! It's a disaster! He's quickly taken out of the lobby. I think, was that Flixie?
His teammate.
On his teammate, the headshot snipe. Is he ever going to live that down?
He's going to have to, right? Because these guys are too good to split. Oh no, he's teabagging him.
No.
He's teabagging his teammate.
Dropped.
Surely not. Surely not. If I'm Gripey, I'm walking over, I'm having a word with him. Can't be doing that to me. You know what? He might just drop him.
Drop him. Mate. Got to try and find someone else. So they are a fantastic duo, so it wouldn't be good for either party, I don't think. I've been watching them a lot this season, or this season just gone. And I've been really impressed with how they're playing.
teabagging a teammate is savage, though. I can't lie. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, well, they qualified to global championships, so maybe that's why. He's thinking, you know what, I'm going to keep him no matter what. I can do whatever I like.
Interesting. Well, we'll see what happens to their friendship after that one. On the other side of things, though, Marine in the midst of a battle against Mr. Savage. Again, we've seen these two fighting a bunch in this competition, and once again, it's Marine that comes out on top of that battle.
It's third of the game as well, so Marine doing such a great job at getting those early eliminations, and not necessarily one of those players that you would have expected to be W King out 11.
Yeah, but he certainly has the ability, right? Rolling through 3 already. It just gives him such a solid foundation as he goes through the rest of this game.
Oh my goodness. That Cybertron cannon coming through. I think it's Nebs down below Floki right now. It is. Sorts of things going on here. This is quite a good place to fight on the edge of the zone. There's not really too many third parties lurking nearby. Just to see what Nebs can do here. Can he get out of this situation? A sticky situation indeed. He gets Floki inside the box and closes out the elimination onto Floki. Floki just caught in no man's land.
Big shots connecting there for Nebsy. Did not lose composure in the box. Was able to slot it home, picks up the first of the game, and he's going to continue to use that cannon to good use. Let's take a replay of that one. Smoothly done there.
Wow.
You saw him just dodging and weaving around the different angles, and he gets it done.
Just shows the beneficiary of being in 2 different boxes, not just sitting in one by one, able to extend out in a 2x1. Of course, giving you that extra little bit of space to allow someone to drop inside of your box, and Nebs doing such a great job at that, putting on an absolute masterclass as to how to box fight when it comes to someone aggressing on top of you.
And hopefully that can be the start of a remontada for Nebs, right? The last 2 games could be a chance for him to push his way on up. Hasn't been the best of competitions for him so far. Will definitely be a lot lower than he would want to be. And then I've spoken to him in between the games because he's sitting like right beneath where we are. And he still seems pretty calm, so not losing his head, not letting it affect him. Just going game by game. We'll see what he can cook up. Aqua, the other side of a bunch of chaos right now. Explosions taking place around him. Needs to be careful. It's Mappy close by. Mappy's going to leave in this truck. But a lot of players here in Creaky.
I think Mappy's going to try and prioritize that Rift Island. We've seen him going for it almost all day today. He thinks, you know what, shall I fight Aqua? Shall I have a mythic drum shotgun? I think I know which one I'd be choosing. He makes the same decision. Coop using the vehicle as well, just to get inside that zone. There's that new sort of extra speed that you can get with that mud on the character. Using that slide function, Bizzle on the other side of the wall as well, so Aqua's gone from sliding to fighting pretty quickly. Just about evades the attention of Bizzle. I think it was Bizzle that was causing all the chaos with that cannon, because you can see it in his inventory right now. He's just sat here, absolutely wreaking havoc on the rest of the lot.
Of course, he's going to max out his metal, landing at Creaky. Okay, what's happening here, Archie? Can you come back? 7 HP. No! Archie falls to Duke. What a shame. I would have loved to see Archie just slow down a bit there once he was on 7 HP, but he wanted to just jump right back in, try rebound, but unfortunately it does not work out. So the last game, game number 8, will be the only chance for us to see Archie again in this competition. Reddish here on our screens. We've not seen much of her in a while. Of course, her name is Refscod, but this is Reddish. I can assure you there's no error here.
Easy to tell. Reddish with the red hair. Always know which one is Reddish, and she's had a good start. Game number 1 hasn't quite gone out, and neither has it gone out for Bevies right now. That's a huge elimination. Our 2nd place player going down.
Yeah, that's tough for Bevies. We know just how volatile this leaderboard can be, and with Bevies not currently going to be able to add to his lead, it just gives so many opportunities for people to start to catch up. And if you're Vico, you will be over the moon that your biggest competitor has fallen down early. That is a huge elim, not just for Bevies, not just for us watching, but for Vico and his chances of winning it all.
He's been doing this all day as well, using these vehicles mid-game, rotating all the way through, getting into the prime position. Absolute masterclass. Great to watch from him, and as you mentioned, he'll be licking his lips at the opportunity that 2nd place has gone down, and he was ahead of 2nd place Bevies by 54 points. So that is a huge margin, and even further ahead of third place in Thomas HD. So if Vico can have a big game here, is it said and done, Levin?
I think so. I really do think so. If Vico can come through and have a game akin to the ones he was having earlier, where he's nearing double-digit elims or even getting double-digit elims, getting in that top 5, top 3 in placements, it very well could be the end of this competition for anybody else. That is the opportunity that has arisen with Bevies falling.
Thomas HD, though, is on the chase. Third place for him right now, so he needs one of his classic pop-offs to close the gap on Vico, but it's in Vico's hands right now. It really is. We saw Vortex's earlier on getting a nice victory royale. We got to speak to him. Well, of course, very happy. We spoke to his mum, too. I'm sure she'll be over the moon how he's doing. Seems to be so proud of his son doing a great job. Actions there as well to block off the opposing fire, not able to get the crack, and that's the stink flower actually coming into play from Zagu. Not quite connected with Vortex.
Yeah, we didn't see much of that often today, but Zagu trying to make things count. And you can still see he's not done yet harassing Vortexes here. He's going to keep chucking things at him, making things awkward for him. Let's see if he tags him as he leaves in. No, Vortexes just getting out of the way in time.
Need the fight, doesn't he? Look at his loot. Canada's loot as well, looking pretty solid too.
Best NA player on the day so far.
The best NA player on the day. Where's he placed?
Not sure, let me check.
That's what you're saying, so he needs a big game to pop off. Break his way into hopefully that top 10.
He's no longer the best NA player.
Is he not?
It's Duke who's #1.
Okay. Archie nearly gave him a good battle, so it's always good to see. Go right now. He's spotted. That's really oh, hitting the big shot, 110 damage with that cannon, but it's the Rift that saves the day.
That was massive damage done there by Vico, and even if he doesn't get the elims, it will be very good later down the line if Storm Surge comes into play. You're seeing the player counts dwindling a lot more in these games as players get uber aggressive, trying to force comeback situations, but losing their lives along the way. You know, the likes of Vico getting involved with the cannon, looking to cause explosions, blowing vehicles up along the way as well.
I like this though. Vico just boxing up just outside of that Rift Island, but it's a game of cannon tennis. Who's going to win? It's Vico.
Back and forth.
Not to answer it, I think. Oh no, his vehicle, something that he's relied on almost all tournament, is getting blown up.
That would be huge. If his vehicle was to go down, it could hinder him. We've seen that he can struggle without it.
HD looking strong as well. He's the one on the chase. We've got to keep our eyes on him to see how he can do coming up in that third place. Marine, of course, we saw him popping off 3 eliminations to his name so far, which is really strong. I like how so many of these players are just boxed up outside of this Rift Iron just to capitalize on all the players that are rotating in. Of course, players on the edge zone as well will be looking for that damage as much as they can. Clear as many line of sights as well with this Breacher's shotgun. At this stage of the game, it's almost, we've seen the W King off spawn, we've seen the players that want to try and go aggressive, falling out of the lobby potentially, and now it's those that want to try and stay consistent. That's where we see a little bit less action, but as I say that, Wox is almost getting jumped in on right now. We know how good Wox is in these sort of box fight situations. It's going to be a difficult fight though. It's Duke on the other side of the wall. Wox needs to hit a huge shot with this Havoc Pump shotgun if he wants any chance surviving this. As we look on the other side, they both have that legendary variant of the shotgun, so it's even Stevens in terms of loot. Who's going to come out on top? 8 shots there.
Trying to trick Duke here. I don't think it worked. Duke not taking the bait. Sitting incredibly still, not making any sudden movements at all. And that's just going to push Wox to look to force his way into the zone. Going to run on in as Duke remains in the zone.
Oh. We talked about it earlier, the vehicle potentially getting blown up, and it looks as though that's what's happened here, Levin. Not an ideal situation for him.
And this is tough because Vico's not working with many materials here. Right? He doesn't even have maximum shields. This is going to be one of the more difficult games for him to actually play out on his own. And that's going to be so bad for him, right? Because he wants this to be a good game. He could potentially secure the tournament here in game number 7. It's brilliant for us, because if he doesn't, it makes game number 8 just that bit more intense.
I like it, though, because he has to work for it. Not smooth sailing going into the last game, as Pink managed to pick up a victory royale earlier on. Nosebleed buff or not, he's looking pretty strong right now. He's rotating on in. Solid on the materials, picked up an elimination as well. Not quite connecting with that snipe. But he's ahead of all those players that are just behind him on the edge of the zone, so he's going to have first priority here. Especially when you're running on foot, that's absolutely vital. HD, we talk so much about his aim. He needs every ounce of it right now to close down in that first place spot. As we mentioned, Bevy's of course going down earlier on, so the barn door is wide open to that second place spot for Thomas HD. He's got to capitalize.
And there certainly is opportunity to do so. Veno looking for the headshot snipe, and I thought it was there. I thought he would have connected with that. It looked like he was dead on.
Not quite. I think it was just a stand on the other side of that wall, and he was just a little bit below that window. Veno sees that as a window of opportunity to rotate on in. Nico, as you mentioned, 20 builds, 54 below the Storm Surge threshold. This is a now or never situation because he needs the damage, he needs the materials, and he needs that refresh. And as I say that, he's 480 above.
Look, he's comfy on Surge, right? And a large part of that is the damage we saw him dealing earlier, but he does definitely lack in other areas. Surge is not everything, but it does go a long way in helping the game be just that bit easier. We're seeing Thomas dealing some damage here. He needed to.
Still Reddish there in the distance. Still going in this end game, which is always great to see. I like to see the players that we haven't seen too much of in the end game making it to that stage, and unfortunately for her right now, this is not an ideal situation, not an ideal position. The material's running a little bit low, only in that wood as well. Every single person in the lobby is looking at her, and unfortunately, that is the end of her game 7, but a valiant effort and a really great job together.
Vico potentially finding a bit of a lifeline here. He's gone into the zone to try and get some spare loot here from the Rift Island, and it pays off for him. Those shieldfish increase his HP and his shields. Obviously he has the med miss, he has some floppers as well. An ideal situation for him. Speaking of ideal situations, an ideal loot. I was going to say, Queasy had sort of tapered off in the second half, wasn't quite matching the back end of his first half levels. But now that he does have that mythic drum shotgun again, you've got to think this could be another successful game.
I wonder if he's going to take height early. I feel like once we've seen him take height, it hasn't quite worked out for him, particularly with all the destruction. We haven't seen Queasy dominating high ground like we've seen in duos, like his name is synonymous with. So maybe he'll play those sort of mid-ground layers, who knows. He certainly has the tools for the job, no matter what way he wants to play. Good on Storm Surge, 3 of those slurp Jesus as well. His teammate Veno away into the zone as well. If I can get onto that inside the zone, you can see all the players trying to make the same rotation as Veno. It's outside one of these tiny bushes. I'm going to expect it at this stage of the game. Always a lot of players will just run by one of these and just assume there's no one in there. The tank's on the way, maybe finding a vehicle in the process, but Slice says swerve over this way, thank you very much. Veno can just get inside and chill.
Nice position there for Veno to make something count of this game. Oh, Queasy. He wants to get into boxes, that's what he'll do. Rabbit barely getting out, but not for long. Quickly deals with Rabbit. As good as Rabbit is, there's no match there when you've got the mythic drum shotgun on the other side of your wall. It's so tough to deal with. So tough to hold on. No, what do we have here? It's Vico.
No.
In a sticky situation, gets taken out by the Wasps.
The Wasps is what took him out. That's so unfortunate for him. He did such a great job to get to that stage. But now, Levin, the door is wide open. First place is down.
Vico gets stung. And that's going to be a very, very interesting dynamic. It means that going into that final game, there is still going to be hope for the likes of Bevies to try and take first place away from the Austrian. In the meantime, though, the rest of the lobby is certainly going to have their eyes on catching up and putting themselves in a position to compete in that final game as well. Thomas is definitely one of those players, but he can't afford to go down now. A bunch of players all around him. He's in his vehicle and Seti baits him to getting out, trying to take the fight before snaking him and putting him away. That's really tough for Thomas HD.
That is tough, and that means our top 3 are down. Again, we were talking about players maybe getting into that top 3, that top 2. Thomas HD trying to make his way in, but it's all wide open now. So many players are going to be looking at that and thinking, yes, this could happen as Pink in the feed getting another elimination, so maybe he could be on the hunt.
Pink just went down, I believe, at the hands of Tayson as well. Yeah, it was Tayson to take him down. Eclipse is still alive in this one, and you can see a big sigh from him. He's stressed out, but he needs to stay calm. This next rotation is going to be critical to how this game plays out for him.
Hold zone. I think that was a sigh of relief there, Levin.
Oh, sigh of relief, okay.
I think it was a sigh of relief. He was like, oh, I don't have to make another long on-foot rotate. He's happy with that. Of course, Queasy will be happy with the way his game's looking right now. 5 eliminations, and he's looking for his next move, his next play. What's it going to be? Is it going to be aggression? Is it going to be passive? We'll have to wait and see.
I think we all know what it's going to be. It's going to be aggressive. It's going to be get in the box and deal with whoever is there. A big couple of shots from Queasy and another added to his tally. That's Zagu he takes down. He's going to look to pop the slurp and continue on his way. But in the back of the zone, there will be players there. Healing in the back of the zone is never advisable. Queasy's got to know this, though. Of all the people who should know, it should be him. He gets punished for it. And that's going to be Queasy out of the game. After all his efforts, he eventually gets taken out.
A little bit of over-aggression there from Queasy, making that first moving zone play. He didn't even need it. Maybe materials, that was what it was, but the loot was looking good. His position was looking pretty strong as well, but out of the game right now. Nevson, we hopped on board with earlier on. 5 eliminations for him as well. He's looking pretty strong, using that Soaring Sprint as well. Negates fall damage, so he's all the way down on the mid-ground layers. Able to try and find an angle. Who's looking? Look, he's on top. It's Eclipse. All the way up on high ground. Sigh of relief, and now he's enjoying the high ground.
Pulled the zone and now playing for high. And a perfect time to do it. Some of his best competitors there aren't even going to be here to contest it. I said I wanted to see Nebs activate, and that's exactly what we have gotten. Nebs with 6 in this game. He is popping off.
He really is. Another one added to his tally as Janice looks as though he's taken over that high ground as Eclipse drops down to the mid-ground layers, drops out of the lobby as well. As Benno now playing the Storm so well, but he's got to be very, very careful. Players are looking in there, trying to pick up another refresh. It's Juriki on inside of that box, on that wall. Vino getting dropped in on though, and this is where he falls. It's Nebs.
Nebs cannot be stopped right now. Whatever box he chooses to go in, he seems to take people out. Will this be his end of such low HP? Doesn't have time to heal, and Vortexes is never going to miss that one. Still though, Nebs absolutely going insane in this game. And that's going to be huge for him as the game continues though. You see Scram down below, taking down his own duo partner in Trippin. And Juriki now falling in the zone. Oh, so unfortunate for these boys. Look, Snack Vortexes now is just going to sit above and look to clean things out.
Vortex is up on the high ground, almost a deja vu situation, and it is. It's Vortexes with his 2nd victory royale of the day. What a performance.
The first player to win more than one game. Vortex is ice cold to close things out in the end there.
Really great job from Vortex. He saw that high ground was free, of course taking it at the perfect moment. Eclipse of course dropped down, and that is exactly how you close out the game. Just taking advantage of Janice rotating in that late side. Brilliant job from him.
Big stuff from Vortexes there. We're going to send it to Ian and the analysts to break it all down.
Levin, Mini, thank you so much for calling us through what is the perfect end, really, to this tournament, this Red Bull contested tournament. We just seen Vortexes pick up his 2nd victory royale of the day. This is Reese, this is Taco. Reese, react.
Look, I'm elated. I wonder what he's feeling in this moment, because obviously we spoke to him and his mum earlier. They were absolutely off the seats. They were so happy. Yeah. Now the second Victory Royale, and very much so sliding closer to that first place slot. They've got to be so happy.
We're literally sitting here trying to crunch numbers as quickly as possible based off of where everybody was at in the last leaderboard position. And it's insane to think about the fact that Vortexers, with this win, plus the elims that he had in hand, that is a massive leap up in the leaderboard. Has to be, at least.
Yeah, well, we'll look back to that in the leaderboards later on, of course. We've got clips to go through. This one, devastating. Naku was in 4th place, and Mona didn't even crouch. The disrespect to stand at the doorway menacingly and wipe him out of the lobby.
I knew that, honestly, patience is a virtue in times like this, and for a lot of these players, again, they're just looking to try and accrue whatever points they can to just make up the differences that have been taking place throughout this leaderboard in the course of the day. Queasy, on the other hand, though, bit of an insane performance for him. Regardless of where he ended up, didn't exactly win this match, but 6 elims is 6 elims.
You can sense that hunger now, can't you? Obviously, we're at that pivotal point of this entire process, and these players are starving.
Oh, me too. I'm starving as well, of course.
You got a pizza.
I know, but come on, look at me, right? The hungriest man in the lobby, Vortexers, of course, are those doubled-in wins.
But of all people, for Vortexers to be the one sitting there spamming Queasy's wall time and time again, refusing to budge, refusing to give him even the slightest bit of wiggle room to actually pop those slurp juices, and that's kind of what you would expect as things just continue to close in. And again, all of these players, I think, are doing an excellent job, at least at making sure that leaderboard stays close and contested.
Yeah, I think another big shout out to Nebs there. I think that was 7 eliminations, maybe got a couple more before we didn't see off after that. But we just checked there. Taco asked me, where was he on the leaderboard? I said, I have no idea. So he started scrolling, and it was not in the top 50, so he's definitely flown up a lot.
Look at this. This is the reaction. He's so chilled about it. It's like he was expecting it to happen. Vortexers with a big win. Let's see what it means for our leaderboard. Brought to you by EE, who's sitting up top right now. Vico still there on 314 points. Wow, look at the top 5. This last game is huge.
Okay, if Vico has a game like he had that previous game, a bit of a stinker, a bit of a sitter, this leaves it wide open. And 44 points between Vortexers and him. That's a small margin with the amount of points we're talking about here.
It's not even that. It's when you look at some of these other players that are in the top 5. I mean, Venno, Thomas, those are not people you want hot on your heels, because it's not outside the realm of possibility to think that some of these players in the top end of our leaderboard could acquire a 100-point-plus win.
Absolutely. Anyone that's in the top 4, maybe top 5, I'll stretch it out down to the top 5, has the ability to win coming into that final game, assuming all of the blocks fall in place.
I got a feeling, the way that Vortexers reacted to that big win, that he thinks he can go all the way. Am I right, Frankie?
Thank you so much for joining me again, Vortexers. Your second Victory Royale, and you're doing it at a UK LAN. As a British boy, what's going through your head right now to have this achievement on home soil?
Well, to be honest, I didn't really expect to even win 1 game, so to win 2, it's just huge. And at the first UK LAN, it's just amazing.
What's the secret sauce? Why are you conquering everyone at the moment?
I think at aim is like one of the most important parts of my game. I hit a really big shot earlier on in the game that let me continue.
So how are you training your aim at the moment? I think there's a few people out there who'd like to know.
Wait, sorry, what did you say?
Training your aim. How are you doing it? I know that there's a few different ways to warm up. I've seen some players who go across 4 maps when they go into game.
Yeah, I play like a 200-only creative map, and that's pretty much all I do.
And it's clearly working for you. Now, there's just 44 points between you and Vico, separating you from taking that trophy later. What's going to be the strategy going into this all-important final game?
It's just going to be trying to avoid as much fights, just play for the win again.
Are you not worried, though, that if you don't go all out for the eliminations, that other people might overtake you?
Yeah, maybe, but it's just anything can happen, really. If Vico dies early on, I don't need that many points. So.
Regardless of the result, what has this LAN done for your confidence? Because I know that you're going to be going to Sweden next week.
Yeah, it's really boosted my confidence, to be honest, at future LANs as well. Hopefully I can do well in Sweden as well.
And finally, this man needs a new duo partner. And I have a feeling there are quite a lot of people out there who are looking for someone like Vortexers to be in their squad for Major number 3 of this year. What are you looking for, though?
Just anyone who's a good fighter, to be honest. That's all I really need.
Are you the brains?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes. Well, the fact that you are the only player to win 2 victory royales here in Edinburgh makes me think you're a fantastic all-rounder. Thank you so much for talking to me, Vortexers. Congratulations. Good luck in game number 8. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you, Frankie. I'm sure that Vortexers is delighted with his 2 victory royales, but if I'm him, Reese, I'm thinking the job's not done.
Job's not done. They asked, what's the secret? And he said, my aim. Well, what that means to me is, I'm not telling you. There's a secret sauce in there, and if it's just the aim, definitely he hits those bullets. But obviously, it's much more than that. There's a full game plan, there's strategies, and he's not leaking them coming into the final match.
Can't blame him either. I mean, when it's this close to the wire, you have to expect every little bit of strat that a player could possibly look to pull out. They're going to, of course, try to keep it to themselves, because we've seen exactly what can happen whenever a player like Vortexers, who is in that 5th place position prior to this last match taking place, and just what sort of opportunities they can create for themselves when they are as precise as he's been.
Look, it could potentially go to any of our top 5. I think you squeaked it to there, but let's take a look at how our top 3 players have performed all day long, starting with our 3rd place in the leaderboard, Bevies. This guy has been on fire.
He's been very impressive, and of course, he really started to catch up towards the second part of the day here. And this was one of the pivotal moments actually early on in the tournament. Well, remember, early in the days, Marco, he was up at the top of the leaderboards. Bevy said, no, I'm wiping you out of the lobby. And of course, the first game win that he managed to get the mantle play, coming up then after with the max pump. Vortexer said his aim's good, but this is what he's going to come across, the max damage pumps coming out from Bevies.
But again, it's still not enough, and the fact that it's even come this close at the very end, this is exactly the kind of anticipation that we were hoping for, at least from the commentary position. You always want to see it. I'm sure the crowd's probably loving it too, when it actually becomes that sort of situation where anybody can take it home.
Yeah, could it be?
At least in the top 5.
Well, anybody in the top 5, that's for sure. You never know. You never know. Stranger things have happened. It could go a little bit further. Mathematically, I'm not sure if it's possible, but we will see. Let's take a look at Vortexers, who's sitting in 2nd place. 270 points, and he's been stacking them up all day long.
Very, very impressive. Of course, the only player, as Frankie mentioned there, to win 2 games on top of that. And I do like the composure that he has. Interviews, he's calm, he's cool. And that's something we talked about earlier at the top with Kami, with Seti. Some of those players across the entire day are going to be the ones who pop off, who keep calm, aren't going to be overly hyped when they win a game, and aren't going to be overly down when they lose.
I just wish I could have a live feed of Vortexer's brain, because any player is going to be keeping tabs on that elim feed when they're this close in the leaderboard, or the top end of the leaderboard. And you can only imagine what's going through his mind when he sees, okay, Bevies, elimed, Vico, elimed, Thomas, gone. It's just crazy to think about the fact that everyone that could possibly be a wall to prevent him from actually making it into 1st place is actually not going to be standing there much longer.
One man who will be desperate not to get an early elimination out of this potential front running of our tournament is Vico, of course, sitting on 374 points. He's been consistent for the majority of the day, and we can't let that falter now.
Absolutely not. Realistically, I'm nervous for him. Yeah. I know his mum's out there in the audience. She's, I'm sure, unbelievably lit. Definitely more than me. I hope Vico is as calm and cool as a cucumber.
But one concern that I do have for Vico, as far as the gameplay you've seen from today, you have to appreciate the fact that he's clearly taken the effort to try and remain a lot more patient, a lot more disciplined. But a big part of the reason why he was able to establish this lead early on the day is because of how aggressive he was. And that aggressive nature has definitely just been practically non-existent throughout the course of these past few matches.
Absolutely. You know, that consistency makes you go, oh, maybe I'll pull back a little bit when that is your secret sauce. And you saw that perfectly in this match in particular, when he had that cannon and ended up firing it, cracking 2 players down below, 110 damage each, and he just decided to sit back and just play the game out. He didn't WK, he didn't push into their box, and to be honest, he needed the materials from those. He needed it at that moment, and he played it slow, tried to play things off. So how this goes going into the last game is really all down to him. Can he play aggressive, or is he going to play back to that consistent play style, which has been good, but not as good as the aggressive?
Well, listen, for these players, of course, we're talking about prestige of winning the first ever major Fortnite UK LAN in history. But there is, of course, a monetary value to this as well. 100 grand prize pool, and the top 50 winners will get a slice of the pie. So you've got to have all eyes on the prize too.
Yeah, a big point of that, of course, coming first. You want to come first. You want to get the big money.
Absolutely.
But realistically, if you're in 99th and if you're in 51st, anywhere that's outside of that prize range right now, one big game, you're up into the money. So it's all to play for every single player still in the lobby.
One thing that is really exciting, though, when you think about a player like Vico, is that he's had this title of up and coming for so long. So if he's able to close it out here in game number 8 and actually take home the title of this solo champion here at the Red Bull Contested UK event, and that would just be phenomenal. And I think just honestly awesome to witness in his journey.
It's a chance to make history, isn't it?
Absolutely. And all of the players, it's interesting to say up and coming because all of the players really have that opportunity too. Like you take Bevies, Vertexers, who are in the top 3, they're all up and coming players as well over the last few, well, say like a year, I would say is fair. And all of them have an opportunity to win too. And then you got Thomas HT, the forever second place.
Everybody's hungry for first.
Yeah. Everyone is ready to win.
I'll tell you what, Queasy did not take it easy in our last game, and he is our EE player of the game, and a well-deserved accolade there, Reese.
And it all started off as well when you think about tracing it back to that initial elimination onto Mappy, because we know Queasy, he wants to take over Rift Island. He was not trying to hide any sort of strategy here. He announced that loud and clear for everyone here competing today to understand, and he stuck true to his nature. He has been a man of his word and gone time and time again back to that Rift Island, and so taking out Mappy, finding that essential loot to put himself in a position to then collect more and more elims, he's definitely going to find himself continuing to surface in those leaderboards.
Absolutely, and I think for Mappy that's interesting too, because there's 2 games now he's gone up there and lost going up against Rift Island, and obviously when you put it in the hands of Queasy, you're getting wiped out.
This has been a long day, an amazing, fun, enjoyable day, but it requires a lot of stamina. So you can't start flagging when it comes to the dying moments here. How can these players, Reese, maintain that energy, maintain that stamina, and make sure that they show up when it really matters here?
Realistically, you've got 1 game left. If you can't do it for 30 minutes, what else are you going to do, right? Of course, it's like nothing's hard enough that you can't do it for 30 minutes.
I mean, that pretty much concludes it for me as well. It's hard to say because you want to harp on it, but at the same time, we can tell what kind of pressure is essentially spiking in a lot of these players' minds, because I think you can see it as well in the player cams, the nerves and a lot of the fatigue as well. This is 8 games that we've been dealing with here today. It's a long day to play, and it's definitely huge, I think, that the players have even managed to maintain so much of their composure throughout.
The standard play has been unreal. Let's just throw it back one more time to Game 7. And what can't happen to the players who were at the top of the leaderboard back then is what happened there. We can run through some clips from our top players. Didn't really show up, did they?
Absolutely, right? We had 3 of some of the best ones going early. Of course, we've seen this clip a couple times, but Naku was actually in 4th place coming into this, and he went down straight away. That's a 0-point game, so he dropped far down. Of course, Bevy's still in contention to win. He's in 3rd place currently, out as well, but he was in 2nd, so that could have been an absolute game opener for him. And of course, Vigo, our 1st place team, actually ended up playing the Storm for a long portion of that. You can see a ton of the floppers as well, but as we mentioned earlier, he wasn't aggressive enough to get back those materials in a fight. By the time he got into the Storm later on, you're going to see he just gets focused and he's just not built up enough. So that lack of aggression we saw earlier on, unfortunately, didn't work out for him. So we'll see what happens in the final one, game number 8.
I will say, though, from having been in a potential for getting eliminated around that 50th threshold, Vico actually choosing to play through the Storm definitely benefited him, because he
100%.
was able to find at least a decent amount of heals to kind of rebuild himself when he actually looked for those challenges later on. It was just a little bit unfortunate that he met his demise so soon.
We've spoke about the money, we spoke about the history that's to be made here, but one thing that all of these players have had their eyes on from the moment they walked through the doors of this amazing McEwen Hall in Edinburgh is the trophy. And Frankie is standing beside it right now. Frankie, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
It really is, Ian. I love the fact that the flag of Scotland is born here, because as we've already told you today, This is the first ever Fortnite LAN on UK soil, and honestly, I can't think of a better place to have held it. Every player in this makeshift arena, I say makeshift, it's a thing of beauty, wants their hands on this trophy because so many of them have LAN experience. They are some of the best players in the world at Fortnite, and yet so few of them have raised a trophy. Behind me, you can see that Vico and Vortexes are currently the 2 players to beat, but the points aren't really that great as we head down to Venno and Thomas. Don't forget those all-important double elimination points. 4 have become 8. If you are fearless in the lobby in game number 8, you could still get your hands on this trophy. McEwen Hall, are you ready for game number 8? We've got so many friends, family, and Fortnite fans in this hall right now. Can you give them your support? I can't wait to see who is going to be lifting this trophy. But Ian, as you know, we've still got one more game to go.
Frankie, I dare you to touch the trophy. I dare you. You got it in you?
Never.
No, exactly.
I don't deserve it. I'm not worthy, Ian.
Well, one of our players will, and we've got one more game to go till we find out who we will crown our very first ever Red Bull contested champion. And we've been talking about it all day long. What made this so fascinating is just yesterday we've had a brand new update in Fortnite for less than 24 hours, and these players have adapted on the fly. It's been really impressive, Taco. How much do you think our top players have really taken to some of these new features to make sure that they did so well here today?
This is just the standard that I think Fortnite competitive players have essentially elevated themselves towards over the past couple of seasons. You just see them continuing to be better and better each year. And it's because of the fact that they're determined to showcase who's actually on top. And right here today, a solo champion can definitely be crowned.
Yeah, and I think in terms of the meta, a lot of the players who are up at the top are still doing the very same things that they were doing in the previous season, just much better. I think a lot of the times these players have tried some of the new things and they don't necessarily know the strategies out for them that well, and it's not really worked out. The people who are up at the top are just doing the basics real well.
Right. I know that you guys have been quite hesitant to give me real concrete predictions.
Oh, yeah.
But it's crunch time now, right?
Don't make us hit the caster's curse.
We are about to get into game 8 for the very last time we're throwing it. Who wins the title?
I'm not going to tell you because I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be like, yeah, I think it's X or Y, and they go down. Because I just don't want
to be that guy.
I don't want to be that guy because I don't want my heart.
Taco, come on, we've got 10 seconds before we throw it. Give me a name.
And look, I know who I want to win.
Say it.
A Red Bull champion.
Oh, come on. All right. Well, you two can't tell me, so I guess we're going to have to find out for the final time here. And a countdown with us in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who will be our Red Bull contested champions? Levin, Minnie, take it away.
This is it. Who will rise? Who will fall? We're about to find out, Levin. It's game number 8. It's the final moments of Red Bull Contested.
We have had a very long but very fun day of action where all of these players have put their hearts and souls just for this game right here, just for this moment.
Yeah, it's so open as well. Almost anyone can take it. And there he is, Vico on the screen, praying for success.
Praying that he can hold on. This is the first place player. He has impressed everyone with his performance so far today. But it doesn't mean anything if he can't hold on to first place. That's all he wants. He will not be content or satisfied with anything else than taking home the trophy.
Look who's chasing him down. It's Vortexes, of course. He wants that crown. Of course, we spoke to him. The only player so far that has picked up multiple victory royales on home soil. It would mean so much to him.
He has that winning formula. Of course, Bevies as well. How can we not mention him? Of course, this is another player who really has found rhythm in this competition and definitely is still within a fighting chance.
He really is, and now is the ultimate moment. Of course, we've seen double eliminations for 3 games now. This is almost where it becomes doubly important because it's the final chance to pick up those extra few points to either boost your way up on the leaderboard or try and hold on to the top spot.
Just one more game. All these players understand what it means and they have to be ready to fight anything, any circumstance, any possibilities. There are so many different things we know can happen in these games. You just have to be on point.
Yeah, you really do. We've seen so many crazy things happen in the final games of tournaments, namely, of course, Invitational. Cammy and Seti getting landed on by Veno and Queasy. Are we going to see something similar, Levin? We're about to find out.
We are in the game. McEwen Hall, make some noise for game number 8. The players are ready. Jumping off the battle bus, a couple of them are about to land already. And Vico here will need to make sure this is the best drop of his life. Even if he ain't worried about being contested, he just wants to make sure everything is on point.
Everything has to go perfect, and unfortunately for him, that last game, it wasn't to be, but now it is the time. It is now or never for our top teams. Vortexes is one of them, of our top players, of course, here. Vico at this drop spot gets so much metal straight away, has the vehicle spawn right there as well. This is a perfect start for him, uncontested, unscathed so far.
Yeah, I spoke to his mum just before this game. I gave her a hug. She's so nervous. I'm sure she's struggling to even watch as it takes place. Because every single thing matters, every moment. You see Thomas HD here in his element, sniper rifle in hands. Never get tired of seeing this. Really connect to something. Really show us, give us a treat in this final game. Canada being very, very careful not to give anything up too easy.
I want to see it from Thomas, the big snipe to mount an attack on the top of the leaderboard. More than capable, and we've seen him here all day. Even in the practice games yesterday, Aegis was landing on him. Now he has been uncontested all day, at least on that west side of the racetrack. Murstache, though, had a few issues off spawn here, namely from X-Squeeze, who now has, I believe, rotated away. Decided to land somewhere else. We saw him landing on the right in that last game. Maybe he's switched it up yet again, but for Murstache, he's more than happy in his current situation. Veno flexing the pickaxe, the FNCS champion of last season. He needs to pull out all the stops right now to make a comeback.
Again, Veno, look, he's had a day that's been up and down in terms of his emotional journey, but he's very much in the running to really secure a good placement here, currently in 4th place. And even if Vico's too far for him to catch up to, the other guys ahead of him are definitely going to be something you can reach out for. To think this is a guy who said to me earlier in the day, like after like game 3, he's like, I don't even care anymore, Levin. I'm just playing to play.
He's going to care now because it matters, and this is time. Sam, though, in a bit of a difficult situation. The igloo battles. Ooh, you can't actually get out of there, so a really difficult situation for the player that's inside, and oh no! That was a difficult one, and he's happy with it. Look at him, he's loving it. And I would be too. Oh, he's loving it a little bit less now because he's just got wasped, and he's on the defensive.
That was still pretty fun to see. Regardless of how this finishes for him, it looks like he is going to go down. It's Ziandi in his box. Ziandi takes him out. Unfortunate for El Jefe because he pulled out a pretty cool trick there. And Ziandi just going to rain on his parade. A nice little cleanup. That's been the story all day, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Third party galore.
It's the siphon. It's the lack of siphon. You don't get that instant 50 health and or shield, so you have to take that time to heal up, particularly when you're fighting against some of the best fighters in the world.
And the key is, these guys aren't going to give you that time to heal up, right?
Not.
They will not give you that time. They will just continue to pressure and pressure and pressure until it is too much for you to handle.
Texas, our players that is chasing down that first place spot. Just about 44 points behind going into this game, so he does need a solid one, and he needs Vico to not have quite as good of a day. Spy, though, saw him earlier on fighting against Tayson. Now he's fighting against Artskill. Hits a max damage, but it's not enough, and again, it's another third party 11, and Artskill falls back to the lobby.
I wonder exactly how many times we've been watching a 1v1 where both players just go down within a minute of each other. It is such a common occurrence. And unfortunately, it takes place there once again on our screens. In the feed, Tayson going down to Mustache there. And that actually happened in a practice game yesterday, where Tayson got taken down by Mustache, and he was not very happy to say that. He actually threatened to drop Mustache completely.
Wow.
So who knows whether that will be a duo we get to see anymore after that one.
It's the same as the Flixie situation earlier. I mean, what would Tayson do if he danced on your teammate? Soon to be former teammate. They're already now making his presence known towards Mustache, who, of course, picking up the elimination onto Tayson. May have have to back off a little bit, although he is in the advantageous position. Mustache just running away, trying to make sure that he can stay alive in this game because he needs a good game as well.
Certainly does. Certainly does. No, Riley's going to do his best to try to stop that from happening completely.
Here's Scram right there. It's been taken out by eye drop.
That's been one of my favorite parts of today. When you hear somebody screaming, somebody shouting, I'm not sure if the people at home can hear it. You always just look at the feed to see who it is. I heard a big shout and then looked in the feed, it was Scram that went down. Yep. Not too happy about that one, but that will be the end of his run. I'm sure the Dane has tried his best. It hasn't been as good as this guy we've seen on our screen here, Bevy's. So impressive on the day. Unfortunately, just slipped up in that last game, and that's made it a bit more of a wide open race. Coming into game number 8.
His ex-teammate there, Vortex is also pretty good. Interesting to see a duo so close to one another, all the way up on top of the leaderboard, an X-duo, I should say. Vortex is again using that vehicle. We've seen it so often today. Mona, we saw how sneaky he was against Nako in that last game. Can he make a repeat of it? It worked so well, why not?
I think we're spotting a pattern with Mona and his journey to success here. Sneaky beaky plays. He thinks he's here, but he's not there. He doesn't realize he's moved on, so he's gonna sneak around. This is kind of sad. I feel bad watching this because he has no clue. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna sneak in.
Oh, he's not there.
No one is there, my friend. Okay. You can go to the safe zone.
See, he can't see the joke. He's not there.
Look, that's true. It is true. He does not know. He doesn't have the vision we do.
Vico, though, all eyes on him going into this last game. He needs a big one.
Yeah, you saw the vehicle there just outside of the bush. He needs to make sure he keeps that intact. That is the key to his victory. The games where he struggled the most have been the games where he hasn't been able to use it. So we need to make sure he's boxing that up, keeping it safe from anybody who tries to take shots at it.
Interesting why he didn't there, so maybe he's just confident that no one's going to know he's in the bush. Clement threats, a little bit of a standoff here. EU versus Solu versus Intrigued to see how this is going to go. Threats is playing a little bit more sneakily as well, but makes that reset to ensure that Clement doesn't jump straight in and just tries to get some nice shots off, but it's not quite going to be enough to take the wall, or the roof, I should say. This is really tough for Threats and Clement, but they are on the edge of the zone. It's not a bad place to fight them.
Not a bad place to fight at all. They'll have some time to really get to scrapping. There are players somewhat near them, though, so if they make too much noise, third party might roll through. We know that certainly is always a probability. And again, just a bit of a stalemate between these two. Both players are trying to catch the other one out. Sneakily, Threats looking to try get an angle. Even though he breaks up and gets that wall, Clement was not waiting on the other side.
I feel like we've seen this so often today as well. Players that have the Havoc pump going up against players that have the drum shotgun, it does just end in that stalemate because the Havoc shotgun person doesn't want to just jump in because they know what the other person has in their box, and of course the drum shotgun player doesn't want to be trying to play those angles, so it's almost a mismatch. It's oil and water. It doesn't quite work. And you can see that right now, but Vico on the defensive because he is getting attacked.
Oh no, Vico. Looks like for a second he's getting W keyed. And that is certainly not what he wants. He needs to keep his cool. That's Nako that's giving him problems. And it looks like his vehicle's been destroyed. And so even if he's able to come out on top of this, this is a thorn in his side. It's a disruption to the plan. He was going for this. Okay, no, his vehicle is still here. It was a different one that exploded, but he was going for that cash. And it does look like Nako's chilled off for a second. So if he's able to get this, that will definitely bode well for his chances in this game. We'll give him an upgrade of loot and some extra shields to work with. Those slurp juices are so necessary. He needs to just keep holding on though. Can't get too flustered. And there it is.
Huge moment for Vico right there. Getting that cash, particularly that legendary cash as well, is going to be so good for him. And Vortex's our second place player. He's picked up his first elimination of the game. Could it be the one of many?
Look, Vico trying to play things a bit slower. Doesn't want to overextend. Vortex, on the other hand, he understands the task on his hands. He knows he needs to get fraggy this game. He can't just sit back and let this game pass him by. Wants to fight for the cash, and he'll fight for it aggressively. Lovely stuff there from Vortex's. really been in his element this day, and I think for him, regardless of how things end, what a tournament it's been, what a performance, and honestly, a big way to sort of catapult himself into the high echelon of top Fortnite players, especially in EU.
Such a bold player as well, going for that combat cash. Just shows how important it is to these players' games. A lot of you guys at home might be thinking, why are they fighting? They're at the top of the leaderboard. Do they need to fight for it? But the reward is worth the risk. It's Thomas HD right now. He's another player that wants to be trying to get up in terms of leaderboard standings. Has that vehicle inside of his box as well, so he's keeping his safe. Although his HP's not looking too safe after Eclipse gets some damage onto him. Has the shield to heal back up though. It's an important game for Thomas, and it's difficult to know how you play in this situation because he's 5th going into this game. Do you W key, try and go for first place? Do you just hope that the players above you go down? It's a really awkward position to be in.
It is, right? I think if you're Thomas in this situation, you just play your best game. You don't necessarily go W key in and being overly aggressive, but you don't shy away from fights you typically would take. And you just hope you can remain high up here in the top 5. Oh dear! Oh. Bevy's just fallen in the feed. He's gone down to Ziandi. That was the 3rd place player. And so again, that leaves more space for the likes of Vino, for the likes of Thomas HD to start pushing up. And if you're Vortexes and Vico, you can almost sigh a bit of relief. You ain't got to look over your shoulders just as much anymore.
Yeah, maybe Vortex will switch up his game plan right now if he did see that. But look at this. It's Vico going against Vortex in the same sort of area. This could be the tournament if they do engage, but Vico decides, no thank you. That is not the fight that I want to be taking. I think Vortex is thinking the same as well. That almost turned sour. That almost could have been the fight for it.
Both of these players going against each other now would be absolutely huge. But it won't happen. Vico was just trying to find a better position, and Vortex ushered him there just a bit faster. But again, both of these players, their setups are certainly looking good and primed to have very good games.
Yeah, they both have that combat cash. Unfortunately for Thomas HD, he doesn't have the loot from that cash, so is that going to hurt him in the future? We'll have to wait and see. We know, of course, how good he can be at getting those refreshes. We've seen it throughout the day as well. Definitely one to look out for to move his way up on the leaderboard is Kylie, one of our game winners. Always on the hunt for these mid-game rotations. He actually played with Vico.
Last season?
Last season. Last FNCS. Didn't quite go as well though for them. New options as Vico catches his vehicle. Seems to be okay inside of Mega City. This is quite a nice place to box up a vehicle because there's very few line of sight, particularly when you're this close to the building.
Always going to be tough to box up your vehicle in a 2v1. It can get a bit awkward. So I deeper in the game, you see players opt for 2x2s instead of 2x1s. Vino doesn't have a vehicle, but he does have the cash available to him.
I don't even think that was his cash. I think he just stumbled upon that. Yeah. So that's a really great thing for Vino right now because he's going to gain from someone else's loss almost that they didn't actually pick up their cash. So Vino's like, you know what? I'll take that.
Yeah, don't mind if I do. Yeah. Some slurp juices will definitely be handy in his loadout. I think he probably drops the heavy sniper. See, just adjusting the glasses, making sure he's comfy as we head into the end of this game. It has to be a good one for Vino.
Oh!
That's how he picked up that LM. Okay, Vino. Maybe he won't drop the heavy sniper then. Maybe he wants to keep that in hand if he's hitting shots like that.
Keeping it in hand, I would be if I was hitting shots like that. But what do you drop in that situation? I think, realistically, I do agree with you there, 11. That's got to be the right play. He's got that Storm Surge sorted early on if it does even go to it. Thomas HD still with a sniper in his inventory as well. We saw how good he can be with it in previous tournaments as well. Vortexes again. We check up on him, have a little status check. Still alive, looking good. 143 builds, almost maximum for him. One elimination, he decides to make the rotate in. We'll see how he makes this rotation. This is a huge rotation for him, particularly once we know that Vico is already in the zone in Mega City, or even just maybe on the edge of it. So got to make this work.
The marathon continues. He makes his way into zone. You see where he's marked. Look to track it out here, just on this hill. Not too shabby of a position as well. Again, looking to make sure that vehicle is well protected in metal.
Here's the heavy sniper that Vino decides to drop for those 2 slurp juices.
It'll be good, right? Because it'll give him more potential to make plays in the storm. Pops a slurp, uses the chug cannon. He can stay in the storm a bit in the backside if he does need to pop off and frag out, which is always going to be a possibility.
Oh, yeah. Flapjack rifle as well. He's holding that. It was a question that I had at the beginning to show what player's going to carry. Is it going to be SMG? Is it going to be AR? It looks as though, particularly in this last game, looks
risky.
Playing it's Vico on his wall. Vico versus Veno. Just fends him off right now, does Vico. It's very good for him in this current situation. He needs to stay alive. He needs to stay healthy if he wants a chance of winning this.
That was very risky from Vino, the way he just sort of
drifted in there.
Yeah, he just carefree.
Pulling a China shop almost.
Would have been very unfortunate if somebody was just sitting in the box next to it. But he's fine. Thomas HD, one of the most well-renowned players in this lobby. Someone who I think everybody expected to perform well, and he certainly has. Vico, who I said earlier in the day, look, people have been calling, I don't want to say we have not been calling him an up-and-comer, but people have been calling him an up-and-comer for like about a year now. How long can you be an up-and-comer, right? And I did say the up needs to come in. It certainly has. This would be a perfect crowning moment for him. If he could get this win today, it would solidify himself as one of the better players within the region, a player with some prestige. And especially after the FNCS season he just had, it would be brilliant for his confidence as well.
Huge for his confidence. He's always had the ability, it's the mental side of things that he will benefit so greatly from if he can. Even still, even if he doesn't come out on top today, a great performance for him, but for his confidence, I'm sure he'll want to win it, as does this man on the screen right now, Vortex. He's made a beautiful rotation into the zone. He's got to make another over this river. Is he going to follow Braxel right there, or is he going to decide to make his own path? On the dead side of zone. We've seen this before. We've seen it working out. He's got that chug cannon as well, which of course recharges the heals. He has unlimited HP in this situation. Like this position, trying to get as much damage as he can. 268 above right now, so in that position to be in at all. Trying to take advantage of Muzz right now. He's just rotating in those weaker walls. Just getting those little chip damages, which is always good.
See, this game is going to come to its close here in this mega city area. That's going to provide for a lot of chaos as we move in, through, and around all these different buildings. We'll see where this next zone pulls, though. This is going to matter quite a bit. Vico certainly praying it pulls in his favor. He needs everything to go his way here. 100 above right now.
Ooh. Pretty sure that's where Vortex is. He was on that side, so unless he's made a crazy rotation onto the other side, I think it's advantage Vortex right now. He is just outside of that next zone. Going to be a difficult rotation nevertheless, but seems like that is a more favorable pull for him.
See in there, just the nerves, it can start to get to you. You've got to stay locked in, though. You have to stay focused in this final game. And that's it. Still alive and kicking. His dad said before the game he wanted to see Anas get a 20 moment. Doesn't look like it's going to be just that, but if he can get a decent win with some victory hours, that certainly would help in the standings. Vico making his way through, just casually driving through Mega City. And looking to ram his way into Axe Force as well along the way. The player hopped in, hopped out. He will continue his journey though.
He'll continue his journey and makes his way into the zone. Really nice rotation for him, but is he going to be safe? As his vehicle is boxed up. He's taken that vehicle late on into the game and he's finding success so far, Levin. Can he continue? That's the question on everyone's mind.
It's going to be so hard for him. But he can make it happen if he can just play the way he has been playing in these games. Channel all that energy, all that excitement into these final moments. Everything is definitely within his reach. Vino, we obviously talked about how good his setup looks. And he's good on search as well. And he sits in a position way high up above everybody else. can see a lot of the lobby and track a lot of their movements.
All of our top players right now seem to be on the south side of the zone, so this next zone pull is going to be absolutely crucial in deciding on whether they have to get on their bike or just chill inside of their box. This is one of those zones where it is very, very difficult to actually pull. It does pull back in towards Mega City, so almost all of our top players right now are looking good.
Somebody's looking out for them. Well, Texas needing to pop one of the bigs along the way. And it's a worthy trade for his safety. You can see him just scouting out that next path, and he's going to choose to go right away. Doesn't want to wait. And he has a nice way to go as well, using this building to just block off basically the whole rest of the lobby. Going to break his way down into the garage as well. The car park, I should say. Mustache starting to make his way above, and you can see the intention from Mustache. Very different from some of the other players a bit high up in the standings. He's maybe leaning towards a bit more of an aggressive play style, especially with that heavy sniper in hand.
Definitely, and this is where Mega City Pro provides a few difficulties for some of our players. A lot of these buildings you can't actually break. You can't break through with anything. So it could make this end game a little bit spicy. First touch in the box, trying to get another elimination, but no, it's Blake who takes him out.
Vortexes though, still alive, not getting into all the action himself, just going to watch from afar for now and see if there are any vulnerable players. He spotted something going on over there, but again, not opening up any edits as of now.
Blake goes down the feed there, so his journey is over. As Venno right now tries to find Vidil right now up on top of this building. He's getting aggressive, he's getting active, but no, he decides this is important. I need to stay alive as long as possible. Decides to try and drop down from the top of this building. This next zone pull again is going to be absolutely vital for him as he takes some damage from other players. It pulls more into Mega City, but someone jumps in the box. It's Axe Force, and Venno is out.
Typically, you expect to see Venno being the one to jump in so aggressively, but Axe Force caught him unawares. And it's so hard to deal with in those situations. We've seen that all day, and so that will be the end of the run for Venno. We're sitting nicely in the leaderboard, but you've got to think he'll start to drop now. There's still so many players alive. The placement points aren't going to be too good. You don't want to be going out now. You need to stay in the game just that bit longer. Vortexes, though, in staying in the game, has tried to avoid dealing as much damage as possible. Same could be said for Vico. These guys don't want to fight people, but they're going to have to start thinking about that. Vico just gliding his way through this zone right now, and he needs to find some sort of safety. Can't afford to stay out and open too long. You've got to think he'll get caught out, but he is looking for opportunities. Running into a box. A big 150. He does not miss those.
Vico is on fire, and Vortexes is trying to have his say too. What a refresh for Vico. Can it keep him afloat during this game? And Vortexes makes use of the gliding feature of this massive building in the middle of the city. This is really gonna, hopefully for him, keep him going this end game without having to expend materials.
If I'm him, I'm gliding as high as I can, waiting for everyone beneath me to go down. And if there's one person he's gonna hope goes down, it's gonna be Vico, who's again continuing to just slide his way on through, hitting players as he goes about it. He spots another one, but isn't going to overcommit. He just keeps on hitting shots. He's on autopilot right now, but he doesn't seem to know how to miss.
He's definitely on autopilot. These grind rails are proving madness right now because nobody knows what's going on, nobody knows where they're going, and nobody has control. It's Vortex on that mid-ground layer, doing very well as well. Vico down on low.
And as good as Vortex is doing to stay alive, he needs Vico to go down if there's any hope for him, and it might just happen here. Vico just getting out of the way. He got coned, but eventually was able to sneak his way on out and play in this zone. Needs to start getting back in though. There are players here. It's Kylie right in front of him. That's his former duo. He's going to hope he can do him a couple favors, gets back in the zone, and has some time to use some shields.
That med miss was so crucial for him right there, going back into the storm, getting into this position. He's still alive, he's still well, 28 builds to his name, as well as Vortex is still alive and kicking. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Vortex? Is it going to be Vico? We will find out very, very shortly as Vortex is on the aggressive. He's looking less good on the materials. 6 builds for him right now. He needs a refresh, and a refresh he might find. If there's someone inside of his box, he actually just evades the attention of Vortex. Unfortunately for him, and he's not going to be able to get that refresh, but he does. It's another player.
He can't afford to let this game pass him by. Every single player that goes down before Vico just makes it so much harder for him to catch up. He needs to pop off and pop off now. All Vico has to do is continue to stay alive, and he's doing that so well. So good on HP. Well, Texas is struggling though. He needs to be careful. There's players on his wall trying to get in his face. He might go down. He will. And that just means Vico can continue to play this game.
And
It could be his victory lap. It's going to be so, so good for Vico. He doesn't know it yet, but that is everything he needed in this game.
Vico takes out Peppo there as well, which gets him another huge refresh. Nearly 500 metal right now for him, so he could just tarp his way to victory here in Edinburgh right now. This is incredible. Can he do it? He just has to ride the wave of success. I don't know if he knows it, but he should be on top.
This could be the game of his life. He'll have dreams about this one over and over again. There's a couple players now standing in his way, but it means so much for the Austrian. All he has to do is close things out. His biggest competitors are down. He's done so well all throughout today to beat them, to best them, and it looks like he's going to do it here again in game number 8, breaking into a box, hitting another shot. How many times has Vico done that today? It's Notoriety that falls. He can continue to do it. There's 2 more players remaining. The spray comes from above. No builds remaining, and so he's going to have to pick up the play in the zone. He sees it coming. It's Vico's day. It's Vico's world. We're just living in it. Medmis comes out now. He's going back in the storm. Can he win this game? He's up against Cammy. He's done this fight before, but will he win this out? It's Vico. It is Vico. It is all Vico. Your Red Bull contested champion, Vico.
Incredible stuff from Vico. You can see just what that means to him. What a way to close out the day in first place with a victory royale. So many moments in that end game we thought, is he going to go down? What's going on? He's jumping in the box. Is it going to play out for him? But it has.
It does not get better than that. That is what you live for as a competitor in this game. To grind, to practice, to travel all across the world in top competitions. It must mean so much for him, the emotions starting to run through. Oh my goodness, what a day it's been, Mini. I've had an absolute blast casting with you. I wouldn't want to do it with anybody else, my friend, but that is it from us today. We're going to send it back to Ian and the analysts to break it all down.
Wow, that is how you finish a tournament. What an emotional moment, not just for everybody here, for him in particular, and yourself, Reese. You're sitting there almost welling up for him. What?
I've nearly got tears in my eyes. So did he. Let's go.
Look what it means to him. Listen to this crowd here, this live crowd in Edinburgh, with an ovation for this magnificent, consistent performance. Taka, nobody could deserve it more.
Absolutely not. Vico has earned every single bit of this championship title here today at the Red Bull Contested LAN, and you really couldn't be happier for him. I mean, a player so deserving. Again, he has been absolutely grinding to make it to this point where he gets to actually have the title namesake for his own.
You know what? When I saw him on Thursday, he goes, I'm going to win. And he said about 5 more times. When I saw him yesterday, he is, I'm going to win. And when I see him today, he goes, guess what? I am going to win.
You know what? Self-belief goes a long way. But you've got to back it up in the map. And he did it consistently. And to finish with a victory royale. In the most emphatic fashion. Sorry, Taka.
No, it's not that. It's just that, like, my favorite part about it all is that he did it resorting back to his natural instincts. We saw that aggressive Vico gameplay that put him in that first place position to begin with. And for a moment, we were all a little bit concerned, kind of holding our own breath, watching him. He's sitting inside the bush. He's trying to play just as far away from him as possible. It seems as though he was really just prioritizing staying alive over everything else. And you see Vortexers creeping. But ultimately, Vico just absolutely ripping through on those grind rails.
And it's such a phenomenal point, right? Because we're watching, we're sitting, seeing the perspectives, and we're seeing it's just, oh, he has less builds than everyone else. Everyone else is in a better position. Yeah, he's up on the leaderboard, but they look better. And then that switch flicked right when he jumped into that box. Aggression, game winner.
You know what? I've got a feeling we're going to see the game-winning moment very shortly, and I'm sure that Vico will watch it back over and over again. But let's just reflect on some of the other players that we saw in our final game.
I mean, it's been a phenomenal tournament, and there's been massive pop-ups, massive performances from every single player that we've had here, essentially.
Okay, but can we talk about Venno hitting the most disgusting sniper shot onto a moving dirt bike moment? It's just like, it's insane to think about that he can still maintain that kind of precision.
That might have been play of the tournament if Vico wasn't so amazing. Let's be real. That's maybe Twitter
Very
clip.
valid
Maybe
statement.
Twitter clip outside of that, right?
We saw so many amazing plays all day long, and the final game just gave us everything we wanted. The incredible hype, the determination from every single player that wanted to make it, and this moment, and these final moments from our champion Vico.
That right there was the turning point. We said they're playing it slow, and that was the moment that turned it on. The first Elan, the first refresh, materials straight back into the inventory, and it was time to turn it on and pop off and win that match.
And the materials as well, because we saw him just continuing over and over again, hopping on top of that grind rail, trying to make sure that he could circumvent all of that congestion starting to close in on him, and he just did such an excellent job of just keeping it moving. He did not slow down.
In that instance, Cammy had a chug cannon in his inventory. He just grabbed a med mist. Had Vico missed that one bullet right at the end, Cammy could have won the game. I mean, let's be real, Vico still would have won though.
Look at that. I mean, look, it's there in writing. It is done and dusted. After 8 games, we can finally look at this leaderboard and see Vico. Look at him, 414 points. He is, in fact, our champion.
Of course, second place, Vortexers. Phenomenal, 310. Played such a confident game all day. It was beautiful. And in second, Bevy's unfortunate final match from him, of course. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Absolutely. I think we've got a winner's interview, a champion's interview standing by. Frankie, do it for us. I can't wait to hear from this man.
10 lands. 10 lands is what it took for 16-year-old Vico to take his first 2 victory royales on LAN, and of course, the Red Bull contested trophy. Vico, I know that the tears are still in your eyes, the shock is still on your face, but can you sum up what this means in a few words for us now?
It means a lot to me because I promised my mom and I told like everyone I was going to win this, and I actually did. So that makes me really happy.
I think there are a few people out there who never had any doubt, because since the start of today, you have been consistent, you have been aggressive, and you've always had your eyes on the prize. But tell me about those last zones in Mega City, because the concentration was there. You'd already taken out your opponents, but you kept fighting until the finish. Tell me all about those moments.
So the zones from Mega City were really good for me because I didn't have to waste any mats. And I was just like, I thought like Vortexers or Bevies were still alive, so I just tried to like get a really, 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 really good game. So I had like a good point difference.
Well, it's no surprise that you are our EE Player of the Tournament. You've got another accolade to your name, Vico. But what is in your future?
And my future is definitely winning FNCS with Pink. I hope it's going to be this season or on LAN. And just being the best player I ever can.
Thank you so much. You're definitely the best player here in Edinburgh. McEwen Hall, give it up for
Vico. Incredible. And we can confirm one more time. Let's just take another look at this leaderboard, Reese. Vico sitting pretty, we know that by now. He is, in fact, our champion, and very soon he will be raising that trophy high in the air. I know that he cannot wait to get his hands on it. But we saw some incredible performances, consistent performances, and numbers put up by a lot of the players around him.
Of course, Vortexers, second place, 310, aggressive gameplay, 2 victory royales throughout the entire day. I was going to say no one else did it, but up until that final game, of course, Vico also managed to pop off there too. You've got to give your props to Bevies. Solid performance, but in the final game just couldn't clutch it up. Cammy, Lucy, Vino, Janice, Kylie, Say, Eclipse, everyone up in the top 10. Give them a massive round of applause.
Yes, Edinburgh, can we give a massive round of applause to all 99 of our players who showed up, put in the work, and adapted to a brand new season of Fortnite, not just for your entertainment, but of course, to potentially make history. One man did just that, and it'll be coming out very shortly. In fact, he is ready right now. Edinburgh, are you ready to crown your champion? Woo! In a building steeped in history, it's time to make some more. 8 long games, players from all over the world stood in his way. The first ever Red Bull contested champion is Vico!
Two senses, you pay me, I'm on the grind like day. And late nights I'm wavy, I gotta get that.
Ian, today has been all about the players, and now this moment is all about Vico. But you can just feel the atmosphere in this room. Everyone wants to support this player. Fortnite, at the end of the day, is the community, and here they got to do what they love to do most of all, which is play on LAN. The biggest LAN the UK has ever seen in Fortnite.
Can you believe we've completed it in arguably the greatest venue to ever home an esports event? I am putting it out there. McEwen Hall, it has been amazing. All the players have been absolutely fantastic, especially this guy right here. Can we all just give him one more round of applause, please, Edinburgh?
Ian, we've got to say a massive thank you to everyone who came out today, everyone watching around the world, all of our players and the team that made it happen. Right now, though, I think it's time to wrap things up and really give the player the moment he deserves. Red Bull contestant, make some noise for Vico! Let's go!
Knock me. You can never stop me. You can never knock me. You can never copy. You can never stop me. You can never knock me. You can never copy. You can never stop me. You can never knock me. Yeah, I'm dangerous, baby. If she a snake, I ain't hanging with, baby. Two senses, you pay me, I'm on the grind like day. And late nights I'm wavy, I gotta get that. You know I do everything I say I do. And everything that I say is true. Proof is in the pudding. You can never knock me, nah. You can never stop me, nah. No, you can never knock me. You can never copy. You can never stop me. You can never knock. You can never copy. You can never stop me. You can never stop me.